I think we're about to be live on TikTok. Give me a second. We should be live on YouTube, y'all. Welcome in. Great to see everybody. And since there were some suggestions to start going live on Facebook, I'm going to see if I can set that up during the stream. Make sure they've changed the parameters so that you can actually stream on Facebook now. We'll see. I don't know if they're going to let me stream from my page or not, but that would be kind of the idea way to go. But usually, I'm looking for a button like on the homepage where it allows you to set up a stream, and I don't see anything just yet. So there might be some additional setup that I don't know about. Oh, there is one for live video in the What's on Your Mind section on the main page. Then there's a go live button. Sure. What if I say set up a live video? And then we'll see what happens. But anyways, our buddy Ems is here too. Hold on, let me get Ems in. What is up, Ems?
Early live?
Well, summer hours are commencing. I always have to change my hours up for summertime, you know?
So you're live now?
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be live tonight from now till...
You did leave early yesterday, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. How long are you live now?
I'll be live tonight for probably 5 hours. But probably starting next week, I'm going to start at 3:30 and go to 8:30.
3:30. Oh, nice. So earlier streams.
Yeah, just for the summer.
Well, I'm going to have to be dropping because I'm working, but I'll be joining later today if you're still on.
Sure thing. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Have fun at work.
Oh, will do.
Oh, WM. Hey, you gotta work. Gotta work, friends. Well, I think we've got, we already have one guest in the guest box. I was going to set up real quick a stream. It looks like the new on Facebook, they allow you to stream directly from your main page now. So that's kind of promising. In fact, give me 1 second. I'm going to set up a vertical canvas for Facebook and see if it will let me do it. So a server, I'm going to plug in the stream key, create the output, and then make sure the settings are set appropriately. Things should be good. Hit OK. And then I'm just going to go ahead and hit go on Facebook, see if it starts to stream. That'd be cool if Facebook finally got their stuff figured out so that you can stream directly from your page. It looks like it's connecting. Hey, bada bing, bada boom, it finally works. It took a long time to get this feature working. I'm glad it's finally working. Well, with that, let's bring in Marcy, and then we're going to bring in our first guest. Hey, Marcy, great to see you.
Hello.
How you doing, friend?
Good. I'm pretty sure I'm on the back end half of, finally tackling both graduation and moving. So I think I'm finally able to actually start doing shit again.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. Are you going to be live a lot this summer?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Friends, if you hear some squawking in the background, that's our friend Occam. Y'all have seen Occam already. He's the beautiful bluebird that's been chilling out over here. W. Occam. He's learning to talk. He's a young bird, ringneck parrot, still learning to talk. You'll probably see him on screen here in a little while once he's ready to rock and roll. Also, the Facebook stream is up and running. For those who want to watch on Facebook, we should be able to run Facebook Lives now. So, Big W, let me know on Facebook if everything works for you, or if something doesn't work for you, you'll have to pop over and let me know. I'll have to add Facebook to my chat aggregator real quick. Let me grab my username. What is my username? I don't even know. Nevertheless, let's get our first guest in here, and then we'll grab the super chats after our first guest. Welcome in, MD. Are you at least 18?
Yes, yeah, I am. Hi. So I'm just trying to sort my camera out, actually. I don't know. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. A massive fan. I'm not a theist. It was just quick question actually, but I know you might not be doing that.
I typically don't, but no one's here yet, so go ahead. What's the question?
Yeah, firstly, hi Marcy, hi Ockham, and hi Justin. So yeah, no, I'm just curious really. So I've got a 5-year-old son,
Mm-hmm.
and he's had somewhat of a moral awakening lately. And he said to me something heartbreaking a little while ago.
Mm-hmm.
He lives with his mother most of the time, but with me. And he said to me a little while ago, he said, "Daddy, if I die, will my cuddly toys come to heaven with me?" Now that broke my heart, and I didn't quite know how to balance that. To be honest, like, what does one say there? Being a father yourself.
That's a tough one. So I remember wrestling with the same question both when I was a youth and also, I would say, when I had nieces and nephews. And
Mm,
if they believe in a thing like heaven, I certainly wouldn't be against it. I think kids with the right information will eventually come to logical conclusions. But when they're young,
mm.
all of the programming is that there's heaven. Like it's nothing but fields of daisies, when you die, right? So with
And
that,
nativities and so forth.
right, yeah, yeah. So I would kind of treat pets the same way I would treat Santa Claus. If it makes them feel good to think that their pet will be with them, I think that's perfectly okay. There is a biblical case for it. If you go to Isaiah 65 and say like Second Peter chapter 3, there's passages that talk about the hereafter, and the way that people conceive of it in their minds is not the way the Bible talks about it. In the Bible,
Mm,
the hereafter is a renewed heaven and a renewed earth, and people live on the earth with the animals. That's Isaiah 11 and Micah chapter 4. So in the Bible, there's not this celestial kingdom far away where you have to have a soul to get to. In fact, in the
mm.
Bible, it's just a renewed heaven, renewed earth, just like the Garden of Eden again. So there's going to be animals, there's going to be water, there's going to be eating, there's going to be drinking, there'll be all the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it was just sort of a quick thing, really. But yeah, anyway, thank you very much. You're amazing. You've got loads of fans here in England. We love you very much.
Well, thanks for
Gay for
watching.
Justin, Gay for Justin, Rock Hard for Doug, and sure for
For
Ems.
Ems. Absolutely. Thank
All right.
you.
Please take care, man. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Cheers. There was actually a televangelist that caught some heat for writing a book about this. I want to say it was in the late 90s now. If I make sure I get this correct, I thought it was John Hagee from Texas. I think he wrote a book, something along the lines of "Will Fido follow you to heaven?" I think was about what it was called. Give me one second. I got to log into my Facebook aggregator to make this work. To get the comments aggregated with my other stuff. But anyways, that book should be the book that I think it was breaking kids' hearts way back in the 90s about their pets. Let me see if that's the right name. It might have been. Oh, Will I See Fido in Heaven? I think was the name of the book. Unless it was a rebrand of the prior book. But let me see what it says. This one was by Mary Budmeyer Porter, so different person, but it was 1995. Perhaps I got the wrong author, but the right book. That happens. But yeah, Will I See Fido in Heaven? Scripturally revealing God's eternal plan for His lesser creatures. And I don't fully know if let me think about that. Maybe because it's been so long since the controversy arose. Maybe if I'm thinking correctly, I think John Hagee preached a sermon trying to contradict the claims in this book because the book seemed to suggest that animals would go to heaven. I don't remember all the details. I just remember that John Hagee was specifically being a poo-poo on this particular topic somewhere back in the late to mid 90s. So take that for what you will. I think the book is probably interesting. It does show in the table of contents animals and the afterlife, body, spirit, soul, animals and man, blah 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 blah. So I'd have to take a look at the book again to see what it says. But my suggestion is from the Bible that yeah, it seems to be that the Bible is perfectly okay with the idea that there's going to be animals in heaven, or else like what would we do with the Bible passages that talk about the wolf lying down with the lamb and the bear was it the cow and the lion eating straw together, or the ox and the lion eating straw together. There's a bunch of passages that talk about this eschatological period as though there's going to be animals. It just seems likely that there's going to be animals. Like I don't know what else to do with those passages. You know what I mean? But anyways, we're waiting for some guests to load up. We'll grab some super chats while we're waiting for a guest to load up. If you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, there's a link on the screen that you can use to join the conversation. It's tiny.cc/DZ Live. There should be a clickable version of that link in the comments or in the description of the video. And then if you're watching on TikTok, you just hit the guest request button like anybody else would, and we'll get you into the conversation. And speaking of which, I think we got a guest right here. Let's grab Le Forte. How you doing, Forte?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hey,
how
how
you
are
doing?
you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah. So which God are you talking about? I'm curious.
Yours specifically.
Okay.
So
So what about
which
it?
which
Sorry.
God do you believe in?
Oh, I believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay, fair enough. So you're a Christian, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the claim would be that the Christian God is imaginary. Let's kind of see how the
Okay.
title is working for us.
Okay. So when you say imaginary, you mean like it was just something conjured up, like it's not actually like a thing in reality?
Yeah, the basis of the claim is that the God itself lives in your imagination, but can't be demonstrated to live outside of the imagination.
Okay. Um, Interesting. So when you say demonstrated, it almost seems like what's your criterion then for the demonstration? What makes it valid?
Any piece of evidence I would count. So, an evidence would be anything that would make it more probable. So, I would even accept like a metaphysical argument or like a piece of scientific
Mhm.
data or archaeology or even prophecies. Anything that somebody thinks would make it more probable, I would count as evidence.
Oh, okay. Well, I would just point to the fact that like for every like conscious being that exists in the universe, right? We are made up of like information, right? DNA. And from what I can observe, it doesn't make sense to conclude that information and DNA can come from a non conscious source,
Why not?
because order implies that intelligence, I would say, organizes things.
Why would we think that?
Because I couldn't otherwise give any example of a mindless cause bringing about an effect that is conscious and can reason.
But that's basically like an argument from incredulity, right?
I mean, I think you could say that, but like, I just don't like. Could you give me an example of that? Like,
Yeah. Well, what do you think order is?
order is like, I guess, just things being able to function properly, and to that's what I'd say, being able to function properly.
Right. What I mean, so that assumes that now you're begging the question. It assumes that there is a God if you're saying that there's a proper function, as opposed to just something that evolved. You know,
Well, I would say like it couldn't work in any other way. Like for
why not?
example, well, I'll give you an example. Like the distance, for example, of the Earth from the sun, right? If it
Hmm.
was a certain amount of distance different than it is right now, it could be the case that our Earth incinerates or doesn't actually exist.
That's just not true.
So yeah, the sun deviates what about 7 million miles in both directions every year because our orbit is not perfectly circular; it's elliptical. So I mean, it's true that we live in a zone, right, that is habitable. But the problem with this type of argument is it assumes that the goal of the universe is to create life, and that creation is very hard. But if the universe has no goal, then whether or not something is rare is kind of an irrelevant data point, you know?
Okay, well, I agree with you that it can move, but isn't it true that like if the Earth was, brought forward, not, I'm not saying it's certain, moving like counterclockwise. I'm not saying like that. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying like if it was brought forward or like towards the sun, if it got any closer, it wouldn't be able to survive, right?
Well, I don't know by how much closer. Like again, we can move millions of miles closer, and we're going to be okay. Now, could we move? I don't know, 50% of the distance between here and there and still be okay? No, probably not. We'd probably burn up. But again, that's not really to me. It's not really a relevant data point because whether or not we burn up or we don't burn up is a useless piece of information because we absolutely will be burned up in about 1 billion years when the sun gets so large that it starts to overheat the rest of our solar system.
Well, here's what I would say. The fact that it's that way and not another way is is very, I don't know, it just seems like if it's random, like if the cause is completely random and by chance, then I mean like the odds of it landing in that way and consistently remaining that way for X period of time doesn't seem to work under a completely naturalistic framework.
What doesn't work?
I would say the consistency of it remaining that way and being
Why?
set that way if the cause is entirely random and mindless.
Well, what do you mean by consistent? I mean, the universe has probably been here for an infinite amount of time. The planet Earth has been here for a couple billion years, and
14
so
billion?
I see. There's 14 billion from the Big Bang, right? And then it's what 4.5, 4.7 since the formation of the Earth, if I
Yeah,
remember
something like
correctly.
that.
So the reality is, like our habitation, this time in the universe is like a blip in comparison to the actual overall age of the universe.
Yeah, but did you say a second ago the universe was infinite?
I would say, yeah, in the past and the future, unless you have evidence that it didn't exist before.
I disagree with that. I don't think it logically makes sense to say that because
Why
if
not?
the past is completely infinite, like I have no way of knowing how I'd get to the present moment.
Well, I do. You would go one moment at a time, like anyone else.
But you said that past was completely infinite. That means it has no
Mhm.
beginning. So
You got
how
it,
do
yeah.
we how in the world do we know that we're at the present moment now? How did we get here?
Because we're here right now. So
But hold on, but that's begging.
how many
Go ahead.
numbers are there?
Well, some people argue it's infinite because there's like an infinity sign.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could count literally
But
forever, right?
I mean, I guess, but
All right,
that's still, yeah,
can you go from 1 to 2
yeah. You could go from one to two, sure.
even though there's an infinite amount of numbers?
I don't know if I could say that though. I don't know if there really is an infinite amount of numbers. I think some people disagree with that.
How? We made them up. Obviously, there's an infinite number of them.
I don't know. Let me look this up. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess there is
Mhm.
an infinite number. I don't know.
So my point is just
Anyway,
because there's an infinite amount of moments doesn't mean that you can't traverse from moment A to moment B.
hmm.
And so I know the objection that you're giving. It's part of like what goes into the Hilbert's Hotel analogy. And the reason why it doesn't work is because it's basically committing a category error. You're saying, look, if we start at the beginning of infinity, we'll never get to now. Well, there is no beginning of infinity. It's just you've formed something wrong. You can't say from the beginning of infinity because there's no beginning. Every time you have a starting point, it's going to be on a finite point on that timeline because all moments are finite. So saying from the beginning is a useless thing. It's like saying at the beginning of this circle that I have on the page, the beginning of the circle, but you can still get from point A to point B on that circle.
Well, couldn't we we can make like a distinction between like an abstract mathematical object like you're talking about right now and then like an actual concrete thing, right? Because okay, I'll grant you, okay, yeah, numbers are infinite, but like if numbers are just like abstractions, then they would just exist conceptually, right? But what we're talking about here is a succession of real events in the
Hmm.
physical world, which I think would be a different category than the analogy you gave.
But what I
You
still
know,
don't see the problem.
like, do you think there's a difference between an infinite set of abstract numbers and an infinite number of things existing in reality?
Sure, but that doesn't create a problem still. Where's the problem?
Yeah, because what I would say is that uh, like an actual infinite can't be formed by successive addition, right?
Why not?
Like, well, I would say, well, the past wouldn't be actually infinite. I would say that like if it was formed by successive addition, then that wouldn't make any sense if it had no beginning,
Why not?
um,
What's the part
because
that
you
doesn't
wouldn't
make
have.
sense?
Well, I would say just the part, like the starting point part, like
There's no starting
that
point.
part of it.
You keep making a category error. There is no starting point. I don't know why. Every time you say starting point, you're making a category error. Every point is just a finite point on the timeline. There's no starting point at the beginning of infinity because infinity doesn't have a beginning,
Hmm.
right? If I said, listen, I need you to start at the starting point of this circle and go around it 5 times, you and I both know there's no starting point on this circle, right? So what that means is I've asked you to do something that's a category error. I've asked you to put a starting point on something with no starting point. That's what you're doing with infinity. You're saying I can't count from the starting point of infinity to now. Well, of course you can't. It's a category error. Infinity doesn't have a starting point.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about this? Like, um, if I asked you to like start at negative infinity, like, and then count upward to zero, when do you begin?
There is no negative infinity. I mean, you can count infinitely negative,
Yeah.
but what do you mean by a negative infinite?
Um,
I
well, what
mean,
I'm saying is
in
yeah,
math you
like
can
if you're
have
saying,
like a infinite as a set. Like you use infinity as a set, but like maybe I didn't understand the question. Say it again.
yeah, so I was saying like, um, if so because if numbers are like potentially infinite, right? You can always count higher, then that means you could go the opposite direction. So if I
Sure.
told you to start at like negative infinity and then count upward to zero, when do you begin?
You wouldn't count from the start of negative infinity. You made the same category error. You keep asking to do something from the beginning of infinity, and there's no such thing as the beginning of infinity.
Okay. Um, so you're saying there's never a moment at which the universe had to start traversing at an infinite distance. So basically, you're saying every past event is only finitely far from the present?
Yeah, every event is a finite moment in time, and it has a finite amount of time between any two events.
Okay. Okay, how about this? Can an actually infinite number of completed sequential events exist in reality?
It wouldn't be infinite if they were 100% completed.
Hmm.
You mean if infinity stopped? Like if there was an infinite ongoing number of events and then it just stopped? Well, yeah, once it stopped, you can have it all completed. But the idea of infinite time is that it never stops. You never have a completion. Unless you think that the
Hmm.
present moment is a stopping point, but I don't think it is because it continues to go.
Hmm. Well, I see where you're coming from on this. Yeah, I mean, okay. So just to be clear, let's say I'll grant you the universe is infinite, right?
Hmm.
Um, like what would you say? So like the function, for example, of like we were talking about the DNA, right? Like this is kind of like information that's organized. Like, how do you, if it's if it's completely by chance, right? The cause, how do you get to the point where you have DNA functioning as it does now?
One step at a time over the course of billions of years.
Right, but it's completely random, right?
No, it's not completely random. No, it's based on survival, right? So, for example, let's imagine near one of the hydrothermal vents in Japan, we see abiogenesis happening. Well, the reality is that new whatever life that you're going to call it is going to immediately get gobbled up by existing life, right? So it's just one of those things where it's step by step, but once you get to a certain point in that step, it becomes in order to survive, it has to feed on other biological organisms. And then the DNA changes and combines. So the animal or the entity that is able to survive because it has the best characteristics to survive in the environment would reproduce, and the ones that can't reproduce would die off. And it then creates a progression of getting stronger, getting probably larger, getting better at escaping, getting better at capturing, and then probably better at reproducing. And so every generation is going to increase or at least move the needle on some sort of survival instinct, because the ones that don't die off.
Mm. But those survival instincts would be maintained by creatures that are conscious and have minds, right?
No, not necessarily. Like, even bacteria have what we call survival instincts. So if foreign bacteria make it into a bacteria colony, the bacteria in that colony will actually kill the invading bacteria. And they don't have brains; they're not thinking about it. These are just biological, like mechanical processes, just like in the Venus flytrap. In the Venus flytrap, it's got these little hairs on the inside of it, and once about 3 or 4 of them get tweaked, then it'll close on the fly. But if a fly comes in and only takes like pushes on 1 or 2 hairs, it won't close. There's a biological mechanism that causes it to close, and it looks like it's thinking, right? It looks like it's waiting there for the fly and then snaps on it, right? But in reality, it's just a biological reflex. And then when you have an organism that's evolving for 3.5 billion years, new biological reflexes, one on top of the other, you get a very intelligent entity like what we have.
Would you say then with the bacteria that it's the equivalent of just muscle memory? Like it's
Yeah.
not okay.
Yeah.
It's like
It's a
muscle
reflex.
memory over time or reflex. Okay, over time.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I
Well,
can hear where you're coming from.
yeah. Well, let me. Well, do you believe in young Earth or old Earth creationism?
I haven't made my mind. I grew up being taught old Earth, so I believe the universe was as old as like you're saying it, but I don't know. I can't be certain about it.
Sure. Well, let me put something into the bucket that might push you in that direction, and then maybe we can talk about the Christian God a little bit. So I think, to me, to date, maybe the strongest piece of, oh, sorry, my monitor just went out again. I got one monitor. Actually, I got 2 monitors here that are just really acting up for some reason lately. I'm gonna have to look into that, but it's back up now. So in the biological, maybe evolutionary proofs, we might call it, like things that in favor of evolution, I think we've got a lot of really good ones, but I think my favorite one is probably going to be, it used to be ERVs, and I think ERVs are really cool. They're endogenous retroviruses. However, there's another thing called pseudogenes, and pseudogenes are really interesting. It's kind of like what we have animals, and then they have genes that they're like coding for a particular protein or like maybe a particular vitamin, and then they become broken. Oops, it doesn't work anymore, right? It's really interesting. So like one of those would be our ability to process vitamin C. Most of our ancestors still, and most of the animals actually have the ability to process vitamin C. Human beings, we have all the genetic code to do it, but there's like one broken piece that prevents us from producing our own vitamin C, which is why we get scurvy if we don't have enough of it. This would be a pseudo gene, meaning the genes are there, everything is supposed to work, but it's not expressing properly. Why would we have all of these genes? Well, evolution explains it perfectly. In fact, like 70% of our DNA is made up of roughly pseudocode, code that used to work in an ancient ancestor that doesn't work now, and we don't need it to work. We can get by fine without it. This is predicted pretty well within evolution, but it doesn't make any sense. If God is an efficient programmer, all of our DNA should be perfectly functional. We shouldn't find broken genes that don't work in us, but it works in all these other animals.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I've always been interested in evolution, because I grew up being taught it in school. Um, but I don't know. I guess, like, I feel like everything is kind of a story. Like, even if you do have evidence, like, we can't be 100% certain about it because we weren't there when it was happening. We can have good reasons to believe in macroevolution, right? But that doesn't mean that we can know because we weren't there.
Well, I mean, I agree we weren't there, but we have information, we have data from the past, right? I don't know what happened
Mhm.
at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, but I know it was signed and I know who signed it.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I
you can
mean?
say that. Hmm.
And we would say the same thing about the God you believe in. You're like, well, I've not seen Jesus, I've not seen God, but based on the evidence, maybe the Bible, I believe in the thing anyways, right?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, so evolution's the same. We have millions of data points that point into evolution that are really only explained by evolution. So, for example, here's another really cool thing. And I don't know if these are categorized as pseudogenes because they're like still functioning. But in the animals that we know used to be on land, they're land mammals, and then they progressed to living in the water, like dolphins and whales. They don't have gills; they breathe air out the top of their blowholes and whatnot. It's interesting because on Earth we have olfactory receptors, and the way olfactory receptors is, they're like the shape and size of them. They can only bind to like one chemical. Let's say we've got an olfactory receptor here that can only bind to, say, like a sulfur molecule, right? It's detecting sulfur. So land-born animals only have typically airborne olfactory receptors because we're on the land. We only need to smell airborne stuff.
Yeah.
What's interesting is the animals that used to be on land that have been in water now for millions of years, um, their fish relatives have nothing but water olfactory receptors, meaning they can smell stuff in the water. But the ones that transitioned back into the water, like 30 to 40% of their olfactory receptors are still designed to only bind to airborne chemicals rather than waterborne chemicals. This doesn't make sense in a creation framework, but it makes perfect sense in the evolutionary framework. In fact, we predicted it in the evolutionary framework, and then we went out and found it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it starts with this. So, like, I've never taken a literal reading of Genesis
Mm-hmm.
ever since I like grew up believing it. So I think you're right. If you were to take like the idea that Genesis is a scientific textbook, which I don't think it is. I don't think that's the genre the literature is being written in. But if you were to take it that way, then I'd agree with you. This wouldn't support creationism. But if you look at Genesis as, something beyond that, then I think you could harmonize the two things like you're talking about.
Well, I think the problem is, for example, if you believe in a universe that's got an infinite past, that biological organisms progressively evolved,
Mhm.
like at that point, you kind of have an explanation for everything that we see around us. I don't know why I would mix a god into that. I don't know what I gain by adding a god to the recipe when my recipe already kind of explains what I need. What's the benefit of adding a god into it?
Um, well, and you guys may not like this argument, but but I believe that without God, it may be difficult for us to even be able to make truth claims at all.
So
Meaning, like, I don't think we'd
why?
be able to be capable of even having knowledge,
Why?
because I don't think we'd be able to like justify whether we're actually experiencing those things or not. And I know people don't like that argument, but I think it's true.
Well, it's basically it's a presuppositional argument where we've heard it a lot. It's not uncommon.
Yep.
But I don't think you and I would have the same definition of knowledge. What do you think knowledge is?
Well, do you think it's that which corresponds to reality or something like that?
Yeah. So knowledge is basically when we are able to gain information, or gain a warranted belief in something. So I would say I have knowledge that I'm holding an apple in my hand right now. I have a warranted belief in that, right? I don't know if you need to have 100% certainty to have knowledge, because like you believe in God, you have quote unquote knowledge of God, but I sure don't have 100% certainty, do you?
No, I don't think you can have 100% certainty really about anything.
Right, that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah. But I would say that, like, knowledge would require truth, right? And truth requires like something rational in reality, something that you can interpret, right? And
Well,
and then like reasoning that truth would require universal laws of logic, right?
I don't think so. What do you think
So
truth is?
I would say, well, from my framework, I would say truth is like um, belief that's like justified within the framework of an intelligible order.
I think the definition of truth is typically something akin to that which is actually the case. So, for example, if I said I'm holding an apple, and you look at it, you're like, well, yeah, it's true. You are holding an apple. It's true because you observed it to be true. You're saying, yes, the proposition matches reality. That's what we call truth. I don't think there is such a thing as like truth out there floating in the universe that we have access to. What we call true is just a comparative operation. We have a proposition and then we have an observation.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I don't know if I'm actually seeing an apple, because remember we said we couldn't be 100% certain. So like I see
Mm-hmm.
you're eating an apple right now. I
Mm-hmm.
believe you are, but I could be deceiving myself, or my brain could be deceiving me that you're eating an apple right now.
Sure thing, yeah. Mm-hmm. But truth
Right.
doesn't have to have 100% certainty. So, like, if you say it's true, like this proposition is true, the only way to validate that is through observation, trial, scientific method, things like that. There's no such thing as like an objectively true thing. I think the closest you'll get are the laws of logic, but the laws of logic, I don't think exist transcendentally either. I think that they're just humans' language to describe the behavior of isness.
I know that they are human language, but I mean, it's like it's always true, right? Like, it's kind of like I think the law of identity is always true, even if you and I weren't here to perceive it.
But it's not a law. Like nothing's following the law. Like we call it a law because it's consistent. It always seems to be the case that it works. But it's like nothing's following it. Like the law of identity wouldn't exist if human minds didn't exist.
Yeah, that's true. But the truth of the concept would be true outside of our mind. I think it's mind independent. Because, like, let's say there was no humans at all, but there was a moon. It would always be true that the moon cannot be the moon and not the moon at the same time. Even if we didn't come up with that concept, that is still a true statement.
But the concept itself doesn't exist. The moon does exist, right? So we're describing the way nature functions with these laws. The fact that nature functions that way doesn't mean that the laws are transcendental or they exist outside of human minds. It just means that this is how the universe behaves. That's all.
Okay, so you're just saying, like, we don't need any of these laws because these brute facts just exist?
No. I'm saying
Is that what you're saying?
the laws are descriptions, not prescriptions, is what I'm saying. Like we invented the laws to describe what we observe in the universe.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? It's kind of like The law, we'll call it the law of gravity, if you could call it a law. Gravity is still going to work even if we have a law for it or not. The law of that we use to describe gravity is just describing the phenomenon that we already know to exist, namely gravity, how it functions, right? And the laws of logic are the same. Laws of logic are our way of describing how being happens, how being works.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Let me ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
I'm really intrigued by the Christian God. I grew up. I had 12 years in the Catholic school, and I was a Christian for a long time myself. I became a Christian when I was young because I was raised in it. Other than being raised in Christianity, what would be a good reason for somebody to join the Christian religion, assuming that they believed it to be true? They're not just joining for like social benefits.
Well, uh, I would say that it gives a good framework for how society can assess that human beings are valuable and how we ought to treat each other. So I think that it gives the most consistent framework with how to treat others. You know,
Well, let me ask you a couple questions. Are you assuming that, like, when God tells you the way to behave in the Bible, those are good ways to behave?
well, I would just kind of appeal to like Moses. So what he receives on Mount Sinai, right? And then what Jesus fulfills when he tells us that the summation of the law and the prophets is to love God and love your neighbor, and to serve the poor and to put others before yourself,
Have
forgive
you
other people.
have you read much of the law given to Moses? Could it also says that you can sell your daughters as concubines?
So I'm referring to the moral prescription. So like the summation of the law, like the law and the prophets, it stands on loving God and loving your neighbor. Not so I'm not speaking in reference to like things that happen during a war or
I'm
um,
not either.
yeah.
It's in Exodus 21. It's just a statement. In fact, it's one of the earliest statements in the legal codes of the Bible as part of the covenant code. It just says that you can sell your daughter as a well, they refer to her as a slave, but the reality is she's a concubine because she's been purchased uh, to serve as somebody's baby maker. So that's what a concubine is. So like this to me seems like pretty crazy behavior that you can just sell your daughter as a slave, and then whoever buys her can like determine what's going to happen with her body.
Yeah, I don't know that passage.
I can
So
read it.
I wouldn't want to. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the passage.
Don't worry, I got the passage up here. Give me 1 second. I'll
Okay.
grab it for you. It's not a
Yeah,
terribly long passage.
yeah, and if you really want the context, the rest of the chapter isn't much better at all in any way.
Yeah, it is a tough chapter, but it says in Exodus 21:7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. So this is a man who's buying a young girl to be a slave wife.
Hello, do you hear me?
Uh-huh. I hear you now, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry, I think it cut out. Yeah, so um, yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't want to make anything up because I haven't like read enough of Exodus to so I wouldn't want to like comment on something I don't understand very well. I think prima facie, right? Like on the face of it, if you're to read that, I can understand why somebody would take trouble with it, you
Hmm.
know. But I feel like if you read it in light of like the rest of Exodus and like what's going on historically and contextually, I think you can kind of understand, not to justify the behavior, but you can kind of understand what's going on.
I have read Exodus and I've read the other legal codes as well, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, and whatnot. This seems pretty par for the course. God allows you in Deuteronomy 21 to kidnap women in war. In Numbers 31, he allowed people to take little virgin children as war brides. This seems kind of like right in
Which may I
place
say,
for Bronze Age gods.
in Deuteronomy 20, he specifically describes a situation, a story that is almost parallel with what happens in Numbers 31, completely approving of it, saying that you are to annihilate everybody except the little girls, and you are to save them for yourselves as like treasure of war.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's rough. I would just appeal to, I've heard this explanation before that like God is working in a community that already does these things. And
So,
so,
No.
yeah.
Can,
So,
can I?
okay, can I just finish? So, like,
yeah,
this
go ahead.
community was already practicing slavery, was already selling people, and I think Jesus talks about this in the New Testament when he says, "Because of your hardened hearts, this is the reason why God, permitted these things to happen, and even gave you legal codes for these things to happen." It's because it's possible that nobody would have actually followed God if he just told them right out to stop this. There
So,
could be a universe where they don't listen.
right. So there's a couple things there, and then I think Marcy had a
Yeah.
follow up as well. When they left Egypt, they were slaves for 400 years. They didn't own any slaves, unless you think the slaves were owning slaves. So, but we're not told that they had any slaves up until God says you can have slaves. So I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense to me. And God could have told them not to own slaves because he does so in Leviticus 25. He says not to enslave your Israelite brothers, although clearly you can enslave the women, but not to enslave the Israelite brothers because he says they're my slaves, right? So you shouldn't sell them as slaves because they're mine. So he could tell them, yeah, just the thing I told you about your Israelite brethren, don't do that with anybody.
Mhm.
You don't need them. You can just pay them. And
Yeah.
then I guess the last thing I would say is you said, well, nobody would follow the laws. Well, I mean, nobody followed any of the laws anyways. God said not to commit adultery. They didn't follow that law. In fact, God's favorite king couldn't even follow that law, King David.
That's true.
God says don't worship idols. It's like literally the first commandment. They worship idols. So I don't know if God, like saying that God didn't give the command to not own slaves because they wouldn't follow it makes a lot of sense because they didn't follow any of the laws, right?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it is. No, this is not me justifying the behavior. Just want to make that as a
Hmm.
disclaimer. That is kind of just the way the economies worked back then. You know what I mean? And kind of to tell people, just to stop, because he's giving this specifically to Israel. But remember, there's a bunch of other cultures that are also practicing the same thing, right? And so, like, I don't know, man. I just feel like it's difficult to get everybody on board with something that's just how the economy works.
But
You
they
know?
didn't have to work that way. God has the ability to define what the economy is. And like everybody was polytheist. This was the only supposed monotheistic God. And he said, there's no other God beside me. That was a huge change for them, yet he did it anyways. And he says in Leviticus 18, the goal of this legal code is to make you different from the nations that are around you. He says you'll be a holy people, a priesthood, by following these
Mhm.
laws. The goal of these laws is not to be like, well, everyone's doing it. The goal of these laws is to say, hey, if you follow these laws, you'll be way better than all of these people. It just happens to be that God
Mhm.
didn't seem to have a problem with owning slaves.
Do you think that like it's progressive though? Like over time, the Israelites can learn that these things are wrong, and it has to go through trial and error, and then they eventually realize, okay, this is not right.
Can you
You
point
know?
to where that happened?
He'll probably point to Matthew 19 with Jesus and the law of divorce, right?
Yeah, I think there's an evolution there. I mean, even with the way the rabbis, I think, like start interpreting a lot of these passages, like you can tell that there's a change over time.
Right. Well, that's because eventually the rabbis realized that these laws were outdated and needed to find a way to modify them, right? Same way Christianity did. Christianity was like, hey, we don't like these laws either. We need to modify them. But the lawgiver in the Hebrew Bible states otherwise. In fact, he states that you're going to have to follow these laws forever. So in Deuteronomy 29, He says, the secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever to observe all the words of this law. So the goal of the law is to have people follow it. And he even says during the end times that when God circumcises the hearts of all the people, it says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, we would rightly recognize if you're a Christian, then this happened when people believed in Jesus, right? Paul says that when you believe in Jesus, your hearts are circumcised. So we would assume that this either happened after Jesus or it hasn't fully happened. It'll happen in the future, right? The circumcision of the heart.
Yeah, I think it's progressive. Yeah.
Right. But the problem is, in verse 8, it says, when this happens, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So in Deuteronomy, it suggests during this period when the hearts are circumcised, which is repeated again in Ezekiel 44, during the new kingdom, the new Jerusalem,
Right.
that you'll be following all these laws. So it doesn't seem to me that these are progressive laws. The Old Testament God says you got to follow these things forever.
Yeah. I mean, I disagree because Jesus kind of talks about how he's giving you a new law, right? Like the law of Christ. And I think Paul talks about this as well. But he always references the 10 commandments, like specifically the law
Who?
written on people's hearts.
Who did?
If you go to Romans 2, it's either Romans 1 or Romans 2, but he talks about how the Gentiles have the law written on their hearts, and because they believe that law, they'll be justified. I don't think that's referring to 613 commandments.
I
So,
I could be wrong,
I don't
but I
believe
don't
that.
think the Ten Commandments are actually uttered once in the New Testament. Like, I don't think
No, you're right.
the phrase Ten
You're
Commandments
right.
ever shows up. And the
Well,
two most
we
important
say,
commands, right? You already
Mhm.
mentioned the two most important, love your neighbor as yourself and love your God with all your mind, heart, and soul. Those aren't part of the Ten Commandments. That's Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18.
Well, but that's the summation, though. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not contained within the Decalogue, but Jesus calls that the summation. He applies that to the Decalogue. But you're right, it doesn't say the 10 commandments, but the reason we call it 10 is because Paul and Jesus both list those 10, right?
Where?
Out of 613. Paul talks about it, I think, in Romans 13. And then Jesus talks about it in, oh God, what is it? Is it Matthew?
Well, Paul says you
Going
don't
off of
follow
memory.
any of the law. Paul says you're in Ephesians chapter 2, 14 and 15 that all the law has been abolished, all of it.
Oh, no, he's not. He's referring to the law of Moses, which is specific to the what do you call it? Aquinas made a distinction between the ceremonial and what's the other thing?
But
There's moral,
Jesus never did.
ceremonial, and judicial laws.
But that's
I
not in
believe
the
Jesus did.
that's not in the Bible.
I believe Jesus did make that distinction
Can
because
you show me
he's
where?
consistently, he's consistently referencing. Well, hold on, let me show you. So, if you read, we'll start with Paul. Okay, Paul always makes a distinction between the law of Moses and then the law of Christ.
Can you show me
You
where?
read it contextually.
Because
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
the law of Christ is not referring to the Ten Commandments.
I believe it is. I mean, I don't know why would you say it isn't?
Because that's the law of Moses. The law of Christ is something completely different. In fact, James even would bring it up.
The
But
law of liberty.
yeah, exactly. That's freedom
Yeah.
from sin. That's the law of Christ.
Okay, so if we go to Romans 13, I think it's Romans 13. Yeah, here it is. See, love fulfills the law. If you go to verse 8, he says, "Let no debt remain outstanding except the continuing debt to love one another, for whoever loves others has fulfilled the law. The commandments, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and whatever other command there may be are summed up in this one command. Love your
Yeah,
neighbor as yourself."
and you nailed it.
That's the fulfillment of the law.
Whatever other commandment he lists, he starts with the 10 and then he includes all of them.
Right, but you have to read the rest of what Paul says in his letter to to
I have.
understand what those things are.
No, I've read it. Paul says you're free from all the consequences of the law. In fact, he says don't even get circumcised. Says if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's a distinction right there.
Hmm.
See, the circumcision rite, which is a ceremonial law, versus the essence of the law, which is how you treat others.
But
That's
that's
already a distinction right there.
right. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is Paul doesn't believe that you need to strictly adhere to the law. Jesus and his Father do. That's why Paul says on multiple occasions the law has been done away with.
Hmm.
But Jesus didn't say that. Jesus says that whoever doesn't follow the law and whoever teaches people not to follow the law will be called least in
Yeah.
the kingdom of heaven. He
Yeah.
didn't
And I
say Ten
believe,
Commandments.
yeah, well, and I agree, because part of the Gospels, Jesus is talking to a mainly Jewish audience, because he said he
Hmm.
came to the lost sheep of Israel, right?
Hmm.
So at a certain point, you're right. They had to keep those laws, but Jesus says not a jot or tittle of the law will pass until all be fulfilled, right? Or what does he say? Until
Until all is
heaven and earth
accomplished,
pass away.
heaven and earth
Well,
pass
is it?
away. Yeah. So he
Yes,
says,
and I believe.
"For I
Yeah,
truly
go
tell
ahead.
you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter, that's the jot and tittle, will not pass
Yeah.
from the law until all is accomplished. But all being accomplished is the new heaven and new earth."
Yes, and I believe the new heaven and the new earth, or the heaven and the earth that it's talking about, is in reference to the temple. Because if you read early rabbinic writings, it refers to the temple as where heaven meets earth, and this is actually, and the temple falls in 70 A.D. Okay, so I think a good interpretation
Wait,
is
do you think the
that
earth passed away in 70 AD?
no, I think the temple passed away. Heaven and earth is a reference to the temple where heaven meets earth.
Why would anyone think that?
Well, you just ask the rabbis. That's how they believed it
Well,
was.
I know rabbis. I don't know any rabbis that would say that the temple passed away when it says the heaven and earth passing away.
No, no, not that they believe the temple passed away. You can ask rabbis if they believe that the temple is where heaven meets earth.
Well, yeah,
They'll
all
tell you
ancient
that
people
that
who
was
built temples did that. The Babylonians did too. When they built their ziggurats, they literally would call them the gateway of heaven to earth or the mountain gateway of God. They believed that the temples would reach high enough into the skies that they would act like a man-made mountain, and they believed that the
yeah,
gods lived in the skies, and so the temple is what allowed you to commune with the gods. That's all they're
sure.
referring to. The temple is
And
not a
this,
representative of heaven and earth.
well, for them it was. And you can actually see this historically, because the Christians, right? They were continuing, I'm sorry, the Jewish converts, right? They were continuing to keep many elements of the law of Moses up until this point. And that's why you got to read the book of Acts, because Acts shows you a transition point, right? Where Peter stands up in the Council of Jerusalem in Acts 15, and then he starts saying, okay, now you don't have to keep kosher anymore, right? I had this vision. You can now eat the animals. You also don't need to be circumcised anymore.
That's
So that,
Acts
and if
10 and Acts 15. Yeah,
you got
I've
it,
read the
right?
book,
And
buddy.
so this is leading up to the destruction of the temple. If you look at the dating of the book of Acts, which would be consistent with what I'm saying, the early converts keep this until a certain point, until the council tells them, all right, it's time for us to move on.
Yeah, I think the problem you're going to have is the rest of the Bible disagrees with that view. And in Second Peter, the heaven and earth haven't passed away yet.
I also just wanted to point out that like
Yeah.
if you take this worldview that like the law ends whenever the heaven and earth ends, and then the temple was somehow heaven and earth in some weird way, that you're kind of arguing that slavery became bad in 78 AD. Like I just feel like that's just a little silly. Just
No,
seems
That
a
is
little
kind of the
silly.
connection, though. Yeah. Actually,
that no, that's not the point.
to be fair, I would actually take it a step further. If the law passed away in 70 AD, it would mean that slavery is still perfectly legal. Because the law wasn't allowing you to do slavery, the law was regulating slavery theoretically, which means if there's no more regulation, you can do as much as you want.
No, I disagree, because it's not talking about, because first of all, the slavery laws were only for that specific time.
Nope,
We
God
we
said
don't have
forever.
any indication. we don't have any indication that after the Torah is written, in the period that the later prophets are in, that this slavery stuff is still going on. We
Yeah,
actually
we
don't
do.
have any
We have a
historical.
lot of indication.
Yeah,
Like the
Shema.
20
Mhm.
times in Deuteronomy it says that the law is forever. That's pretty good indication.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
But I'm asking for a historical argument that the later prophets, after the Torah was revealed, were
Is the
continuing
Bible not
to do
reliable?
slavery.
But First and Second Kings, people own slaves all over the place. In fact, Shammai is killed for going to after Solomon takes the throne. Shammai is killed for going and retrieving his runaway slaves because
Okay,
he
and
wasn't
so
supposed to leave his territory. He made a
right,
deal saying, "I would let you live because you were friends with my father, but if you leave your territory, I'll kill you." And then his slaves run away, and he's like, "Well, fuck, I got to go get him." So he leaves his territory, and boop, he gets capped. He's done. So we know they had slaves, and they were going to get their slaves, so on and so forth. And they had eunuchs. The eunuchs were slaves that worked in the harem.
yeah, but I'm talking about like the later writings of the prophets. I understand Second Kings is a
What about
historical
them?
writing. You're right,
Isaiah
but
Isaiah talks about people coming back eventually to be slaves to the Jews.
Yeah, Isaiah
So
60.
like specifically to the Israelites. So like
Yep.
yeah, even Isaiah himself was saying that the Jews own slaves or will be owning slaves at some point in the future. So yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We still do.
Isaiah 60 verse 12 says, "The nation and the kingdom that will not serve you shall perish."
yeah, I think you guys are, because I just looked it up. It doesn't use the word slave directly in
Isaiah
most
60
modern
12.
translations. Yeah, I just looked it up. It
What do you think the
doesn't
Hebrew
say
word is
that.
there?
I'm not sure, but
It's
it
the
doesn't seem like the consensus. Let me
it
look. Hold
is
on.
it is slave. Eved in Hebrew means a slave or a servant. These nations aren't getting paid; they're slaves
Wait, how do you know that in Isaiah 60 they're not getting paid?
because they're slaves. They're serving Israel.
What, but there's no evidence by what you said. Just because someone's serving doesn't mean they're not getting paid.
That's how it works. It's called tribute. That's why in the all the treaties, the vassal treaties that you find in the Bible in the ancient Near East, you're required to serve your vassal. I'm sorry, you're the vassal. You're required to serve your suzerain. But as the vassal, you don't get paid. The best you'll get is possibly protection.
Okay, the best to get is protection. I just feel like this is kind of an argument from silence, though. I
No, it's
mean,
it's an argument from data. Like I've read that
it,
all of Deuteronomy is a suzerain vassal treaty. It's like exact layout of the Esarhaddon treaty with Tyre.
and you're saying that there is you have 100% certainty that these people were not paid.
Why would they be paid? How are you going to pay a whole nation? In fact, all the nations. How is Israel paying all of the nations? 'Cause it says
Well,
all
doesn't
of the nations that left over that don't serve Israel will be wiped out, which means all the nations that don't get wiped out are serving Israel. Are they getting paid? Why would how's Israel paying all of the nations?
well, because doesn't the Torah talk about how you have to give an honest wage to people who work?
To an employee, but these aren't
Yeah,
employees;
and
these are
that's
slaves.
yeah. I disagree that it's the same. Are you thinking of this like chattel slavery then? Like I
It
don't
is
think it's
chattel.
the same thing.
No, this is called corvée labor. It's when you're forced to produce labor for another nation. It's not quite the same as chattel slavery because they don't own you as personal property. They just own a percentage of your labor and output.
Okay, yeah, but aren't they paying off a debt though?
A debt for what? What are you talking about?
They're working off a debt. The
The
fact that they were
nations?
against.
No.
What
Yeah,
what
yeah, they're
what what,
working
what
off a
debt are the
debt, right?
nations paying off?
The fact that they were fighting against Israel and they committed crimes, right? So that wouldn't they be paying a
Mhm.
criminal debt off?
No, God brought them there. In Zechariah 14 and Zechariah 12, God says He's bringing the nations there to fight.
Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I don't know.
Mhm.
I guess you're saying they're not being paid, so
Mhm.
they're just I mean,
Yeah.
how are they gonna
Uh,
be treated? Like,
the word for a paid worker is a shakir. It shows up in Leviticus 25, 39 and 40, but it doesn't show up here. This is just the root word evid for slave.
okay.
Right.
Well, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I don't want to speak from ignorance too much. I mean, that's why I'm questioning you. I'm trying not to
Mhm.
make any assertions here. I'm just
That's
trying
fair.
to get information from you. Yeah, but no, man, I appreciate the conversation. I don't want to bore anybody. This has been going on a while, but yeah, man, thanks for having me up. I'll do some more research on some of the things you brought up. I
Hey, no problem.
appreciate it.
Let me read one more
Yeah.
verse to you before we
Okay.
lose it, because it was relevant to the topic of the heaven and earth. I just want to make sure that we don't miss it. What we find in 2 Peter 3 was what I was referring to. Peter says, "The day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night, and then the heavens will pass away with a loud noise, and the elements will be destroyed with fire, and the earth and everything that is done on it will be disclosed." So the idea of the new heaven and new earth in the New Testament agrees with the Old Testament, essentially, which is that everything on the earth and everything in the heavens is going to be entirely annihilated and remade.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. Yeah, that's what it says.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, I
Thanks for
think it
coming and
should.
chatting with us. I mean, you're perfectly polite. We respect you for it. We get a lot of Christians up here that kind of lose their minds, but you dealt really well with everything we went through.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. You're pretty kind yourself. I hope you guys have a good day.
Sure thing. Have a good one. All right. Well, nice fella. Let me grab. We're gonna grab Crystal real quick. I think Crystal got an announcement, and then we're gonna grab some super chats while we're waiting for some guests to load up. I apologize. I didn't have the Video Ninja guest box open for YouTube and Facebook yet. I don't know. My memory slipped. The guest box is open now. If you go to tiny.cc/DZ live, you will be able to get into the guest queue. My deepest apologies for not having that open, but let's grab Crystal real quick. What's the word, Crystal?
I don't have an announcement.
Oh,
You know what, Justin? I just came to ride your coattails for a
hell
minute because
yeah.
I'm sitting at almost 8,000 followers right now, and I want to get to 10,000 before my 60th birthday on June 29th.
Let's
So I was
go.
just thinking maybe some of your people could follow me over here, and then over on YouTube, I just hit 1,000. But why not? Why not try to hit 2? You know what I'm just saying.
Yeah, friends, let's bump her up. That's good. So you're almost on your way to getting monetized on YouTube then.
I need a few more watch hours over there, but yeah,
Mhm.
I'm almost monetized over there now.
Okay. Dope. Fantastic. Guys, make sure you're following both Marcy and Crystal. Great creators in the community. Although Marcy doesn't have not Facebook, YouTube yet. Is that correct? You're still not on YouTube?
I technically am, but I haven't posted a single video or touched that account at all in any way, shape, or form. So, like, no, not really.
Happens. Soon, Marcy will be utilizing YouTube. But Crystal's already there. So, friends, make sure you
Possibly,
drop them
maybe at some point, maybe.
in time. In
And my
time.
YouTube is I am Crystal J, all one word, JAE.
Yeah, it should be in your link tree too if they click on your profile, right?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah. Well, Crystal, you're always welcome to hang out here. But I'm gonna read some super chats. We got a bunch during that call, and we don't have a guest in the queue, so now's a great time to get into the guest box, friends. I apologize. I just opened the guest box for YouTube and Facebook. I don't know why I forgot to open it, but the guest box for TikTok's been open the whole time. So if you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request button and get yourself in line, and we can talk about your God. Unashamed Apostate, good to see you, friend. Says the charcoal is red, the grill's running hot, Yahweh's booked live, and we're firing the pot. Christians are blue, the chat's gonna sear. Somebody tell Christians their goose is cooked here. That's fucking amazing. That's it. Do I have a button for that? Hold on. I gotta have a really good. I don't have a button on my soundboard for that. Here we go.
Amazing.
That was a really good rhyme, Unashamed Apostate. You should be proud of that one. And Adam says, top incel in the Bible. Okay, for Justin, top incel in the Bible is going to be a tough one. There's a bunch of real chodes in the Bible, though. I'm going to go with... Damn. Paul. Paul's the top incel. If you want to know why Paul was so crazy, why he was so whacked out of his mind, That's why. Yeah, that's why I'm going with. I think it's got to be Paul. If somebody
Is
just
this
got
controversy?
Paul laid, imagine what difference it would have made. The same. It'd be like the summer of George, except for Paul. Zonin, thank you for the super chat, says, does the Lady Burb have a name yet? Or is she like Lot's wife remaining nameless? No! We got a name for the beautiful green burb, and the name is Electra. So it's Occam and Electra. And it's a really fun name. It does really well with the cat names as well, because we got Volta and Faraday, so now we got Electra. It's a really good name. It's a really good name, I think. But you'll see her pop in here eventually. Samurai Jack says you should let Burbs listen to the Raptors in Jurassic Park so it can be a shocker for guests, language for them, and security for you. You know what? I bet if we did play Jurassic Park in the background, like during the daytime, I bet they would pick up on some of it. I'd be really curious to know. They're not quite doing repeating phrases yet, but they're going to be getting close to it. MK Ultra, good to see you, says, I poured a B52 cocktail. I didn't know that was a thing. And the different alcohols were ordered over the other perfectly. Who put them in this order? Density, my friends. I was just learning about this. Carnage told me today about a shot that's got 3 layers. Was it, what the fuck? Is it goose fart? Duck fart? Apparently listen, I don't know what the kids are up to today. Apparently there's a drink called duck fart that's got some beautiful layering in it, and it was so pretty. I was like, fuck, I need to get some duck fart. Hold on. I'll show you what we're talking about. Some of y'all probably know what's going on. You know what's happening here. But
I
this
have
is the first time I've heard
never
it.
heard you say something like, I have got to have some duck fart, Justin.
It's not something that you should say out loud very often. All right, let me get a picture of it. Let's see, open link, a new tab, duck fart. That was
I'm
terrible.
here
I
for
wanted to.
biblical knowledge, and you learn about duck farts. Y'all,
That's right.
this is the kind of high quality production Justin puts on. You know,
That's right. Come for the of the Bible, stay for the duck farts. Here is an image of apparently what a duck fart looks like in a shot. Isn't it beautiful? I think it's a good looking shot. I'd down a couple of them probably.
that is really cool.
I know. I mean, maybe even midstream. You know, it'd be a good time. Take a duck fart every time. Every time a guest tries to put a starting point on infinity,
There's
we'll see.
context.
Rachel, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Friend says, "Cold noses are the pearly gates" by Gary Kurz was what I read when I was still in the Matrix and struggling very badly with the loss of one of my dogs. I don't know. I don't know that one. Now I need to check it out. Hold on. It's called Pearly. I'm sorry, Cold Noses at the Pearly Gates. Okay, so Cold Noses at the Pearly Gates. This is not a book I've heard of, but it looks really cool. It's on Amazon. It says Cold Noses at the Pearly Gates, a book of hope for those who have lost a pet. That's adorable. Now, one thing I would say is, realistically from the Bible, I don't believe that like your specific pet will be in heaven. But there will be animals in the renewed heaven, renewed earth. I don't think it will be your pet. I don't think your specific pet is going to find you in heaven. Matthew, I think we got a guest in here. Let me grab our next guest. Matthew, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. It says, great point about pseudogenes, including the gene for vitamin C, no longer functioning in primates due to fruit diet of ancestors. Why would God allow most other mammals to make their own vitamin C, but not humans? It would be cruel to allow all the other mammals to produce vitamin C and be like, fuck the best of creation, the humans, fuck those people. They don't need vitamin C. Make them eat oranges. And Carnage, the source of duck fart, thank you for the super chat, says duck fart fundraising challenge when? So apparently now I'm on the hook for doing a fundraiser where I have to chug duck farts is what I'm gathering. It seems to be the case. And I think we're going to be having a fundraiser soon for one of our friends over. I don't want to give out too much information. I have to connect with them still yet, but I think we've got a friend in our community that really needs some help. So probably be doing some duck fart fundraising soon, I guess. I hope that's like espresso in the bottom of it because I'm going to need it after all of the alcohols. Is that espresso and then like a cream and then what are the layers?
Carnage has to do some too during that fundraiser.
Yeah,
know
I
what I'm
agree.
saying?
Like,
She
apparently,
she does not get off scot free.
apparently it's whiskey, Kahlua, and Irish cream. That's crazy. They're trying to kill me over here. Jeez, oh Pete's. All right, Miss Magsay, good to see you. Says this isn't that hard. Think of a long line of events, and ours starts in life, one spot on that long line. What we think is a beginning is just showing up on the timeline. That's what I'm saying, Miss Mags. But when we say beginning, it has to be a finite point on the timeline. You can't put a beginning on a thing that has no beginning. So every point, every moment is finite, and it's got a finite number of moments between it and the others, depending on how you divide them. Hey Meek, thank you for the super chat though, friend. Says if you can't trust your senses to determine reality, how can you trust the Bible, which is observed through senses? Exactly. We didn't get too deep into the precept, but that would have been the best thing to do. If you get a dumb preceptor and they're like, well, without God, you can't have knowledge, and knowledge, you can't rely on your senses because they'll fail you. Okay, well, your senses will fail you in determining that the Bible's true. Bryce Aroni, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says the Israelites were already practicing slavery. Yeah, as they were coming out of slavery? How does that work? That's a nonsensical cope. And even if they were doing slavery, so what? Tell them to stop it. That's the point, Bryce Aroni. There's no good reason to believe that they owned slaves while they were in slavery. That seems to be kind of ludicrous. I'm going to get just two more super chats, and we're going to get loony leftists in here. Zach Penetroff, good to see us, says, God doesn't want to scare his followers by telling them not to own humans like cattle, but doesn't care about how his followers feel about cutting tips off their dongles. Fair point. Fair point. We know they didn't want to do that. There was some moaning and groaning on the tip cutting day. You know about that. Remember, before they entered the promised land, all the men had to get circumcised as full-grown adults, and they made a mountain of foreskins. It was wild. William Rogers, thank you for the 1234. Super Chat says the fact that the Bible turns believers into slavery apologists disproves the BS talking point that religion makes people more moral. That's what I'm talking about, William. So the minute somebody says, well, you should be a Christian because of the moral teachings, well, those moral teachings also will cause you to defend atrocities. So like, at what point are we doing morals now? Like, if you can't go to the Bible and see how it's somehow more moral, then it seems like it's failing. All right, let's get loony leftist in here. How you doing,
Hello?
Looney?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Looney, are you at least 18?
Yep, I am.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
I do believe in God.
Sure. Can you get out of the wind? It's kind of loud.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, it is kind of loud. How about now?
Better.
All right.
Okay. Which God do you believe in?
I believe that God isn't unique to one religion. I'm a Baha'i, so the official ones we believe in are Zoroastrianism, the Abrahamic trio, Buddhism, and Hinduism.
Sure. What would be a good reason to believe in the God you believe in?
I mean, the best evidence is just going to be personal experience. Like, all the other arguments are just kind of garbage. Teleological, that just muddies the water. Ontological just doesn't make sense. Cosmological just kind of begs the question and muddies the water. Like, at the end of the day, personal experience from people who have had experience with this God thing, like, that's going to be the best evidence. But at the end of the day, like, I always run into this, that's going to be anecdotal.
So,
and yeah,
I don't know if personal experience is a great form of evidence, because there's like basically nothing that you wouldn't be able to get through personal experience, right? Like, people believe that Bigfoot exists. They've been abducted by aliens. People were visited by the Greek gods. It seems like there's an endless amount of things that you could claim exist if all you need is personal experience, right?
yeah, not all personal experience is going to be correct. I don't know. I had something happen to me that convinced me, but I was talking to another deconstructionist thing, and they just explained it away as being something completely physical, which I don't. deny that there's a physical side to it, but I also say there's a mystical side to it.
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why would, say, someone like me value the personal experience of someone like you when, like, we wouldn't value the personal experience, say, of the guy that got abducted by aliens and got probed.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I can't think of a reason why you should value it. Like I said, it's just going to be anecdotal. It's going to be a dead end. Like, even Alan Watts said that every argument for a god is just going to be kind of bad, and it's just something that, at the end of the day, is going to be true or not true. And I just happen to believe that it's true. It's kind of hard to deconstruct what happened to me in the stories that I've read.
Well, let me phrase it this way. You probably understand at least that your experience will only ever be evidence for you and never evidence for me, right?
I mean, it's going to be perfect evidence for me and evidence that you can discard for you.
Right.
It is de facto evidence. It is testimonial evidence. You just can dismiss it.
Right. Right. So you understand why I would dismiss it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I feel like this just kind of plays into the title of your god is imaginary. It's kind of really only demonstratable in your head or to you. It's not necessarily demonstratable to anybody else,
Right.
which is kind of what the claim is. So
Mhm.
I'm not too sure if we disagree.
Right. We might actually be in mostly agreement here.
Yeah. I'm definitely in agreement that I probably can't really prove it to you, in that I can't show that it's not imaginary. Like, in my experience, it is something that's true, and it can only be true or not true. Or like some weird thing where, like, it's this Spinozan thing that doesn't interact with the world.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, listen, buddy, it sounds like we don't have much to disagree about. So, unfortunately, we'll probably have to move on to the next guest. But appreciate you coming up. We don't hear from a lot of people in the Baha'i faith. So it's interesting to meet one of y'all. But appreciate you being honest and letting us know that, it's just personal experience. And it probably isn't going to be super helpful for anyone who didn't already experience it.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one thing that we like to point to is it's like more of a miraculous event than an outright miracle. But like, if God had something to do with it, then yeah, it would be hardcore evidence for it. But we're also told that miracles aren't really the best evidence. They're a low form of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
yeah.
Well, buddy, take care of yourself and be
You
well.
too.
Interesting. I thought he would have an argument. I was curious to see an argument from somebody in the Baha'i faith, being that we don't typically get them, but being what it is.
I checked his profile and it went through like a little bit of his repost, and he seems just like a normal person, pretty chill guy, pretty cool dude,
Okay. Well, we've got somebody else in the queue. It looks like it's Severin is the name of the guest. So let me grab exactly 3 super chats, and then we're going to get Severin in here. From Cynthia, it says B52 is an amazing drink. See, I just thought it was a band. I had no idea it was actually a drink. It says the duck fart looks like that with a cup of coffee. Chef's kiss. I agree. I would maybe want to put some espresso in that duck fart. It seems like it would be the best way to spice it up. And Jerry Codner, thank you for the super chat, friends. Says barbecue is going good today. Rocker for Doug and Simple Wish for Sharon. We're just getting it kicked off. Hopefully we should have some more guests piling in soon. If you're watching on TikTok, now is a great time to join. The TikTok queue is empty. If you wait till the end of the live stream to get into the TikTok queue, we're probably not gonna be able to take you. The YouTube queue is low. We got a guest waiting to get in on the YouTube queue, but you can also join from Facebook. If you go to the description of the video on Facebook, or Twitch, actually, I don't know if it's in the description on Twitch, you'll see a link, but the link's also on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ live, and we can bring you in as a guest. X Million, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says 2 lives in a row. Doug has surely turned his favorable countenance upon me. Super rock hard for Doug, super wet for Sharon, super gay for Justin, and Justin's fucking rock horizontal? Rock hard? Well, thank you, X Million. I appreciate that. And so I didn't stream Monday, so I'd stream Tuesday instead. And so today's Wednesday. I always stream Wednesday. I am not going to be streaming on Friday because I'm going to be with my son, but I will be streaming tomorrow. So we'll get a number of streams in this week, just not at the usual times. Also, Cynthia 777, it says Jesus is king, and then of nothing. That's hilarious, by the way. That was a good joke. And Severin is waiting to get in, so let's get Severin, and we'll have some conversation loaded up here. How you doing, Severin?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me good?
It's a little quiet, but I think I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Sure. Severin, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, and I'm like a hostage believer, if I can make that distinction.
Can you say that one more time for me?
I'd say I'm a mesotheist, if that's the right term, or like I'm a believer, but um uh, um excuse
You
me, it's like believer but kind of deconstructing at the same time.
Okay, so you're like a deconstructing Christian?
Yes.
Sure, okay. Let me write that down. All right, we see that quite a bit. Let me ask you a couple questions then. What are the reasons that you're still kind of in the religion? What's the sticky point?
Because in my religion, they indoctrinated us with the prophecies in Revelation. I don't know
Mhm.
where you would like to start with that.
Well, I guess it's up to you. Maybe pick out some of the prophecies that you think are the most convincing, and then we can go through them and determine whether or not they actually are convincing.
Okay.
Now for this one.
So the most convincing one would be the sixth seal.
Mm-hmm.
They were telling us that if you've ever heard of the
Revelation
Ellen
16.
G. White, and the earthquake, the great earthquake, the dark day, and the falling of the stars kind of verse.
The sixth seal. Okay, so that's not chapter 16. Was it chapter 7 or 8? Let me double check. Yeah, the seals start in chapter 6. They start opening up the seals. They
Yes.
roll right on into, like, most of them are going to be in chapter 6. Okay, so what's the contention here? What's the fulfillment?
They said that the earthquake refers to the Lisbon earthquake in Portugal, and the what do you call it? The darkening of the moon corresponds to the Black Friday, I believe, the dark day in New. It was one of the states in the USA. It's like New Hampshire, I believe. Are you familiar with that?
No, but maybe you can fill in the gaps. We have
Okay.
like earthquakes and natural phenomenon a lot. I guess I don't really know why
Right.
we would attach these specific events to those in Revelation.
Because their claim was the chronological order of how it happened. So basically, the Lisbon earthquake first happened, and then the next one would be the 1780 dark day, if I can remember that one. And the last one would be the Leonid shooting stars, the meteor stars.
Right, but those are always happening. We have shooting stars like dozens times. We have meteor showers dozens of times a year.
I agree. It's just they said the combination of it didn't happen at any other time. So
Justin, I'm sorry. Is there a problem with? Do you hear like the robotic sound in the voice?
Yeah, it sounds like a
Okay.
voice changer.
Yeah.
oh yes, because I'm sorry I have to do that because I don't really feel safe in my religion. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
But
But
we've
actually,
seen it before. Don't worry.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I might turn your volume up just a little bit so everyone can hear you clearly, though. So the problem I have with like these type of prophecy fulfillments is one, they're kind of vague. Like we could apply these to all kinds of number of natural disaster sequences. I think just randomly picking out sequences would be kind of silly. And the women that you're referring to also predicted that Jesus was going to come back in 1844, and then didn't come back, and then they had to push the date, and then push the date, and push the date. Seems like Ellen White is this kind of a charlatan, a scam artist.
Yes, I believe so too. But for our religion, they were saying that no one really knows when the judgment day comes, but we're pretty sure about the signs. So that's pretty much their hook as to why we shouldn't leave the religion.
Well, I think the signs are an interesting topic because Jesus talks about the signs that are precluding the end times and when those are going to happen. And those are supposed to be within the lifetime of the people that were still alive back then, right? Matthew 16, Matthew 10, and Matthew 24, he states that he's going to be coming back, riding on the clouds to judge mankind, as the Son of Man, during that current generation.
I agree. I've actually been listening to you. Their argument was that was about the oh God, what do you call that again? I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting blank. I'm just kind of nervous right now.
Sure, take your time.
Oh, so they said that it's actually the transfiguration when he said that he was coming with this, in his glory and all that.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem with transfiguration is it doesn't match Jesus's words, right? So that's just in the next chapter, Matthew 17. But it's only 6 days later. It would be it's kind of a silly reference to say that this is going to be fulfilled in 6 days. Like, for example, the way he says it is, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in the kingdom. Well, listen, we know what that means. That's the Son of Man in Daniel chapter 7 and in Enoch coming on the clouds of heaven to judge. It's not a guy walking up a hill and glowing. It's not the same thing. And the transfiguration is only 6 days later. What good is this reference if he knows the events are going to happen 6 days later and all of these people are still going to be alive?
So that verse doesn't have any reference to, because they keep reiterating that it's just a preview of what's about to come. So there's really nothing there to prove that, right?
To prove what?
Like that they're arguing that it's just a preview. The transfiguration is just a preview to prove what he promised, that he will come back.
Yeah, so when I was in Catholic school, that's what they told me. They said the transfiguration is like a glimpse of the future glory and second coming. But to me, that's kind of preposterous because this doesn't say anything about that, right? It says there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which is when he comes to judge everybody. That's why he says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. So this is the judgment. And he's just saying this judgment scene is going to happen. Y'all going to see it before all of y'all have passed away. Some of you are still going to be alive for it.
Yes, I agree, actually.
Right? And that's just kind of the plain reading of the text.
Correct. Yes.
Right. I get if you're in the religion, you would want to do some gymnastics to try to make it say something it doesn't say. But the reality is, if you've never read this book before and you heard that statement, you're like, oh, it just failed. It didn't happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, and also they were saying that the Bible is the most accurate of all because it predicted the world wars. Do you agree with that? I mean,
I don't think.
of course you don't.
I don't think it predicted anything. No.
No.
What do you think it predicted?
They would cite verse in Matthew. You know, when the apostles ask him uh, when when they will know that he's about to return,
Yeah.
and Jesus said, "For nations will rise against nations and kingdom against kingdom."
Hmm.
And basically, they associated that with a world war. So yeah, the first world war would be the nations against nations and kingdom against kingdom. And then when he says, "But the end is not yet," that would be the second world war, according to them.
Yeah, but the problem is that these things have always been going on. Nations warring with each other is something you'll find in literally every generation. Like there's
But
never been
wouldn't
a
that?
time where there hasn't been nation rising up against nation.
But they were saying this one is like a global scale compared to the other,
Well,
wars.
the Gospels don't say that. They don't say that this is global in scale.
But would the apostles think that?
I think when the second coming happens, everybody will think that. That's the point behind the second
Mhm.
coming, is that when Jesus returns and he fulfills all the signs, there will be nobody left who's confused. That's why he says in verse 30, he says, "When the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn." All of them, every single one of them, when he comes. These are all supposed to happen within that generation. The signs of the temple falling, him coming back to judge mankind, all of the earth mourning. He says, "Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place." That includes him going down, collecting all of his elect with the angels and gathering them for judgment. All that was supposed to happen within that generation and just didn't happen.
Oh yes, I remember that too about this generation. Uh, yeah, that's a contradiction actually.
Right.
But I don't know why this religion would also say that a generation can comprise of human generation, including our generation, which I mean, it's honestly absurd to be honest. But
Yeah, it's silly. The statement
yeah,
in Matthew makes no sense if it's a future generation. Right? I'll explain it to you. So basically, this is a time marker. This time marker is to help the disciples know when something's going to happen. Because remember, they're asking Jesus when. When are you going to fulfill all these things? So Jesus gives them an answer, and he says, "Truly I tell you, this generation, meaning this generation, not that generation, this is near, that is far." Right? Says this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Now, the reality is, if he's referring to a future generation, well, now the statement is redundant. It's stupid. You don't need to say it. Everybody knows that future generation that sees the signs will be alive for it. That's how it works to see signs. Like we know dead people aren't going to see it, right? So this statement only makes sense if he's literally saying this current generation will not pass away. If he means something other than that, then the statement doesn't has no force behind it. It's a silly thing to say. You
yes,
know what I mean?
yes, yes.
Yeah. I think the problem with fulfilled revelation is fulfilled prophecies in Revelation is most of Revelation didn't come true. But anyone can go into that book and find like a vague prediction that sounds like it came true, even though it's out of order. The ones that came before it didn't come true. The ones that were after it didn't come true. If you have a book that makes, 150 predictions, eventually something's going to look vaguely like it got fulfilled. But the reality is, it doesn't make up for all of the unfulfilled prophecies, you know?
Right. I've been listening to you about the yeah the yeah. There's a ton of I can't recall, but I've been listening to that one too about prophecies about Jesus and riding the donkey, and it
Hmm.
just doesn't really fit.
Yeah, none of it fits.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of confronting my cognitive dissonance in here. Um,
Okay, it happens.
yes.
When I was deconstructing, I did the same thing. I had to take a lot of deep breaths. I took a lot of moments where I was, you know, asking myself, like, why do I still believe it, even though I know it's nonsense? It takes time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
if
No,
I have
you,
to be honest with myself, it's just I'd rather not have this God exist, because it's just, I mean, the thing is, even our religion would keep saying that we have to invite other people because everybody else just gonna go to hell, and this, you know.
right. It's a pretty vile religion, actually.
Right.
The fact that
Yes.
God loves you, but He'll burn you alive for all of eternity is sickening, actually.
Yes. And,
Yeah, like I've got a child. There's nothing my child could ever do where I would want him lit on fire for all of eternity. Nothing.
exactly.
He could literally stab me 100 times in effort to get rid of me, and I still wouldn't want him lit on fire for all of eternity. So
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
And would you like to hear another? I mean, this sounds ridiculous, but I mean, this is pretty much, I'm kind of just forwarding what they've indoctrinated in me, but they were
Hmm.
saying that yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So the term ends of the earth, uh, what is the consensus, the meaning about
Okay,
that?
so the ends of the earth, typically in the ancient Near East and in the Bible, is referring to the furthest extent that you can go. It's not really referring to corners. The Hebrew word kanaf typically just means the furthest extent. For example, sometimes it just refers to the end of a bird's wing. It just means that the furthest distance you can go on something. So when it talks about the ends of the earth, their conception of the earth is that it was a disc, the flat disc with a dome over top of it. So if you walk in any direction, you'll find an end to the earth somewhere.
Yes. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, because this church says that ends of the earth can also refer to a time frame, like meaning it's like at the very doors. You know that phrase, at the very doors. They were
Hmm.
kind of corresponding it to ends of the earth to
Hmm.
make it a point that our prophet emerged during that time period. I know it sounds comical, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, Ellen G. White, it is, to be fair, I would classify as a cult leader. The amount
Yes.
of people that put her like second to Jesus is, to me, she's very akin to like Joseph Smith almost. Ellen
Yes,
G.
and
White seems like a bad
go ahead.
person.
Sorry. Yeah, and that's how our prophet uh, basically copied the format. It's,
Hmm.
I don't know if you've heard about our church before, but um,
Yeah, I know
yeah.
about the SDA.
No, it's not the SDA actually.
Oh, is it?
It's sorry. Go ahead.
Did she break off from the SDA? Hold on. Wait, let me double check. Mm-mm-mm. I thought we're talking about Ellen White, right? I thought she
Yes,
started
but
the SDA.
correct. But I'm not actually from that religion, but our
Oh.
so-called prophet kind of copied from her, I believe,
Oh, you
because
mean when you say the prophet, you're not referring to Ellen. You're referring to somebody else.
no, if I don't know if you've heard of Iglesia Ni Cristo. It's based in the Philippines, and we have a prophet there that emerged from
Oh.
World War One. That's basically when the religion got registered in that country, and uh, they actually used the verse that's referring to Cyrus. You know
Yep.
that verse?
Yeah, Isaiah
Yeah.
45 and 44.
Yes, that he was claiming that he's the bird of prey that was prophesied. You know,
That's some crazy stuff.
it is.
What's
It
his
is.
name?
I just Iglesia Ni Cristo. So
Oh, I
the
thought that was
middle
the name of
word
the
is,
church.
yes, that's the name of the church.
Okay, what's the name of the leader?
Felix Manalo.
Ah, yeah, I see it now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. I'll have to check into it. I don't know much about the this individual. It looks like let's see, is he alive still? He died in
No.
1963.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I'll have to check into him, and the church. I don't know much about it, but yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, to me, it sounds like a cult. It's like Jim Jones, you know.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was embarrassingly really devoted in this church, but it's just I do have people I care about, uh, gay friends, people who got accused of fornication, and to think that they're gonna be roasted, you know, barbecued forever, it's just not.
Pretty
It just
crazy.
doesn't sit right with me. And
And it shouldn't. It should never sit. The idea that somebody's going to punish you infinitely for a finite crime should
mhm.
should never be a thing. Especially when that crime wasn't
And
even against God. That crime was against the person. Well, theoretically against your own body or another human being. God shouldn't care about that.
right, it's
Yeah.
just that's also the reason why I came here. It's just maybe kind of prove to myself that I just really I don't ever want this to be real, because if it ever is, it's not that I believe genuinely, but it's because I believe out of fear. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why this Bible preaches that we have to love God with all our hearts. When how is that ever possible when He's threatening you to basically go to hell? I mean, there's really no other way around it. No matter how apologists sugarcoat it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not love. If the decision is love me or roast forever, that's not love. That's not free
No,
will.
no,
That's an ultimatum at best.
right.
It's a threat. Right. If
Mhm.
somebody asked you on to go on a date and they say, "Well, if you don't go on a date with me, I'm going to light you on fire." Like, okay, somebody arrest this person. What a ridiculous individual.
Correct. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But for some reason, when it
Yeah.
comes to God, people are willing to accept the nonsense.
hmm
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Listen,
just
Severin, stick around. Join our Discord community. We'd love to hear from you in there. We got a Discord community. People deconstructing. People are already deconstructed. It's a really good place to meet people that are in the same camp that you're in, because it's
mhm.
difficult leaving a religion, especially when that religion is a high control group. We do specifically have one person in our Discord, Dr. Joe, who has some experience working with people that have left high control groups like this. So maybe if you can get a hold of her at one point, that might be helpful to you. But definitely make sure you're reaching out and building some community here, because it's going to be difficult when if you can leave this cult, they're probably going to harass you and you're going to lose a lot of community.
Yes, there's actually shunning involved in this
Right.
religion, and the reason that I sound robotic is because if you read about this religion, there's been some disappearances and uh,
Yep.
mysterious deaths, and I mean, the mere fact that I just joined here is just I'm somewhat scared for my safety already.
It's a super brave move. Like it took a lot of courage to call in and have this conversation, knowing what could happen to you because of this cult.
Yes,
We would
but
love for you to stay in contact with our members on the Discord if you could, so we can keep track of you, make sure you're okay.
that is Dr. Joe, right? You said
Yeah, Dr. Joanne Ketch.
Joanne. Okay.
Yeah, she's amazing.
And also, do you mind if you just pin this video just for future reference? To be honest
Hmm.
with you, I'm really traumatized. I actually like to the point that I just listen to a lot of these deconstruction videos just to
Yeah.
put my mind at ease. Cause yeah,
So
just to
I make notes on all of my calls. I put a note in here to not post this video because it would be dangerous for
oh
anyone to
no, I
hear it,
mean
right?
no, no, I don't mind you posting it. I believe I'm pretty confidential.
Okay.
I meant like if you I don't mind you pinning it. Like you
Okay.
can pin the videos maybe. I would like to get back to it and listen to
Okay.
it a couple of times.
Sure. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
clip it later today and I usually don't clip it until like the video's 3 months old, but after this live stream, I'll go in and clip it for you, and I'll put it up on the site, and you can reference it as needed.
Thank you. And yeah, I have no problem with you posting the video. I just honestly, I wish all these cults would just go away. It's just I, I feel like a hostage, to be honest. I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, that's the case. One of my first roommates ever, when I moved out of state, he had been shunned from his church. It was very traumatic. It was very difficult for him. He lost all of his friends and family almost.
yes, and that's what I'm kind of preparing myself to. I'm actually trying to move out at the moment.
Right.
You know. Mhm.
Yeah. You're gonna need some new friends, even if they're virtual, even if they're over the internet. We're more than happy to help if there's a way for us to help.
Thank you. I'll come
Right.
back again when I get my nerves in check. It's just I'm a little bit, yeah. Sorry about the slowness.
It's okay.
I mean,
It's okay.
religion, pretty much kind of makes you slow anyway.
You're doing the best you can.
Sorry.
You're
Yeah.
you're doing great, by the way.
Thank you, Justin. And
Sure thing.
so just one final question. This is so do you is I'm sort of becoming an atheist anyway. But so do you believe that there is no God, or would you rather say you don't believe that there is no God? Or
I
is
I
that the
don't
same
have a
thing?
belief in God, and it might be close to the same thing. So for me, when I left Christianity, I still believed in God for a while because I was like, well, I shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But the more I kept thinking about the logistics of the afterlife and science and the universe, the more I became convinced that an afterlife doesn't make any sense, and neither does a God. Neither one of them seem to have any scientific support. I would imagine if we did find support for an afterlife, it would be something more akin to like what the Buddhists believe. I don't think it would be like a religious afterlife with a particular deity. So maybe in the future, I could be convinced to be a Buddhist, but I don't know if I could ever be convinced to believe in an actual God.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
But
What
yeah,
kind of
and
a God would create this planet with all this unnecessary suffering, like volcanoes swallowing up entire cities? 40% of fertilized eggs will never make it to birth. At some point, there like the infant mortality rate was like above 30%. That's crazy that there would be a person who designed all that, like a God who designed that thing.
yeah, and that's what relating to the Bible, that's what gave me a lot of doubts too, because in our church they keep preaching that as Christians we have divine protection, and that according to King David, he has never seen a righteous man be forsaken by God. But yet I see a lot of, we all know lots of Christians, especially in wars, Christian women
Hmm.
getting essayed,
Yep.
children you know, getting hostage. I don't want to say the bad word here.
Well,
Might get banned, but
by Christians. That's how the Philippines
and
became Christianized. Is the Spanish conquistadors went down there and forced Catholicism on everybody.
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So
scary.
basically, it's just what's giving me cognitive dissonance was the prophecies. I hope you can read into that, and
Hmm.
hopefully you can debunk it in one of your videos. It's just basically the prophecies that they say it fits in this church, and
Hmm.
it's ridiculous.
I'll put out a video
Yeah.
soon on the Mark of the Beast.
But
And
oh God, that one too.
I'll explain that based on the Mark of the Beast, the book, like basically the entire book of Revelation, is false.
Yeah, that one too. They were saying that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I say because if the Mark of the Beast was somebody in the first century,
Mhm.
then the rest of the book is nonsense. It doesn't mean anything for us.
Okay, if I can just relay what they indoctrinated in me, they said that the uh, Babylon, the one, the woman in purple and scarlet,
Hmm.
the color denotes that to be the Catholic Church, and
Right.
the mark of the beast as the Pope's tiara. You've heard of that, right?
Yeah, my own father used to believe that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's basically what they keep uh, reiterating in our doctrines. And
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
popular belief, but
Mhm.
I don't think it works if you understand the history very well. And this is the problem with the book of Revelation is when you don't have good historical training, like you don't know what was happening in the first century, you don't know what the first century literature was. It's easy to look at Revelation and think it's for a later time period, but if you know what's going on
Yeah.
in the first century, it's actually not. It's pretty clearly about what was happening right at that time period, and probably the kings to the east that was causing problems were the Parthians. The Parthians were pretty well known for moving westward to make war against the people on the other side of the river. And
Yeah.
so it there's no good anyways. I'll when I make a video on it, you'll see it. But yeah, the Revelation, the Book of Revelation, almost unanimously scholars agree is for the first century, and to be fair, it just didn't come true.
Yeah. But
Mm.
okay, I'm gonna go now. But thank you again, Justin, and I hope you're safe because yeah, be careful because just I've I've had a lot of other Filipino atheists that I've been watching in the Philippines before, but unfortunately they all disappeared because of the death threats, and it's just crazy.
Yeah, I get them from time to
Yeah.
time myself. I'm
So
just gonna keep doing it. I don't care.
and yeah, especially now that the political climate with all the Bible thumpers, dominating the whole
Yeah.
landscape, it's pretty scary, quite
That's why
honestly.
we need these live streams to get
Yeah.
people out of these toxic religions.
Yeah. And thank you again for what you do, and thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up. It was great to hear from you. I hope we hear from you again, okay? All
Yes, thank you.
right, cheers, friend. Fuck, that took some guts. Oof. Imagine being in a cult and having to worry that they were going to track you down and make you disappear. Jesus Christ. Guys, that's why we have to keep doing these streams. Like we have to keep waking people up. These religions are insane. People think that like, oh, we're doing a disservice to humanity because religion's like a net good. It's beneficial for society. No, the fuck, it's not. It's been nothing but causing harm for most of history. Carl, thank you for the $10 super chat. Friend says, praise Doug. He is everywhere. He is the ground. You got it. He is the sand on the shores, capturing our footprints so that he always remembers us. He's the soil from which all life sprang. Doug is Lord. Rock hard for Doug. Fireman calendar. Listen, Carl, we're getting it. We're doing the fireman calendar. We're going to make it happen. But we are going to need a list. I assume we're going to have Dalton, maybe Joel, Mezzo, Cyber. We'll have to go. We'll have to go through and make a list, though. Roger, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, "Hello, Justin. This is the guy from Rio de Janeiro." Hey, oh, was your previous name Reggio? Anyways, good to see you. It says, "I've just changed my YouTube name to help you out. You're the best." Well, Roger, you're the best. And listen, I didn't have a problem with your real name. I sometimes when I see new names, it takes me a minute to figure out how to pronounce it, but we're gonna be okay, friend. Appreciate you being here and helping Mega deconstruct. Good to see you tonight as well. It says the caller shows the sad state of education in the USA. The prior caller, live yesterday and early today, you are making me question where I am in my week. Rock hard for Doug and Simply White for sharing. Sorry, friends, it's a weird week because I didn't get to stream on Monday, so I streamed on Tuesday. I always stream on Wednesday, and I can't stream on Friday, so I'm streaming on Thursday. So it's just one of those weird weeks where I'm streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It is. And then I'd be on unapologetic Sunday morning. It's a weird week. It's a weird week. I apologize. And Space Lord, good to see you. It says, fun fact about infinity. The first symbol, infinity, is alpha. I didn't know that. The first letter in the Hebrew alphabet. And infinity is the number line, not a number. I agree. Yeah. Infinity is not a number. It's not a point. It is the set itself. Adam, good to see you. Says, hi, Justin. Per the video you uploaded today, I wanted to give you a more accurate breakdown of freshwater availability versus intelligent design. There's only 2.5 freshwater. 1.2 of that is available as surface H2O. 30% is locked in groundwater, 68.7% is locked in glaciers and ice caps. Super smart. Fuck. So that means they're even less. I think I usually say like 97% of the water is poisonous to drink. But you're saying there's even less because a lot of that fresh water is locked up in other resources? I didn't know that. And that sure does change the argument quite a bit, doesn't it? Thanks for the information, Adam. I appreciate that. And Space Lord with a follow-up thank you says Noah's flood, just the water pressure under Mount Everest, depth of water 89 megapascals. I haven't seen MPa in a while. Megapascals, or 12,000 psi, is equal to an adult elephant on each square centimeter, and that is the case. I mean, yeah. I mean, the sheer, if you look at the depths of the ocean and how much water pressure is down there, I mean, that pressure would have been on the face of the earth. I mean, it's a crazy thing to think. Daniel De La Noche, good to see you, says the laws of logic seem to kind of be descriptions of how to be analytically correct about a given statement or claim. Daniel, that's kind of my statement. It's basically a law of thinking. It's a way that we think and describe the universe. It's not a law that the universe itself follows, right? And Hank says, thou shalt not eat a ham sandwich or do a weekend shift, but okay, fine. You can buy humans and make them work as a treat. Isn't that wild? That God was like, listen, fucking the pork and the shrimp, don't touch it. Get the fuck away from pork and shrimp. Yeah, they're eating it over there. I don't give a damn if they're eating it over there. You don't touch it. And it's funny, they did do it. We have archaeological evidence that some of the ancient Israelites were eating pork. But slaves, on the other hand, fuck it, you can own some slaves. Own a bunch of them. El Cactus says, would you debate Big John Steele on YouTube? He's a Philbro that I need to see humbled by you. Well, maybe. So I tried to set up a debate with Big John Steele a while ago on slavery, and he didn't bite, which is fine. Not everybody bites on a topic. I haven't posed another topic with him yet, so nevertheless, I don't deal with Big John a whole lot. We kind of debate different subjects. Nevertheless, if there was an occasion, if he wanted to debate me, obviously I'd be down for it. I don't know like how fun it would be because I assume he's just going to do precept nonsense. That's what most of these people do is precept. Nevertheless, I mean, it would be fun at least. I'd rather see Big John Steele do a live debate with Ian. Ian has debated him on TikTok, but never formally. And Sourdough says vitamin C. God loves scurvy. You know what? That's it. Sourdough, that's a really fun topic. We should create a topic where it's literally God loves scurvy. That would be such a fun topic. Okay, let's get our next guest in here, Alex. We had a guest on the TikTok queue. They dropped. I have no idea why. But the TikTok queue is open. We got a couple of people on the YouTube queue, so we'll grab people from the YouTube queue first. Next in line appears to be Alex. Alex, are you at least 18? Alex, are you present? Alex, can you hear me? No? All right, Alex, are you connected? I don't think so. Okay. Well, we'll move on to the next one, which looks like it's going to be Gohan. We'll try to get another conversation going. Welcome in, Gohan. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am 33.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And which God?
I'm a Christian.
Sure. What do you think is a good argument or piece of evidence to believe in the Christian God?
I think there's a lot of arguments for the Christian God or evidence. I usually use an acronym called SHAPES. The first one, S, stands for science. H stands for history. A stands for, this one's kind of a cheat code, but it's arguments for morality and the laws of reason. And the PE is personal experience. And you can put an S if there's more than one.
Okay, so P and E are combined then for shape, and that's personal. Well, which one do you think is the strongest out of all these acronyms?
Either the S or the A. and then followed by H, and then followed by PE.
Well, you're welcome to pick your favorite. Whichever one you want to start with, we can dive right into it.
So I know you kind of go more with the history argument. I kind of that's why I try to call in for today. But throughout your last call and a couple of the super chats, I think I'm going to change the topic to moral and natural evil.
Okay. Do you have an
My
argument specifically?
yes, but I've also like for months wanted to talk with you specifically about the Shroud of Turin.
Okay.
But I might call back another day for that. But
Okay.
I've spoken to you once before on another show. I thought you were a really nice guy. You handled my questions patiently, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I thought I recognized the name Gohan. You don't see it too often, but I couldn't remember where I talked to you because you weren't on my spreadsheet of people I talked to on my show.
Well, maybe you're a fan of Dragon Ball? Any chance?
Mm,
No.
no.
Okay.
I'm not
Sorry.
even a fan of having fun, so I don't watch anything.
Well, if you're not a fan of having fun, you can't be a fan of Dragon Ball. So.
That would check out, yeah.
So yeah, if we could get into, I have about 25 minutes, if that's okay, if we could get into the arguments of moral and natural evil.
Sure.
So, do we agree that there's a difference between like moral evil and natural evil?
I think you and I might think of the word evil differently, though. When I say evil, I'm just referring to something that's like really bad. But I think the phrase
Sure.
badness is subjective to the mind.
Do you agree that there is absolute, not objective or subjective, but absolute morality?
I think saying that it's absolute, that would mean it's objective, right?
No, because you could have objective morality that's dependent on a certain goal. So it's still goal based, but absolute morality is not goal based. It just is like the laws of reason. Just are. They're not goal based.
So that means it would exist independent of a mind?
No, it just exists on its own, but maybe not on its own is the right way to phrase it, but just for the sake of argument, we could say that whether you're atheist or theist, we could assume that the laws of reason just exist and the laws of morality are the same. They just exist. They're not dependent on any certain goal.
I don't think either of them actually exist. I think they're conceived in the mind of humans.
Okay. I mean, I think that's fair. That's not my purpose of the call, but I just kind of wanted to see where you were at. So if for the call moving forward, just as you said a second ago, like if God did exist, you wouldn't worship him because how could a good God do a infinite punishment for a finite crime? So if for the sake of argument for this call, could we assume that absolute absolute morality does exist and the source of it is God? Can we just assume that for the sake of the call?
Yeah, we could assume that God does exist. However, that God decided what moral and immoral was going to be.
Okay, I don't 100% agree with that. Like when I say morality comes from God, I'm not saying that God decides what morality is. I'm saying morality kind of flows from God. It's a part of him, just like the laws of logic and reason are a part of him. They flow from him. He didn't create them. They're a part of him. It's a part of God's natural being.
How?
I'm not too sure
intangible laws part of a being?
Would you say your thoughts are a part of you?
Yeah, but that's in my mind. That's why I said that the morals come from God's mind.
Yes. Yeah, but I'm not saying they come from his mind. I say they just come from him. Like
I don't even know.
Not just.
How does that work, though? Why would anyone believe that?
Well, that's a good question. I wouldn't mind getting into that in another call. But again, this is just for the sake of argument, saying that. So, like, this is one reason why I don't agree with what you said. Is from his thoughts. I'm going to say, from my view, it just is from him. And we could get into that in another call. Going forward, this is just to say that morality, absolute morality, is from God. It's not like a subjective from him.
Is it changing over time?
I would say no.
Okay, so God's moral codes don't change over time. You said you're a Christian?
Yes, and you can kind of debate going back into the Bible.
Hey, Gohan, do you have any Wi-Fi available? You're breaking up pretty bad.
Oh, geez. Is this any better?
It's good right now.
Okay, sorry, I moved into a different area.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
Okay. The main thing I want to get into is the idea of natural evil and moral evil. With we could harp into either why would a good God create a world where there's volcanoes, or why would a good God send somebody to hell? I would kind of rather get into that second one first, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to try and answer that with the C.S. Lewis quote. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with it, but the gates of hell are locked from the inside.
Who locked them?
The people on the inside.
Are the people on the inside able to get out?
Yeah.
Then they would just be getting out.
What if they don't want to? What if going to heaven?
Why would you assume that they want to be lit on fire?
It's not about being lit on fire. The question is about going to be with Jesus or not. And then some people just do not want to be with Jesus.
No, that's not true.
That's the idea of heaven and hell. Heaven, that's what Lewis meant. This is what Lewis meant by the gates of hell are locked from the inside.
Well, Jesus didn't say that. Jesus says he will throw you into hell.
Yeah, this is Lewis. So this is more of a classical Christian theology. You could disagree. You could say that this Christian theology is not right. The Bible supports another type of view on heaven and hell. That's fine. But I want to say this is kind of Lewis's view of heaven and hell.
But why do I care what C.S. Lewis said? He's a goof.
Yeah, but Lewis, I would say, is not out of line with most Christians or classical Christian theology.
Listen, all my time in the church, I've never heard anyone say that the gates of hell are locked from the inside. I've only ever heard two people say that.
You never heard that? You never heard that Lewis quote?
I've heard Lewis say. That's why I said two people.
Okay. I mean, there's other areas in the world that you can find that support this.
So if somebody in hell, like myself, because I don't believe in God, right? Let's imagine I go to hell because I don't believe in God. And I get there, I'm like, oh, I guess he's real. Now I do believe in God. Can I leave?
I would say the choice of going to hell is a choice. So it's not based on your belief in God. It's based on your choice to be with Jesus. So I wouldn't really agree that all atheists go to hell. You could look at examples of the thief on the cross.
My lack of belief has nothing to do with not wanting to be with Jesus. I don't think that he's alive. I don't think that his God is real.
Do you think the thief on the cross believed Jesus was God?
It's hard to say what the thief on the cross believed. We don't have.
I agree.
We don't have a whole lot of documentation about him.
Well, it's hard to believe that the thief on the cross would know that Jesus would rise after death and was God. It'd be easy to believe that the thief on the cross thought Jesus was going to die on the cross, but maybe he wasn't God. Maybe he was just a high prophet like the Muslims believe, but not enough to say that he was God. So you have an example there of somebody dying as a non-believer of Jesus being God, yet going to heaven.
He didn't die a non-believer.
We just said we don't know if you could say he believed Jesus was God. He said, remember me when you enter into your kingdom. That doesn't mean he's God.
That means he understood Jesus as being the Messiah, your kingdom.
Messiah doesn't mean God.
But you don't have to believe Jesus is a God to be a Christian.
I mean, I would disagree. I
Jesus
would
didn't
say
even
that's
say he
one
was
of the
God.
minimal baseline.
The New Testament says that he's the Messiah, not God. If you get to the Gospel of John, John thinks that Jesus is God, but you're not going to find that in Mark, Matthew, or Luke.
You can find examples of Jesus saying or supporting the idea that he is God in plenty of the other Gospels. But
I
again,
don't
this
think
isn't what
so.
the
He says that only one
I
is
mean,
good, and
Matt-
that's God, and he's not. He also says that the
Mm.
Father is greater than I. He also says, "Your will be done, not my will." He also says, "I only do what I see my Father doing in heaven." He differentiates himself from the Father at every turn.
Yeah, that's the basic idea of the Trinity, is that he is different from the Father, but he is still God. That's the basic idea.
Romans 10:9-10 says you have to believe that he rose from the dead and died for your sins to be saved. It doesn't say that you have to believe that he is literally God.
I mean, to be a Christian right now, I think Jehovah's Witness don't believe Jesus is God.
So what?
Therefore, they think he's kind of a high prophet, but not God. And I think
So what?
that would exclude. Sorry, maybe I have my religions wrong, but I think it's Jehovah's Witness. They don't believe Jesus is God. Is that correct?
I know in the Mormon faith they believe that Jesus is a God, one of many gods. In Jehovah Witnesses, I'm not really sure if they see Jesus as a God or just a Messiah. You'd have to ask a JW,
Yeah.
but kind of irrelevant.
Right.
Nothing in the Bible says that you must believe that Jesus Christ is literally a God.
Would you say Jehovah's Witness are Christians?
Yeah.
Okay, see that's a sticking point. I would say they're not Christians because they don't believe Jesus is God.
Yeah, well, show me a verse that says you have to believe Jesus is God, because the Bible says
Well,
if you
no,
confess
no,
with your
that-
mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, not that he is God, that God raised him from the dead, it says you will be saved. It doesn't say anything about having to believe that Jesus is God.
Sorry, this is about the strict definition of Christian.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying.
I-
Christian
I
is someone
think-
who believes in Christ.
Sorry, you were talking about being saved in Romans 10. You weren't talking about being strictly definitionally Christian.
Yeah, that's what it
Those-
means
those
to
are two
follow
different
Christ. Following
No, you
Christ
can be-
is being a Christian.
Yeah, Christian. You can be a Christian and not be saved.
That's
You can be
ridiculous.
an atheist and be saved. Well, this is
That's
kind of
silly.
a Catholic belief. So, I mean, we could say it's ridiculous. That's fine. But this is the belief I'm trying to put forward to support the idea of hell not being evil. So,
I'm not sure if you've furthered or advanced your talking point yet.
no,
so-
I don't think I have. We're kind of on the baseline still, which is fine.
Who goes to hell? Because the Bible
Uh,
says that people who don't believe in Jesus are going to hell.
Well, I mean, like, I can take examples of people who do believe in Jesus who still go to hell. The devil
Right.
clearly believes in
Yeah.
Jesus.
I'm aware. That's James. I get it. But I'm asking who goes to hell, and how do they get
And
there?
in like Lewis's view, it'd be
No,
anybody
in
who
the
does not
in
want.
the Bible. I'm not concerned with Lewis. I want to know about the Bible.
Not concerned about the Bible in this call. I'm concerned more with the classical belief system of heaven and hell is based off of a choice of wanting to be with God or not.
That's
If you
not in the
don't want to
Bible.
be-
That's not a classical view either.
That's okay. That's fine. It is a classical view.
That has
You may
never been
disagree
part of
with me.
Orthodoxy or Catholicism, not even part of the Reformation.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of heaven and hell is about having a relationship with God. If you don't want the relationship, I mean, that's heaven and hell.
That's
If
not
you
what the
don't
Bible
want
says at
the
all.
relationship, I don't care too much on certain interpretations of the Bible. This is what Lewis meant. This is a classical. Maybe you disagree. Maybe you think it's not the proper Christian view. That's fine. But this is a classical view that needs to be dealt with.
I don't think it's a classical
Whether
view.
I mean, it goes back to Lewis. I think it goes back even to Aquinas, if you want.
Aquinas
I might be wrong.
doesn't agree with Lewis. Aquinas was Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, Protestants can agree with Catholics, just not on
But
everything.
they
can still agree
they
with
don't
Catholics.
agree on this.
I mean, I'm Catholic, so here's a Catholic that agrees with Lewis.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with the Catholic.
maybe you should read the catechism.
There's nothing wrong with the Catholic basing heaven and hell on a want to have a relationship with Jesus.
That's what the catechism says otherwise.
Could you point to me where it says heaven and hell is not based on a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. All the sacraments are about trying to form a relationship, by the
Nah.
way. Okay. Which sacrament is not? Confirmation? Baptism?
Well, probably baptism. You're not even aware at that point.
When do you have to be baptized by?
Well, what I'm saying, in Catholic Church, they typically baptize you as an infant so that you don't end up in limbo, but you're not aware of that.
Yeah, but I mean, you can be baptized at any time, right? And if you get baptized as an adult, is that not about trying to have a relationship?
Well, now you're just using a special occasion. You and I both know that Catholics almost usually always baptize as children.
Yeah, most of the time. But I mean, early on, they did not.
Mhm.
Catholics are baptized as adults. I mean, even going back to the Didache.
What they weren't Catholic.
What are you talking about? The first pope was Peter.
No.
You said you used to be Catholic, right? Did you not believe that?
Yeah,
That the
no.
first
I'm
pope
saying
used to be Peter?
I'm saying factually, Peter was never the first pope. Not I know according to the Catholics, they think Peter was the first pope. Factually, that's silly.
So, I mean, again, I don't want to call you Protestant, but somebody who doesn't believe the Catholic faith or somebody who does believe is trying to tell somebody who does believe who the first pope was.
This is not based on Catholicism. It's based on history.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to base this argument on the catechism, man.
I'm basing the argument of hell on the catechism, not Peter.
No, you want to base the fact that Catholics don't believe that heaven and hell is based off of a relationship on the catechism. And I asked you to
That's a belief in the Catholic system.
I asked you to show me a sacrament from the catechism that doesn't support that, and I went down with baptism, and now you're saying you don't want to talk about baptism with a catechism, even though that's what led us to this
I
conversation.
didn't say that at all. I don't know why you keep hearing things that I never said.
Maybe it's the bad Wi-Fi.
Okay, I'll get you the catechism reference.
And I appreciate that. While you're doing that, I hear that you say it's a silly argument, but that is my belief and that is Lewis's belief about heaven and hell is being locked from the inside. So it's not God punishing you for infinite time for a finite crime. It's you choosing to go away from God. And as a natural consequence of that, you're not going to be happy.
It says in Catechism 1035, so CCC 1035, immediately after the death of souls of those who die in a state of mortal sin, they descend into hell. The chief punishment of hell is eternal separation from God. So it seems like Catechism 1035 is probably the most direct reference.
And can you tell me what mortal sin is classified under as?
Yeah, there's mortal sin and venial sin. Mortal sin are the sins that will damn you to hell, and venial sins are the ones that won't.
Yes, but what makes a sin a mortal sin instead of a venial sin?
Well, the Catholic Church has a list of them.
Yes, most of the sins that are mortal sins are sins that actively separate you from God. So again, that's about having a relationship with God. The more you separate yourself from God by doing these sins, that's you separating yourself.
Do you know the list of mortal sins?
I do not off the top of my head. No, I'm
You're
not
making
the best
statements
Catholic.
about them?
No, I'm not. The laws of physics. I can make statements about the laws of physics, can't I?
Well, you can make wrong statements. Like what I'm saying is you're making statements about the mortal sins, but you don't know what they are. You're saying the mortal sins are sins that would separate you, like relationally, from God.
Yes.
But you don't know what they are.
I know some of them. I don't know.
What are some of them?
Okay, I changed that. I know one of them. Murder, I'm pretty sure that's a mortal sin.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go with blasphemy.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm taking a guess here, my friend. I'm not the best Catholic.
We can ask the magisterium. I got the magisterium open. I can just ask it. Give me a second. Says there's not a complete list of mortal sins, so it's not even officially documented. Some of them are blasphemy, perjury, homicide, adultery, and envy. So you think envying what my neighbor has has to do with my relationship with Jesus?
Can I go into an example for that with Smeagol and Golem?
Are you going to make up a sample or an example of envy that doesn't meet what I'm laying out for you right now? Because I just laid out somebody envying something that the neighbor has.
Yeah, I think this meets it pretty well. And also, Tolkien was Catholic, so this meets that standard as well. But Smeagol envied his neighbor's ring, his cousin's ring. And that envy drove him enough away, not just to ruin that relationship, but to kill his cousin. So yeah, envy can easily ruin a relationship by driving you away from person.
Now you've just created an expectation or an example that's not what I'm talking about. I didn't say anything about killing anyone. I said if I envy something my neighbor has, I didn't say kill anybody. If I envy what my neighbor has, how is that affecting my relationship with Jesus?
Because it could, like when you have envy over something.
I'm not asking. I'm not asking about any after effects. I just have envy. I didn't do anything after that.
So let's say Smeagol wanted what his cousin's name was Deagle, I think. So if he wanted Deagle's ring and never tried to murder him for it, never tried to steal him for it, but just let that envy fester over, I don't know, a couple thousand years, because we're talking heaven and hell here. Do you think he would hold any ill content toward his cousin Deagle?
I'm not asking if he holds any contempt. I'm asking whether or not he's acted on it.
Yeah, I mean, you say you can't act on it because that's another question. But
well, exactly, that's what I'm saying. If all you have is envy, meaning you just envy something somebody else has, I see how that is you choosing to not be in relationship with Jesus.
100%. Yeah, like he's gonna hold something against Eagle and not be as close with him relationship wise, all because he wants the one thing that Eagle has.
But
I mean, he doesn't even have to do anything.
But that's not Jesus. That's his neighbor. That's somebody else. If I envy something my neighbor has, Jesus is not included in this equation.
I mean, you can see how envy can drive you from person X, correct? It can drive you further away from person. I just gave you an example of Smeagol and Deagle.
But yeah, but I'm talking about real people in real life. I'm not cartoon characters.
Why does that not work for hypothetical? I mean, if you want real people in real life, just go with
because people in real life envy stuff all the time and then never do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, jealous brother versus a successful sister doesn't have to do anything to not want to be in a relationship with the successful sister. Just seeing his sister do better while he's not, that jealousy and envy can drive him further away from his sister. I don't
Between those two, you said Jesus. Obviously, if you envy something that another human has, it's going to damage the relationship between you and that human. I'm talking about Jesus. You said all of the mortal sins affect your relationship with Jesus. You're choosing to not be in a relationship with Jesus. And then we looked them up, and these are literally all crimes against other human beings other than blasphemy.
All right. So another example, let's say you're envying your neighbor's car, something like that. You keep focusing on the car so much that you forget about your wife and you drive further and further away from person Y.
What are you talking about? Why do you keep making up scenarios? Listen, I'm not asking about any of these scenarios. I'm specifically asking about just having envy.
Okay. Let me, and I really appreciate this call. I think you've been patient with me. I'm not the easiest guy to talk to, so I appreciate that. But if I could just kind of end with this example, your neighbor's car is what you're envying. the person who's not affected is your wife. She's not directly affected, but over time you envy the car so much that you grow distant from your wife. So same thing with Jesus. You envy money so much, you grow distant with Jesus. You envy knowledge so much, you grow distance with Jesus. You envy your own family so much, you grow distance with Jesus. So it could even be good things that drive you away from Jesus.
But
Positive
again, that
things
has
like
nothing to do with
love of a
with what I'm asking about. I'm not asking about those people. You keep dreaming up scenarios that I'm not talking about.
Yeah, so it could even be positive things like I have 2 kids. It could be the love for my 2 kids that I have so much, and I focus on them so much that it drives me away from Jesus.
That's
Or
some crazy
I focus
bullshit.
on,
If God
yeah,
wants
I
to
mean, I
punish
don't,
you because you love your kids too much, that's some crazy shit. That's
again, it's not
abusive.
God punishing you. It's not God punishing you. It's you punishing yourself.
Is it a
Like
mortal
some
sin
people,
to love your kids?
no, no. So like your kids are an extension of Jesus himself. So loving your kids isn't wrong at all. Like the more you love them, the more you love Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
But that was just a poor example. Maybe I should have gone with money instead. If you focus on money so much, it could separate you from a relationship with person Y, whether that person Y is your wife or Jesus.
You know that
And
there
that's
are
not
wealthy people who love and envy money that are like not separated from Jesus, right? Like you ever seen like televangelists? You know there are rich bishops too.
well, I mean, I don't think being a billionaire is wrong. I mean, one of the reasons we know about Jesus is because of a rich man at the time, Joseph of Arimathea, and possibly that's why I want to get in the shroud with you as well. Is he might be one of the only reasons why we know of the shroud is because of the high-priced three I forget the name, but it's like a 3 basket. It's not a basket. 3
You
weave
mean
on the
the
shroud.
type of weave on the shroud? Yeah, it wasn't available in Jesus' time period.
It was available. It was available for more like different textiles, but was also available for cloth, but very, very high price.
Oh yeah,
But
where?
so that's a separate topic. Um, I'd love to get into that call with you another day
Okay,
because again, I think you've been very patient with me, trying to teach me things, so I appreciate that.
sure. Did you
But
did you want to finish your analogy? Like, I think what you're asking, like maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, was if God was real and morals came from God, and then we lost track because you ended
okay,
up on C.S. Lewis and the doors being locked
yeah,
from the inside, and none of those things are in the Bible.
that's my and Lewis's, and whether you agree with me or not, other major Christians' belief is that heaven and hell is not sent. Nobody goes to hell. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to get going. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, hey, cheers, buddy.
Thank you.
Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well. He actually does have to get going. His battery is about to die. His battery is at like 0%. But in CCC 1035, it says the teaching of the church affirms the existence of hell and its eternity immediately after death of the souls of those who die in a state of mortal sin, descend into hell, where they suffer the punishments of hell, eternal fire. The chief punishment of hell is eternal separation from God, in whom alone man can possess the life and happiness for which he was created and for which he longs. Doesn't say anywhere about desiring to be separated from Jesus. Nobody cares about C.S. Lewis. He's a goof. He has no education in the field he speaks on. He was a terrible apologist. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and we're gonna try to get Alex in here a second time. Amy says, "Hey caller, you can have all of the good things with community without all of the baggage that religion carries. We got you." Oh yeah, to the prior guest, yeah, who was really struggling to leave that cult. That's gonna be a tough one. Jimmy says, "Hi, I was wondering when your next open questions live stream for atheists will take place. As a teacher, I'm looking forward to your summer hours." Well, thank you, Jimmy. I'm planning on doing a Q&A tomorrow because I couldn't do one on Sunday. I usually do them on Sunday nights when I'm not on AXP or the line, but this Sunday I couldn't do it. So I'm going to end up doing it Thursday. So look for it. Cameron says, "Hey, Justin, on the Tide budget, on the tight budget, but I watch your lives and even watch the replays. Addiction just in time. Well, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate it. Watching the channel and liking and subscribing and thumb upping all the videos really does help a lot. It helps to boost the algorithm to get more eyeballs on the live stream. So I really appreciate that. And not the Bible, Jason. Great to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says, this is what I was telling you about. PH Iglesia Ni Cristo is fucking dangerous and will harm their members for getting out of line. Everyone is linked through the church, and you can lose your social network, job, and bank overnight. See, we did kind of chat on that. I didn't realize how severe it was. It's actually a really scary cult to think that they would go through these lengths to, it's kind of like Scientology, where they'll torment you for leaving. Like, what a crazy thing. Like, if your religion has truth, if it's on the right side of history, you don't have to threaten everybody, anybody at all. Your existence should be enough to demonstrate the validity of your religion. And Furtive Batak says, Gohan makes me proud to be an ex-Catholic. What would Lewis do is crazy, actually. Furtive, I'm with you. It's weird that some of these people can... they're like C.S. Lewisites. C.S. Lewisites would be the like Lewisites. They have no idea what's in the Bible or even in their own religion. They just found one author in their religion and said, that guy, he's got all the answers. But C.S. Lewis does not have good answers at all. All right, we're going to try Alex for another round and see if it works. How you doing, Alex?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. There's a little bit of echo in the background. Are you playing this through a set of speakers?
No, I'm just my phone right now.
All right, should be better now.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
You know, I'm not too bad. How are you, Alex?
I'm okay. I It's kind of weird for me because I don't normally do these sort of call-ins, but I had a
Sure.
question for you that
Well,
I thought you might be able to help with.
well, maybe we're doing this is a debate live stream, my friend. Are you a Christian?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be doing a Q&A on Thursday if you just want to come by and ask some questions.
Okay, cool. I
Sound
think
good?
I might be able to do that then. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Best of luck, friend.
Yep, bye.
Yeah, I hate to do that to people. I know they wait in line, but I mean, you gotta do it. All right, let me get Leo in here, and then we'll get Angry Ninja from the YouTube queue, and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Welcome. Well, I say welcome back, Leo.
Yes, sir.
Leo, I already know you're at least 18 because we've talked before. And if I remember correctly, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, let me get this written down again on my list. And how do I pronounce your name? I see Leo, and then what?
It is Leo Laguerre.
Okay, just check him. All right. Oh, you're a Christian. What do you think is a good reason to believe in your Christian God?
I'm actually sending you an email currently, but I would like to ask you as I'm sending this, because I'm putting images that you could observe for yourself to see what things I've came up with and worked on. But as I'm doing that, I just wanted to ask you, where do you stand? I still don't understand. I know you don't believe, but at the same time, I'm curious on your stance as an atheist, I guess.
That is my stance. I don't believe in God.
Yeah, no God. Yeah, right. But when it comes to biology, do you believe there's a source?
What do you mean by source?
Well, like an originating biological entity of some sort. Do you believe in anything like that?
I mean, is it like a first protocell?
It's I mean, you could kind of look at it like that, but it's even smaller than that, and that's how I think. It's way smaller than a cell by any normal standards. But
well, yeah,
do
there's
you believe?
obviously a first formation, right? You've got RNA first, and then so on and so forth, and then eventually, you're able to build biological life. I don't know all the steps very well, but I mean, obviously, if you believe in evolution and abiogenesis, there's obviously a starting point where something we would say becomes alive, and by alive we mean that it can reproduce, and that it takes energy from its environment.
Right. And so I believe that the same system that takes life from the environment and also, makes life is this biological entity. And I don't know how you feel about that, but that kind of seems like a being of some sort of omnipotence.
Why?
Just because the fact that it knows it's got to do what it's got to do to make sure that life does what it's supposed to or dies when it's supposed to.
I don't think it does know those things. I don't think it exists. I think the evolution of life is not the goal of the universe. It's just a byproduct of the universe.
Right. And I understand where you're coming from. Okay. So just to answer, I guess, my question, so I know for sure, you don't think there's an originating biological point
Yeah,
at
there is.
all?
It's just not God.
Well, okay, yeah. So do you think that people misinterpret the God in the Bible as this exact thing that we're talking about now?
No, no. The God of the Bible is a entity that created the heavens and the earth. It's not
Right.
a God that sparked off evolution.
Right. I'm almost done sending. I swear it's about to be done, and then I'll have you. You can look over that, and then however you want to proceed. This is my first time trying to disclose this information, so if nothing makes sense, I'm here for it, and I'm willing to, be here for it.
Sure. Well, listen. I'll read whatever you send me, and one day we'll talk about it. How about that?
Oh, I'm sending it right now. It's sent. I press the send button. Would you be okay looking at it? All you have to do is search your emails for the name Austin.
You want me to read it on live stream?
If you want to, that's totally up to you. And if that's my proof. That's what I believe would be proof. But because it's not been peer reviewed yet, which right now I have it being peer reviewed, I just have to wait for results. But that's totally up for you to take a look at.
I don't see anything from Austin yet.
I sent it to oh, wait, on. Let me fix it. Oh. There it is. You got the red eyes. There you go.
Which journal did he submit it to?
It said .net at the end.
The journal?
No, I sent it as an email.
No, which journal is peer reviewing it?
Oh, okay. But it's the College of Consciousness in Arizona. I think it's I think it's, I'm not gonna say Tucson. It's not Tucson. That's not even where, I don't know anything.
The
but
Center for
it's-
Consciousness Studies.
Yes, sir. Them. They are peer reviewing it currently. Dr. Stuart Hammeroff had told this lady, "Hey, we got it." And so they asked me for an abstract, which I delivered. If you would like, I can also send the submission to them and the abstract, just so you can look at it for yourself.
I thought that's what you just sent me.
No, I sent you something for you because I wanted you to see it. I can send you the actual submission that I have though.
It's just a picture. It's a group of pictures.
There should be emails, not emails, documents, docx documents.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you feel about clicking on those, but that would have the file.
It says the Taylor Penrose attractor engine.
Yes, sir.
And this is supposed to work how?
Essentially, if you were to scan a person's brainwaves at the most focused, you would find them at a 40 hertz. It would show that. You can look that up. And this what I'd sent you, it essentially shows that 40 hertz connection, and beyond that, like I've been able to further look beyond the frequency, and that was only due to me discovering more about my formula.
What does that have to do with any of your claims? What does the frequency
I
have to do
believe
with
that's
it?
the proof of the Holy Spirit. I believe that is the Holy Spirit. The T-Pro
Why would
engine was a name for science.
why would we think that?
Because, well, the image that you have, that was a image created completely from the detailing of how it looks. Like my formula, whenever I put it into a topographical data sheet, it was able to produce a full, like, spherical, homogeneous sphere that had porous elements into it, and it had a biological structure that worked down to a core that emanated some sort of light.
And so
It
the
had
Holy
emission.
Spirit is a porous ball?
Uh, no, so what I believe, this porous ball, like, it's got like a surface. If you were to look at it, that image that you're looking at, that surface of that is basically like it's the cosmic web, essentially, and then it's like super duper like spread out across this organism, and whenever you follow the cosmic web down, it goes straight into a source. And that source is what I believe where heaven is, and I think that would be the Holy Spirit, if, like, essentially. But you have it right there. You can look through it however you want.
Yeah, I do have it. I see a 3D rendering of what looks to be a ball of igneous rock, and a paper that doesn't seem to explain a whole lot. Paper says,
It's
for centuries, the intersection of mathematical exactness and the subjective human experience has been treated as a split barrier. Don't even know what that means. Human ingenuity,
just like
art, and music have been soiled away from physics, leaving a foundational void in our understanding of the cosmic framework. The Taylor-Penrose attractor engine resolves this split by recognizing that reality does not behave like a series of isolated static snapshots. Instead, reality behaves like a live, self-updating recursive engine. Do you know what recursive means?
it's just taking data from one point and reusing it.
That'd be repetitive.
Well, yeah, but like you've probably been here before. Is essentially what that's saying. It's taking the
What's
past
a
data where you may have
what's a
done this or
recursive
another version of
engine?
it. A recursive engine is an engine that is taking life and darkness at the same time, like light and dark, or life and death at the same time, and it's using that data from people's experiences, because this is a supposed conscious thing within our own minds. So it's
What do you,
using our own experiences to update our now.
what do you think an engine is?
Like, what do you mean? An engine is just something that is like empowered, moving. It is able to move or whatever.
It's usually something that's creating some sort of usable energy, right?
Right. And
Right. So what is a
it's
recursive engine?
hold up. For some reason I'm like completely confused. Why do you ask that?
Because it's in your paper.
Yeah, and I'm having like a hard time understanding how you're not getting it.
I'm not getting it. You can't define it. You're using
All
words
right.
improperly, and I'm asking you to define them, and it sounds like you can't.
All right. This is from my notes using my Google Keep, what I use to like basically trick AI into following sets of rules to actually help me keep this
But
information.
you did this using AI.
No, just this question like right here, but like most of that document, yeah, I had a document. I made it read my notes and it created a document. Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay, so you used AI to read your notes to create this document.
Yes, sir.
You think that's a good practice?
Um, I have over what seems like, I think about, when I looked at it, it said 500 to maybe 800 minutes of just full length information on my phone where I have data compiled and history used for my Google Keep. So if there's something missing there, I'll clear it up for you right now. But
Well, we're trying to get straight on basic definitions in this paper.
okay, so it's cool. All right, so can I read this to you? And
So it says the core instinct driving this discovery is that the universe utilizes structural geometric blueprints such as the golden ratio and recursive Fibonacci sequences to establish structural growth patterns. However, looking for a single static number as an ultimate answer limits our understanding of dynamic cosmos. What does that even mean?
just how like there's complications of understanding when it comes to trying to understand how our reality works within the stars or the cosmos or black holes, universes, galaxies, etc.
But that doesn't tell me anything.
It's just saying that people are confused on that.
But nobody's looking for a single static number to explain the cosmos.
When it means that it's talking about the symbol up there with 1.618, it's saying nobody's doing that because they never thought to do that.
People have thought to do this all the time. It's nonsense. The universe doesn't run on a Fibonacci sequence.
It doesn't run alone on a Fibonacci sequence.
Or at all.
I actually saw something. Hold on. Here it is. Someone brought that up to me, actually.
The true nature of reality is not a fixed destination. Nobody claimed it was. It's a self-correcting equilibrium state discovered once external and internal chaos are systematically reduced to zero. What does it even mean to reduce external and internal chaos to zero?
I apologize, boss. Boss, can you please repeat that?
Yeah, it says the true nature of reality is not a fixed destination. I don't know who thought it was. It's a self-correcting equilibrium state discovered once external and internal chaos are systematically reduced to zero. What does it mean to reduce external and internal chaos to zero?
If you look further, you can see a chart. I sent you a chart within that page document.
Yeah, I'm asking about the chaos though.
So, hold on, my daughter's playing along. The chaos is just any sort of like negativity, any sort of negative thought that enters an individual's mind. Yeah.
So a negative thought is considered chaos.
Yes. Anything negative is considered chaos.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Wouldn't that make sense to you?
No.
Chaos you don't think negativity is chaos? One sec.
No, negativity is just part of the brain processing.
I apologize. One more time.
Negativity is just part of how the brain processes fears and triggers.
Yeah, 100%, because we're humans. We have to do that, but at the same time, it's not needed experience. It's just something that we go through because we don't know this yet.
Needed for survival.
Well, yeah, if you were like, you know...
The error map, visualizing dark fractal drift and system instability. What is fractal drift?
So fractal drift is essentially when your mind becomes unstable.
What's a fractal?
Fractal is what your brain kind of, you know how the cosmic web looks.
I'm just asking what you think a fractal is.
Okay, so you know, just like those images that you see, or if you want how the what is it called? Oh man, I forget what it's called. It's like you can put it into an equation thing or something like that, and it'll make an image. A Mandelbrot set. Yeah, it looks like that somewhat. Sorry, boss.
So your definition of fractal is
just what it's a similar look.
An infinite geometric pattern, maybe?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying that there's visualizing dark fractal drift. What's a dark fractal and how does it drift?
Just, you know how like whenever we look into space, you just see it's like there's this incredible darkness.
That's yeah. Mm-hmm.
And when
there's
we look out into the stars, some of our stars are dissipating out into that darkness.
you mean they're moving further away?
No, like they're so far away from like life that there's no way life would last long in that solar system or a galaxy that's at the outer rim of our discoverable universe.
I have no idea what you're meaning. There are lots of planetary systems where there
Yeah,
is
but they're not going to
habitable.
last long there
How would you know?
because they're so far away from the rest of life. It would take like
From what
like
life?
those planets. Okay, so on the outer rim of our observable universe, there's probably 1 to 2 to 10 planets that are just sitting there like super duper far away from the rest of, say, the cosmic web or any sort of like life at all. And so it would take them. It would
Why
be
does
like
their proximity to other life have to do with whether or not they can survive?
if they don't have the elements on that solar system, they won't be able to. If they don't,
But
if they
how do you
don't
know
find a
what
way
elements
to
they have?
progress. I mean, there's tons of planets with different elements.
That's what I'm
You're
saying. is
saying
you don't-
like it's a
you don't know what's on
possibility.
those planets.
No, but like there's some planets that definitely won't make that outcry, and some that might for sure.
Or some that would, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 50-50.
So I guess I don't understand the point. My point is your diagram says visualizing dark fractal drift, and I haven't heard any explanation of what you mean by dark fractal drift.
Okay, so if you suddenly hate somebody because of their entrance in your life, like, damn, this guy, and then you also think, I really, really hate this guy. I want him to like die or get killed or something like that. That's immense darkness affecting you, a drift into your mind, making you feel like, oh, I gotta kill something. That's crazy.
But what do fractals have to do with it?
A fractal is how they use like it's like a data. It's like the way they use like it's like a speedway. These fractals are used to send data. This data is used everywhere.
Where can I find these fractals?
We don't have the technology, but right now we can observe something with what I have discovered, and it's you can use an EEG device on a person's brain.
What are you finding with the
that's
EEG?
crazy. Supposedly, if they fix the EEG device with my formula, and the formula is added to the lenses that they use to focus light down onto their subject, this individual would present the Holy Spirit or some sort of a small starlight that would light up the room. It would be so bright that
have you ever
they're
seen
not
an
sure.
EEG?
No, I've heard that that's the
EEG
way
doesn't use
it.
light. It uses electrical signals. It's
yeah, my bad.
They put
that's
pads on
using
you.
they're using that form of light. They're using electricity, and they're emitting that into your body.
Electricity isn't typically a form of light. Now, they can dissipate, like when you meet resistance, it can dissipate photons that when the electrons are bumping into other atoms, causing them to vibrate, they can dissipate photons in the form of heat, like infrared photons, but they're not using photons to do an EEG.
And so, what are you saying exactly, I guess?
It sounds like this paper and your formula is just full of woo-woo nonsense words that have no mapping onto reality.
You have to. It's just because it's such a nuance. That's the only reason why. Like I'm literally getting it peer reviewed because it doesn't exist.
It shouldn't exist, is my point.
I understand your point of view.
What's the Riccati flow pulse?
Riccati flow?
Yeah.
Do you know the Riccati?
No, I'm asking you.
All right. 1 second. I'm not gonna sit there and not use Gemini like crazy or Google or whatever.
But you're gonna use ChatGPT to define something in your paper?
No, I mean the Riccati flow is a real thing.
But you should know what it is if you wrote a paper that includes it.
I'm exhausted. I don't want to do that.
That's part of doing science, buddy.
I know, but I want to do the actual work. It's just I feel like that whenever it comes to doing this actual work, it's going to be a lot more insane. Like the calculations that it took the original guy, Brooke Taylor, he did calculations all the way up to 93.7 or whatever,
Do
and
you
he
mind just,
failed.
I guess,
And
just give me
then
a second. Did he say he wrote a paper
Sure did. Want me to send it to you?
and it's peer-reviewed and published? Where
It's
is it
not
published?
published.
It is not published. So how do you have it? Is it like on some database?
He emailed it to me.
yes, sir.
He emailed it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
1 second.
Just think, can you do me a favor quickly? Just could you put it through a AI detection thingy?
Oh, well, he already said he used AI to write it.
The entire paper.
Yeah.
It used information from my Google Docs,
So did you?
which I have
is,
created.
Did you reference ChatGPT as a co-author?
In this reference, no, not here. Definitely, I don't know why. I was just sending it to Justin so he could overlook it. I wasn't taking it
And
serious in
what
that
is
respect.
what is the study about?
It's about the literal conscious point in our brain that is able to observe everything.
And what is that?
I call it the T-Pro engine for science, but I believe it's the Holy Spirit.
Sure, but which area is that?
Neurology, quantum physics.
Sure, which area in the brain is that?
Oh, it's just wherever you're most focused at, I believe, is wherever it pops up.
And
I
what
don't
does
think
that even
every
mean?
human being is going to be able to focus at the same point.
What does being able to focus at the same point mean?
You ever been able to focus on something and nothing else be able to bother you?
Sure, but I'm asking about the specific area in the brain you said the Holy Spirit inhabits.
Yeah, it's the 40 hertz resonance.
The 40 hertz is not a place, that's a frequency. And the brain
It's a
does not,
frequency.
does
Yeah,
not
that
vibrate.
frequency being detected
Mhm.
is where it's at.
So where is it detected then? And how is it detected? Because the brain doesn't vibrate.
It is sending that frequency out, so you're able to actually measure it. It is.
How is it sending a frequency?
If there wasn't a possibility for you to focus, then there wouldn't be no frequency at all. There would just be nothing.
There is no frequency at all.
There is.
There isn't. How does the brain vibrate?
All right, boss. 1 second.
You know, M's
So
is a
what type
medical
of frequency
doctor,
is this?
right?
Yes, that's why I like him. He's pretty cool.
It says where the engine's background runtime code establishes the following constants.
Yes, sir.
How is the engine you said was the brain? How is you're saying the brain is running code
No, the
on
engine-
the back end?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Can you imagine an orange on your table, even though there's no orange on your table?
I fucking wish there was an orange
Some
on my
people
table.
can, some people can't. Some
But
people can, some people can't.
definitely cannot, and that's true, which is completely where this is like,
Yeah,
sorry, it
so those people who
sucks.
can't don't have the Holy Spirit. How does this work?
It is just by fortunate design.
So
Some
what is
people
the
can be
point of
blessed. If
bringing
you
that
ask
up?
me, to not have to worry about this would be kind of good.
Now, could you tell me how does the vibration work?
Okay.
How do you vibrate at 40 hertz?
1 moment. So you're saying that frequency is vibration.
That is, am I wrong, Justin? Like, I haven't went to engineering school, but that's what I,
I mean,
remember.
typically frequency would
It
be
could be like
referring to the
frequency,
oscillation or
vibration,
vibration.
Oscillations in time.
Yep. For example,
we all
in
agree on that.
electricity, frequency is referring to the oscillation of the sine wave of an alternating current.
All right, so this is what I'm seeing. Now I can actually click a link, but that's totally up to you. So scientists have found that 40 hertz, a specific frequency. Okay, are you good?
Go ahead.
Okay. Scientists have found that 40 hertz, a specific frequency in the brain's gamma band, 30 to 100 hertz, plays a special role in synchronizing neural activity across brain regions, supporting higher order functions like attention, memory, and sensory integration. This frequency is often called the binding frequency because it helps coordinate activity between different parts of the brain during complex tasks.
Just give me 1 second. Could you tell me the title of the paper?
My paper?
The
Yeah, it's
paper
called
that
the
you're
Taylor
reading right now.
Penrose Attractor Engine.
And not yours, the one that you're reading right now.
Oh, I just searched it. That's
Mhm.
basically no. Like I said, I got a source. You want me to get
To
the
be
source?
clear, the paper I'm looking at from
And where's the
MIT
source?
says evidence 40 hertz gamma stimulation promotes brain health, meaning if you
Yeah,
stimulate
that would make
a
sense.
brain
But
using 40 hertz
brain
gamma,
stimulation, but that wouldn't be the brain itself having
right?
quote unquote 40 hertz.
Right.
Yeah, and that's part of the experimenting that they were doing
But the
when they
brain isn't
discovered
doing
this.
that.
That has nothing to do with what you said.
I'm telling you that it
It
is
has nothing to do with what you said.
Okay, so what am I supposed to? What's the question that I need to answer?
The question is, what is the 40 hertz in the brain? Is this the same guy that came before talking about deep brain stimulation at specific frequencies, or is this a different guy?
I
Probably.
forget, we've had so many of them. I'm just wondering if Canadians are still running on 50 hertz and Americans on 60. That's what I need to know.
So I have this, but it's a little long.
I just want an explanation. I don't want whatever you're doing. I just explain it to me. If you wrote a paper on it, you should be able to understand the mechanism behind it, good enough to write a paper. So what is this, and where is it found? How is it measured, etc.?
So the bonding frequency, is that something you can agree with?
What is a bonding frequency?
Binding frequency.
Binding? What is a binding frequency?
It's basically something that makes itself attached to another version of itself.
What does that even mean?
Just, all right. It is, in neuroscience, it is the binding problem. When you look at an object, say a red sports car, your brain processes the color red in one visual zone, the movement in another, and the shape in a third, and the shape in the third, like you're seeing the actual, okay. So, and the sound of the engine is an auditory zone.
The what? The shape of the object is what?
Okay, so your brain processes the color red in one visual zone.
Sure.
The movement in another, so in another zone, and then the shape in the third zone. So you're processing this.
And what is the problem with that?
As you're processing this, that whole time there is a sound, and that is the sound of the literal 40 hertz.
The sound of what? Like the brain is producing a sound when you're seeing something?
When you're visually observing, yeah.
What?
You're visually observing a sound?
When you visually look around.
He's saying that the brain produces a sound when you see something.
When you're observing, yes.
I have never heard of this.
That is wild. It's wild. Hey, listen, buddy, I'll read through the paper. Come back again in the near future. We'll talk about it, okay?
No problem, boss. I hope you actually find it a little more useful to you.
I appreciate you sending it to me.
Yes,
But make
sir.
sure to, don't forget to give acknowledgement to ChatGPT in the paper. It's important to give credit.
That's what I did in the first one, yeah, for the actual submission.
Also, you didn't cite any sources.
In the actual submission, yeah, I have a
He's
bunch
the
of
source.
sources. No, there's a. Hold on, I can actually pull up my abstract if you want, unless you want to go ahead and go to the next.
I'd like to see your bibliography.
My bibliography. Probably will have one soon, but I guess I actually have to go.
Okay. Well, hope you're doing
I will
well.
call back
Good to
next
hear
time,
from
though,
you.
for sure.
We'll talk about it again, okay?
All right, peace.
All right, cheers.
He's so nice, but that was a brain fuck.
Yeah, that's.
I think my brain was making all sorts of noises.
Yeah,
That one.
at 40 hertz probably. That was something. The paper is interesting to say the least. But we got Blake in the queue. Let me grab just a couple of super chats. We'll get Blake in here. The YouTube queue has got after Blake, no one in. The TikTok queue is open, so if someone wants to join up by TikTok, it's the best time to do it right now. Flicker says, "Holy moly, the woo nonsense is brain rot. How do we get people out of this fake woo pseudoscience that is so prevalent online these days. It's so seductive to think you alone have the answers. It really is. It's weird to me that people will like read or watch people like Terrence Howard and think that, hey, this guy, he's got it. He said fractals, ricotta cheese, and before you know it, people are like, oh, this guy's really smart. But yeah, it's disturbing to me actually. And X Million says the only paper that should be involved in that mess is toilet paper. Praise Doug. Oh fuck. And Jason says Hertz doesn't even pick you up, but Enterprise does. True. That's true. That's a classic commercial actually. And Pepat says I started gritting my teeth as soon as M started questioning Homeboy's emailed paper. Cringing turned into a brick shot attempt at the basket. I was happy M's requested up because M's got some medical knowledge, but the words in the paper they don't have any meanings, not in the way that they were used. And Stargate says, this, folks, is the perfect example of AI psychosis. Caller was fooled into believing nonsense because his own words were written as though they were intelligible. This is all a delusion. That's what I'm saying. If I write notes and then I feed it to AI and say, hey, formalize this into a research paper, you don't have a research paper. That's not what you just created. It feels like you just created a research paper. You indeed have not created a research paper. In regards to the last call, Alex, thank you for the super chat, says, imagine believing mortal sins could separate you from Jesus forever, and then not having those sins committed to heart feels more like a thought exercise for the caller than a truly held belief. Yeah, Alex, it seems to be the case, and it seems like he had these beliefs and maybe didn't think through all of them, which is why he's, that's why he likes C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis gives him like the comfort he needs to justify sending people to hell. And David, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, will Gohan be able to recover from his beatdown by Justin? Well, Gohan's been nice to me so far. I try not to beat him up too bad, but he was talking some nonsense. Says, and will Goku finish reading C.S. Lewis in time to join the debate? Find out next time on Deconstruction Zone, the Dragon Ball joke. I know about Dragon Ball Z. I know I'm a fuddy-duddy, but I know at least the name of the show. I don't know any of the characters. I just know that it's horrible to watch. I tried watching it once when it was new. It took like 3 episodes to get through a 30-second fight scene. Like, what are we doing here? And Ampersand says, write your book, please. Hey, working on it, Ampersand. I apologize, it can't be quicker. It's very thorough. A lot of material to write, and I am writing it. I apologize. I'm hoping to get it finished very soon. And Prana, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, sadly, have to drop my membership for a while. It happens, don't worry. Looking at fighting a major grocery for corporate retaliation since I lost my job for fighting for a coworker who was being harassed. God bless America. That is America. And Prana, super sorry to hear it. That is the corporate structure we have. You stand up for anybody, and you're doomed. They're going to cut you. But I really appreciate being here, friend, and all the support you've given. Super concerned about your situation. Don't be concerned about my situation. I'll be fine. But hope you're going to be okay. Let us know if you need anything, and we appreciate you being here as always. Power Ranger says, this channel has truly unlocked part of my brain. I grew up reformed, so thinking felt so complicated. The big books, the theologians, the history, paper tigers, in the end, words mean words. Rock Hard for Doug. Power Ranger, you nailed it. The only way to get to these religious concepts is to say things like these words don't mean what they say, but they do. Words have meanings. We know what they mean. And Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, none of these fools have played Age of Empires. Well, that includes me. I have never heard anyone chat whoa lolo at Justin. Wait. Did I say that right? Whoa lolo? Woolulu? Walala? I think it's whoa lolo. You have to fix me up. Last super chat from Dylan says, the dark fractal drift made me go down to the outer rim of the woo-woo train. This is definitely not an innuendo. It's all in the formula. Rock hard for Doug. Listen, it's all there. You can test the mathematic formula yourself. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Actually, Doc, I'm sorry to do one more. Doc is weighing in, says, neuro here. So Doc, plural is a neuro. says 40 hertz gamma is neural coordination, not cosmic Wi-Fi. Ask him what region, task, artifact control, and a measurement method, or are we just putting EEG stickers on Deepak Chopra? That's what's happening. They're just putting stickers, electrodes on people and saying hertz, frequency, woo-woo. That seems to be the case, but they are going to run code in the back end to restructure the front end to modify the fractal drift or something of that nature. It's very complicated. Let's get Blake in here, and hopefully we'll have a substantive conversation. Welcome in, Blake.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Wow, dude, not doing too bad. Not doing too bad.
Good to hear. Blake, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, over 18, yes. Believe in God, yes. But
Sure.
I think we perhaps live in different countries, perhaps.
That is the case. Yeah. Which God do you believe in?
Well, it's just the Christian God, I guess, the one I was brought up in. But
Sure.
appreciate if I was born in Saudi Arabia, I'd probably be a Muslim.
Probably,
that kind
yeah.
of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, are you from America?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you probably have a bit more religion there than I do in my country. I think we probably have more sort of holiness and goodness in the
Mm-hmm.
UK now. It's not so much religion anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So the question you're asking is it sort of you see the religion in the United States as a inherently bad thing?
What question?
Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, that's not a
It's
question.
just on the screen.
Yeah, it's not a question.
So is religion in the United States? You think it's a bad thing?
I think it impacts people negatively, and it's also not real. So it's my claim here is not that it hurts people, although I do believe that it does. My claim is that the God isn't real.
Okay, so you think it would be better if society had less religion?
I think society operates better when they believe as many true things and as few false things as possible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with that, definitely.
Okay. So what would be a compelling reason to believe in a God?
Well, I mean, I'm sort of on the stance that a belief in God isn't really that important to me as a Christian, almost, which is probably a very strange thing to hear from an American perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because for me, being sort of holy and good is sort of the point for me. The actual belief in God for me is really not that important. I mean, I wouldn't really want to push people to coming into God belief, that kind of thing. I would be more, if you're probably a good person, I don't see any reason to try and push a religion onto you.
Well, I guess I'm confused here. So the point of the live stream is typically that people who do believe in God will call in, and we can discuss whether or not their God indeed does exist. Do you know the format that we're working on here?
Honestly, no. I was scrolling. I saw this pop up. I thought, why not?
Listen, I appreciate that you're not interested in forcing your religion on people, but it is kind of the goal of this live stream is to have some robust conversation about whether or not the God that people believe in really exists.
I mean, I could never ever prove that, though. It's an impossible point, right?
Yeah,
It is
that's an
impossible.
honest answer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a fair answer. I'm just saying you might not be a good fit for this live stream, but your answer is right on the money. I mean, you can't prove it. It's faith based, and you shouldn't force it on people. All those statements I would agree with.
So, do you see less of that in the United States than I would in England? Do you think?
Yeah. People here think it's the only truth, and you're evil if you don't believe it.
Is that really the sort of predominant belief in the United States?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean that is so massively different to Christians in England that that sort of belief of you're going to hell if you don't believe in me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if you read the Bible, that's really not a predominant theme when I read it personally. That's not the themes I get from it.
But that is the state of Christianity in America. That's one of the reasons why we do the streams. It also is the state of in Islam in the Islamic countries too. So it's it might be benign where you're at, but in other places in the world,
Mm.
it's actually pretty toxic.
Oh no, yeah. Well, I do a lot of work in Saudi Arabia, so I see a lot of it. So interesting. Do you think you would even be able to have this conversation in certain countries, or do you think it would actually be too dangerous? Like you would actually
No,
be
they'd
at
kill me.
risk? Yeah. It's yeah. I think it certainly sounds like it's straight a bit in the United States. From what I can, I mean, if what you're saying is true, I mean, I have no reason to doubt you.
Yeah. Well, listen, Blake, you're a perfectly kind individual, but we do have to kind of keep on the task here. But thanks for being good faith and for being honest about your religion and for what seems to be being a good person.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's the point, really. I don't see
Yeah.
anything else with that.
Sure thing. All right. Hey, cheers, friend. Be safe.
Of course. Have a good day.
You don't meet too many religious people from the UK, at least I haven't, but is it interesting. That was the same response my Catholic teacher gave me when I was in Catholic school about how do you know that
They're
this
usually Muslim, so
yeah, I mean in some religions and it's like they're perfectly happy accepting that it's like a faith, not a fact, but in Protestant religion, it's very difficult to get people to admit to that. And I would imagine in Islam too, they don't want to say that kind of a thing. But we've got now Jaden.
Jaden.
How you
Yeah,
doing, Jaden?
good. I am a friendly. I've been up here before and we had a little bit of a discussion. I just wanted to ask you real quick, what lexicon or what would you suggest I use for the new for the Greek to translate certain words?
So my recommendation is, unless you know the language, you shouldn't try to like critique the Bible translations. However,
I'm
if
trying to
you
learn it. I'm trying to learn it.
okay.
So yeah.
If you're trying to learn Greek and you need a lexicon, then there's two options. You can go with a cheap, nearly free lexicon, which is the Thayer's Greek Lexicon. It's widely available. It's a little bit outdated now. If you want the best lexicon, you're gonna spend about $150. When I was in school, I paid like $300 for it, but it's usually pronounced BDAG, and it's called BDAG because of the authors. It's the beginning initials of the authors. Let me grab it for you. It's going to be called Greek English Lexicon of the New Testament and Other Early Christian Literature. And the main editor is Frederick William Danker. And then the co-editor is Walter Bowers. I think it's on sale right now on Amazon. Yeah, $148 on Amazon. Cheap.
All right. Yeah, that's all I had to come up and ask. Thank you.
Sure thing. Hey, good luck on your learning.
Yep, hopefully. Shit, this is gonna be a struggle.
Yeah, Greek's rough. I didn't like it. I liked Hebrew way better.
when are you learning Arabic?
Shit, I don't know yet.
Mhm.
It's funny because like sometimes I hear Arabic words that sound very similar to Hebrew words, and like I know they're related, but I don't know how the grammar functions. You know what I mean?
I think I've heard a lot of Hebrew. The grammar is the Arabic grammar is it's horrible. It feels like doing math equations.
I
for some
believe it.
reason.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, friends, hey, what is kind of a rare occurrence, our guest boxes are empty. So if you want to talk about your God, now's a good time to do it. If you're watching on Facebook or Twitch or on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're watching on TikTok, all you have to do is hit the guest request button. We got time left in the live stream, so if you get in now, you're almost guaranteed to get into the debate platform. If you wait to the very end of the stream, the odds of actually joining up is pretty low. If you're a Christian, remember that the Bible implores you to actually make converts. That's like the job of being a Christian, is to make disciples and make converts, and then eventually to baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Unless you read the book of Acts. In the book of Acts, they baptize everybody in the name of Jesus for some reason, probably because the Gospels can't figure out what the proper method is. That's actually an interesting contradiction, isn't it? In Matthew 28, Jesus says to baptize people in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. In the book of Acts, nobody does. I can grab that. Let me see. You'd think his disciples at least would know. All right, so in the Great Commission, it says, "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, name of the Son, and the name of the Holy Spirit." Okay, cool. So, and did his disciples do that? No. Let me grab some verses from the book of Acts. In the book of Acts, they don't do that type of baptism. Let me see. Yeah, it says, let's see now. Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ. And it says they were baptized in Acts 2. Let's see. It says Acts 8:12 regarding to the eunuch that Philip talked to about the kingdom. Says in the name of Jesus Christ they were baptized. And then let's see. Let's see, there's another one. It should be Acts 9. Probably has it. Oh, Acts 10:48. He ordered them to be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. It just keeps saying it over and over again. That they were baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. Let's see, probably another one in here. And there's a bunch of them in here. Nevertheless, they do have like a separate baptism, like baptism in the Holy Spirit. That's a bunch of nonsense. You don't have to worry about that. All right, friends, I'm going to read some super chats then while we're waiting for a guest to load up. Also, while I'm doing that, hey, make sure you're following M's profile and take a look at the merch shop. We added some new M's merch. We've got a Sure mug. We also have a Habibi mug. We also have a hat that says, "Are you stupid?" And I thought there was one more. There might be another item in there. But friends, go to the merch shop and grab some of the best M's merch that we got there. Tim, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says we are just brains and boxes of bones. That is the case. Like we're like the happy accident, right? The Bob Ross saying we're just happy accidents in the universe. That's it. Like, universe didn't mean to make us. It just happens to be that we exist. And Chip, good to see you, says Hawk says puny God. Yeah. The Christian God is puny AF. There's no way around it. He gets his ass kicked by iron chariots. He gets fucked up by Kamash, the god of Moab. That was a rough go. He gets royally destroyed by Marduk. Marduk from Babylon fucked him up good. He's not good at this war stuff. Anyways, Handsome Cat says circumcision is a despicable human rights violation, and I agree with you. Circumcision should be ended. I've talked about this before. So I was told when I was circumcised that I didn't feel it, I didn't cry, and I was told that most babies don't. And I assumed it would be the same with my son. When I had a child, I had him circumcised, and I was told, it would be fine. He wouldn't remember it. He's not gonna cry. And then I fucking heard him cry from the other room. I was like, oh, well, this does fucking hurt. They do cry, and I was like, nope, I'm not gonna do that shit again. I obviously it does hurt them. Obviously, it's not something that you should be doing to babies. So I'm fully on board, friends, with the non-circumcision train. It's a silly practice. It just hurts individuals. There's no good reason to do it. And babies can't consent to that. Optimus Prime says, so you're telling me I got snipped for nothing? That is the case, friend. In fact, Paul even says so. Paul says, if you take the mark of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you. So, like, Paul's like, fucking don't get snipped. And meanwhile, in all these Christian states that we live in America and some of them in Europe, they're like, oh, you gotta circumcise. Why? Paul says not to circumcise. Master Merchader, thank you for super chat, says slavery pretzel at this start, amazing. It is fun when you can start the live stream on slavery pretzels. Usually it takes a few callers to get to slavery. We got it right at the beginning of the stream. Maybe that's why people aren't calling in right now. They already saw the slavery apologetics from like, I ain't going to call in that show. I don't want to get cooked. Jesus and the Holy Spirit did not equip me for this discussion. And they won't, even though Jesus says they will. Jesus says in the Olivet Discourse, when they drag you in front of princes and governors, don't worry about what you say because the Holy Spirit will put words in your mouth. Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit hasn't been doing that here. And Paulum, thank you for the super chat, says alien brain hemorrhage is a weird looking shot too. That's the name of a drink? Holy shit, let me get that one. Can't spell it. Let's see. Oh, wow. That is a cool fucking drink. Let me show you all what's going on here. I would drink a million of these things.
Justin, I'm being summoned somewhere. I'll be right back. Okay.
Totally understand. Good to see you, buddy. Have fun.
I'll be back. Bye.
Ems is an absolute beast. All right, open image in new window. There it is. That's the alien brain hemorrhage drink. I don't know what's in it, but it looks fucking cool. I would probably hurt myself drinking too many of those things. It's really fucking cool though. What are the ingredients? It's the peach schnapps, Irish cream, blue caraco, and then 3 or 4 drops of grenadine syrup. Sounds delicious. I could really go for some of that actually. I don't really know how to do mixed drinks. I haven't really tried a whole lot there because I'm boring as shit. But I'd get on board with that. I'd try that. Definitely. I'm fucking even try making it. Pat, thank you for your donation. Really appreciate that, friend. And El Travioso, great to see you. A beautiful kitty as always. Regarding prophecy, we have as humans a tendency to see things firsthand in our lifetimes and think the occurrence is unique to us. Yes, that's the point, right? People see these events that are reminiscent of what the Bible says and like, oh, this is a prophecy coming true. Despite that, all the rest of them failed. But the reality is they're too vague. They're not specific enough to literally be fulfilled in our lifetime. It's a whole load of nonsense. And Godwin says, any plans on offering baby paste swag? Well, we've got some. We've got baby paste magnets and stickers. And I thought we had maybe we don't have a t-shirt. I'll work on that. We're going to work on more baby paste. Okay. I'll write that down. We need baby paste and cat merch. That's what we're missing. Oh, I think the Angry Ninja came back, so we'll grab the Angry Ninja. After Coffee Mom, thank you for the super chat. And Beautiful Cat says, Justin, do you believe in divine command theory? I don't. You're repeating the conversation. Gohan, no, I believe in divine command theory, but with victim blaming. You fucking nailed it. Yeah. It's the same thing. If morals come from God, and God has a mind, and God decides who goes to hell, yeah. It's the same thing. All right, let's get Angry Ninja in here and see just how angry they are. Welcome in, Ninja.
Justin, what's going on, man?
How you doing?
How are you? I am 18.
Uh-huh.
I'm older. I'm 18, actually.
I'm sure. And are you a believer?
I was for 40 years.
Oh, so you're not
anymore. Well, I still believe in God. I haven't given up that yet. I don't. I'm of the opinion, like your last caller, where I can't prove God exists, and I believe that you can't disprove He exists. So I see no point in arguing. And actually, I didn't come on here to debate with you, and that's why I kept dropping off. I've been debating on whether to pop in here and chat with you, since nobody else is popping in. And I figured I'd come in here and ask my question, or see if you would entertain my question.
Well, go ahead and ask a question. We've got Ivan that popped in as well, and God's Sword. Unfortunately, God's Sword is a little unbearable usually. But yeah, what's the question?
So I hear a lot of Christians use the argument for when God hardened Pharaoh's heart, that the only apologetic they have is, well, at the end of the day, it's God and God can do what he wants. But I find it interesting that the hardened word, the Hebrew word, is different. than the Hebrew word where Pharaoh hardened his own heart. The author used two separate Hebrew words, and I find that very interesting. And I was wondering if you've ever seen that, or if you've ever take that apart and put any thought process into that.
It's three different words actually, and the reason why
Three
there's
different words.
yeah, the reason why there's three different words is because the Exodus narrative was written in at least three different sources, and then later combined into a single source. And the
So that
authors had a particular vocabulary that they like to use.
interesting. So it couldn't be understood as God doing one thing and Pharaoh doing something different.
Not quite. I don't
No.
think that's the way I would read it. You could read it as Pharaoh's heart became heavy, meaning he was convicted, because it does say that. It says that his heart became heavy. However, there is a chart. I just found it right here. You're welcome to take a picture of it if you can see the screen. And on the chart by, I forget who did Exodus in this commentary. I think it's Bruce Wells. He documents the Hebrew word that's used and who the subject is. And so in 4:21 and 7:3, Yahweh is hardening the heart, and we get the verb hazak, which means to stiffen or to strengthen. And then we also get kishah, which would be somewhat similar. And then in 7:13, 7:14, or actually 7:14, we get kavod, which just means to make heavy, but it says that his heart became heavy. So his heart is actually doing it, right? So I think that's the way that I would probably render it, something along that line. Let me
So
think
when
it.
Yahweh hardened his heart, it could also mean it strengthened. Is it possible that an understanding of that could be that Yahweh made it possible for Pharaoh's heart to be softened, but every time Pharaoh was convicted and he hardened his heart?
Well, I think that's part of the problem is, so it does say on multiple occasions that Pharaoh his heart became heavy, or he made his heart heavy, but it doesn't say, as far as I'm aware, that Pharaoh hardened his own heart. Every time his heart is hardened, it's God doing it.
Understood.
Right.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
sometimes,
not using this as an argument. I just have always read that and saw different words, and um, my brain just started brainstorming on what that could have been.
right. I believe I'm looking at the chart in 10:1. There's one instance in verse 10:1 where it says Yahweh made his heart heavy, kavod or kavod.
Interesting.
So it's a difficult situation to try to figure out what's going on here. But the documentary hypothesis basically explains the whole thing. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Get the Bible with Sources Revealed by Richard Elliott Friedman. He outlines which source wrote what.
Yeah, I definitely will. I love studying it. I don't find the Bible credible. Um, I don't necessarily believe in the God of the Bible, and it actually turned my world upside down. I was a Christian for 40 years, and I've I guess I've been deconstructing for the last year, and it's very difficult. I'm very pissed off.
Yeah.
And I hate hearing these dumb fuckers come on here try to defend something, and they fail miserably.
Right.
You know, without the Bible, you have nothing.
Yeah. True.
So
I'm with you, buddy.
it,
We're on the same page here.
yeah. So I didn't mean to type your time in. I just saw that nobody else was calling, and I figured I'd pop in and ask you a question.
It was a good question.
I
It was a
wish I
good
could debate.
question.
I wish I could debate because I do love debating. I do. So
Yeah. But it's a
well,
good question.
hopefully,
I would highly recommend. There's really good commentaries on Exodus. I would definitely recommend any of the modern commentaries from like the Anchor Yield Bible series, or from even the Continental commentary series would be fine, or the International Critical Commentary series. These are all excellent commentaries on Exodus. Nahum Sarnum Sarna does the commentary for the Jewish Publication Society. His is pretty brief and concise, but it's pretty good too.
I appreciate it. I'll look it up.
Yeah. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Cheers, buddy. Be good.
See ya.
I've heard from a lot of people that deconstructed after watching my live streams. I'm always curious what kind of numbers we're achieving on these live streams, like how many people are actually going into deconstruction because of them. But it sounds like we're making some impact. Let me grab Ivan, and then we'll get God's Sword in here, and I'm sure God's Sword will come in for another crash out session. The Greater Fool Band, great to see you, friend. Thank you for $20 super chat. Says, I thought I was doing the right thing by my first son. I had just been made to believe that. No way with my second. See, that's what I'm saying. I was told with my son that it wouldn't hurt them. It's fine. Everyone does it, all that nonsense. The problem is that it's all lie. It does hurt them. It's not good for them. They don't need it. Let's stop mutilating our son's genitals. And Veronica, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, is there any documentation of the history of the Gospels, something tracking these early oral stories before they were written down? Or is there just nothing before the Gospel was written? I wouldn't say there's nothing. I would say there's not much. There is a book, however. Hold on, where did I put it? It's in another bookshelf. Let me grab it. There is another one, and I apologize, it's downstairs. But here's two that would be a good start. Rethinking the dates of the New Testament, the evidence for early composition. So that would get you some goodies in there. You can also do On the Origin of Christian Scripture by David Trobish. And then a popular book, which I don't agree with everything he says, obviously, is Jesus and the Eyewitnesses, which was done by, I forget his name. He's a UK scholar. Hold on. But he doesn't go into like the formational period. The argument that he's making, Richard Bauckham, yeah. The argument that Richard Bauckham makes in the book is essentially, if you look at the structure of the Gospels, they appear to come from eyewitnesses. That's the case he's making, not so much about when they were written. But there are many books out there. The two that I recommended, I think, would be helpful. I apologize, there's another one. Can't think of the name of it. It's downstairs somewhere that talks about the subject. But there's some good stuff. You can also do a classic, like F.F. Bruce did the formation of the New Testament canon. Let me make sure I got the right guy. Yeah, F.F. Bruce wrote a book called The Canon of the New Testament. That's a book you'll probably want to check out if you're. I mean, he's no longer writing anything. He's no longer even alive. But he was a pretty preeminent scholar for a long time. And Matthew Mulkeen says, WHO and UNAIDS, so the World Health Organization, and I forget the other one, recommend male circumcision to reduce risk of hetero HIV infection risk, especially in regions with high rates. Also reduces risk of other STIs, UTIs, and penile cancer benefits and costs. So I looked into this a long time ago because that's what I was told as well. And it turns out that's really not always true if you're living in like the modern world where we take baths and we have like private practices that are personal practices where we have good hygiene. But I do understand in some countries where they have different practices, there might be some sort of tangential benefit. I get that. I'm okay with that. I do know that for people who don't, let's say, for people who don't wash regularly, there can be fungal growth, there can be infection. So to me, it's a matter of, it's more about hygiene and less about should you take the snip. That's where I'm at, though. All right. Well, listen, we got Ivan waiting to get in, so let's get Ivan, and then I said we'd get God's Sword next, and then after that, it looks like it's going to be Low Moo 88. Welcome in, Hyven. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Ivan? Ivan? Are are you with us, buddy? Can you hear me? Ivan? Anything? Okay. Well, guess we're not talking to Ivan. Ivan, come back when you get your hardware sorted out, and let's move on to. We've talked to Godsword a couple times. He basically just comes to crash out. Let's grab Lomu88 first. Maybe we'll get a real conversation. Then we'll grab Godsword and let him crash out. Well, maybe if they load, I got loading signs of death over here. Maybe. Maybe. Looks like they're gonna drop. I don't think Loam is going to connect. I do also know that, on the circumcision topic, like babies get really bad infections as well from the circumcision. Sometimes they even die from the infections. So there are, let's say, there are risks to getting it. Would you want to risk an awful infection from the circumcision, or risk maybe one day they have sleep with somebody with an STD? It's hard to say. All right, well, they didn't connect, so but Ivan did come back. Maybe Ivan has got the correct hardware hooked up now. Let's try. All right, Ivan, let's try this again. Can you hear me? Ivan, do you have a microphone plugged in? Is your microphone muted? Do you have a mute button on your microphone? It says you're wearing a headset. A 4A50X mic out headset. Nothing? Okay. Sorry, man. I don't just tell you, your hardware's broken. Lomu came back. Let's see if Lomu can connect. This is wild. Nobody seem to connect tonight. Well, if Lomu doesn't connect again, we'll just take Godsword and we'll keep on moving. Weird. Maybe there's an internet problem somewhere, and maybe these two are from the same country. They're both having internet problems. Ivan came back. I don't know why. Ivan, maybe, like, I don't know, try different hardware. Maybe your hardware doesn't work, man. If you're using the same headset combination, I can't imagine it's going to work better this time. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the thing to do. All right, well, Lomu's not connecting. So we're going to cut Lomu. Lomu, get some Wi-Fi coming back. We're going to take Godsword. Welcome back, God's SDE. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, host. How's it going with you?
Oh, it is going. So what's your argument today?
Oh, well, I just want to ask you're saying that your God is imaginary. So
Specifically yours.
We understand from the word God, just to define words, God means the creator from your perspective as well?
Typically, the God concept is a creator God, or like a mind out in space that creates things. If you're like a Platonist, you might believe in many gods, and not all of them are creator gods, but typically, like, you're a Christian, which means you believe in a creator God.
Exactly. So if you're saying that God, as far as a creator, is imaginary, how do you come into existence?
Through evolution.
That would be incorrect, or an assumption. That's an assertion. How can you show that
No,
you've
it's not an
evolved, and
assumption.
what
We have evidence of it.
evolved from?
Have you never, like, read a book on evolution? Do you not know that there's evidence for it?
But what's the evidence of evolution over the past 2,000 years of man's documented history as far as an animal changing its species?
Did you say 2,000 years of documented history? You know we've been documenting history for like 5,000 years, right?
Tell you what, I'll give you 10,000 years. What have we seen that has changed?
All kinds of animals have changed. Which one you want to start with, like lizards? Like, so there's an experiment that was done with lizards not that long ago where they took them from one remote island, one location to a remote island, and came back to see what was going on with those lizards, and they had changed their digestive system, their jaw structure, the type of teeth that they have, in order to eat a different type of meal that was abundant on that island that wasn't abundant on where they came from.
That would be a claim. Have you been on that remote
That's
island? Have you
that,
seen this
that's
lizard change?
the
And how can we
scientist.
visibly see the
The
digestive system?
scientists
No, that's not
scientists
evolution, bro. They still
scientists did it.
When you're saying they went from lizards into lizards that eat apples or the local fruit. That's not
Well,
evolution, right? That's adaptation.
that
Even
is
if you're given the best case scenario.
that is evolution. Evolution is just billions or millions of small changes and adaptations that over the course of time will create a new species that looks fundamentally different and operates different than the species that it came from.
But you're saying the lizard became a lizard.
I didn't say that.
What did it become?
A new species of lizards. Do you know what speciation is?
That's a claim based on intestinal changes that are claimed to be seen on a remote island by scientists that you don't know, right? Third person analogy and
You know they they
the
wrote
first
papers.
fallacy.
You know you can
So
read
are you
their
saying that
papers, right?
that's your best evidence? The lizards turning into lizards are your best evidence?
No, I didn't say it was my best evidence. I said it's a piece of evidence that
Your
fits the
best
criteria that you're looking for, which is namely that there are animals all around us that speciate very quickly. So again, evolution isn't something that happens over a period of 1,000 years. It happens over millions of years. In fact, I'll draw you a picture because I think this is probably more your pace.
Well, no, I think what's happening is that your ape mind is Darwinism is broken
I'm
because
sure
you
it is.
realize you didn't come from an ape, and because you said that a lizard became a lizard, that didn't show speciation. Right? That's the interesting thing about it.
We're
I mean, you can get
we're
your
still
paper and you pull,
apes.
but
We're
it's kind
still
of
apes.
obvious.
Okay,
But
so
how are you an ape?
I'm just gonna
Wait,
draw
wait,
something for
are
you
you an
just to
ape? Wait,
pay
I'll
attention
grant you.
for a
Wait, one
second, and
second.
we'll figure this one out.
You're
So
getting pedantic.
I'm gonna draw an animal here. We're gonna give it maybe some legs and a tail. Okay, we got a mammal here, right? Yeah, we
I'll
agree. We got
grant your ape argument.
basic
I said I would grant your ape
basic.
argument. I'll grant you the ape argument.
I didn't
So
make an ape
therefore, your
argument.
objective morality. I mean, you
I
said you're
didn't.
an ape, right?
I didn't. I didn't.
So
I
right,
didn't
you
make an
came from an
argument for
ape.
apes. No, we are
Are you
apes.
an ape? You're an ape, right? You're an ape. So
We're
if you are an
scientifically
ape, your
classified as
objective
apes.
morality will come from the ape kingdom, right? It will
No,
come from the ape kingdom. And where would your
no.
objective morality? Why would you be different from the ape?
There are no objective morals.
No, your objective morality will come from the systematic structure of the ape society.
No, there is no objective morals.
That's only because you're putting your brain in between it and you're trying to
That's
speak your way out of it.
can you
Right?
demonstrate that morals
According to gorillas, they don't
exist
speak.
objectively?
Apes don't speak. Apes don't speak.
Yeah, they do.
How do they speak?
They don't speak English, but they have their own communication.
They don't have the
Also,
same amount of
morals aren't objective just because you want them to be. I don't even think you know what those words mean.
Well, your objective morality would have to be based upon the ape kingdom. If you're saying you're an
Again,
ape,
I
therefore
don't
you can
believe
have
in
nothing
objective
wrong with ape
morals.
society
I
or
don't
ape
believe
beings.
in objective morals. I don't know why you haven't
So
gotten
how?
this
So
yet.
the apes. So is there any way that the apes can be wrong in their activities?
Wrong in which way?
Any way whatsoever. You know, apes usually cannibalize young.
What's it mean to be wrong for an ape?
Well, apes usually cannibalize the young. So because
what?
I'm a Christian, I wouldn't support cannibalizing my own species. But
Why?
by
The
your
Bible does.
account of being an ape, what is wrong with apes cannibalizing the young?
I didn't say that there was anything wrong with it, but the Bible says that God makes people cannibalize their children in Jeremiah 19:9. You
That's what
haven't
happens
bothered to
when
read the
people
Bible?
leave God. So because of the fact that God is all things, that's what happens when people leave God.
Gotcha.
So
So
because of the fact that God
it
is all
is
things,
it is
even
sometimes
going
morally
away from God and
acceptable to
choosing
cannibalize
to
children.
lie,
Then
you're
okay.
crashing out, bro. You okay?
So but you're the one yelling right now. So is it acceptable ever to cannibalize your children?
That's not the argument. You're trying to gish gallop.
I'm just
What I'm
asking
saying,
you.
the
That's not what a
Bible
gish
was a
gallop is. I'm
warning
asking you a
that leaving
question. You're
God,
running from
yeah, it
it.
is. That leaving
You said
God,
that it's always
well, you're
wrong to do
spazzing out again, bro. You're
cannibalism,
now
and then
about
I
to
showed
reinforce
you a
myself.
Bible verse where it's
You're
not wrong to
crashing
do
out, bro.
cannibalism, and now
Go ahead.
you're crashing out because you don't want to face the fact that your Bible says sometimes it's okay to do cannibalism.
Well, I'm
I'll
trying
read
to
it for
explain it
you.
to you, and you're not
So
allowing
wait,
it.
go
See,
ahead and read
again, you did it.
just read the verse on the
Because
screen
of the
for me.
fact.
Tell me what it says.
Okay. I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them.
Yeah. Who's causing that?
The society leaving God has caused this.
No, who's
So first
I?
off, it was
When
their
it says
fruit
I will make,
that
who's
leads
I?
to this. And
Who's
now they're
speaking?
being, well, that's the thing. If
Who's
God is
speaking?
all things, then God is also, when they
Yeah,
reject God, God will
but who's
also be there as
speaking?
well, right?
Yeah, but who's speaking?
I said it, bro. God's speaking. But
Okay,
God is warning them of what
when
happens
God says
if
I
you
will make
avoiding
something happen, what
context.
does that mean?
Are you saying you have to avoid context in order
So when
to make
God
your argument?
says I will make you do something, what does that mean?
It means that once you leave God, no matter what, if you believe you left God, you're still with God, right? And therefore
No,
you're rejecting God.
that's not at
If you
all what that
reject
means.
life,
I'm asking you
you
to
reject life
give me
by
an
me.
answer about how
Are you
English
okay, bro?
words work.
If you reject life,
Yeah,
then you
obviously you're
get
not
what you
okay
get.
because you're not answering my question. My
Well, I'm
question
trying to
is,
respond to you.
what is
If
the
you reject
meaning
life, what do
of
you
the
get?
words I will make somebody do something? What do those words mean in language?
Very easy response, brother. If you reject life, what do you get?
Doesn't answer my question.
But does answer your question. What do you get if you
Still
reject
waiting
life?
for you to answer my question. My question is, what's the function
Literally
in
answer your
English
question.
of the phrase I will make somebody do something?
See, once you reject life, which is God, then you will be made to follow reprobate behaviors. That's
So you're not going to
literally
answer
what
the
it says.
question?
So let's
I'll
answer
I'll
your question.
I'll
You
take your
can't handle it.
concession. I'll take your
You can't
concession.
handle it.
Well, you
No,
didn't
you
give me an answer to
conceded.
my question.
I just saw you concede. You
I
were
didn't
scared for me to even
concede.
respond.
You're out of your mind if you think I just conceded.
So you're saying you're
I'm
from the
still
ape, but you
I'm still
have no
waiting for
problem
you to
with ape
answer.
morality.
I'm still waiting for
Bro,
your
we're
answer
seeing you run
on the
now. We're
question.
seeing you dish
What
now.
does it mean in
I thought you said
English
I
when it
conceded already.
says I
What
will
did you concede?
make?
Once you reject God, which
So
is
you're
the
not going to
context,
answer. You're never going to answer the question. I'm not asking you
the
about God. I'm
context of
asking you
this
about how
phrasing,
words work.
which the
I'm not asking you
context of
about
this
God.
chapter,
Try to put
you
your
have to
grade
cherry
school
pick now.
thinking cap on. I'm
You're saying
asking
you have to
you
cherry pick,
in the
and
English
you're cutting me short.
language,
So
what does it mean when
you're
somebody
supposed to
says
respond.
I will make?
Well, you're saying what someone says when they mean it. What does God mean when He says?
I'm asking you in
It's
English.
not the same as person, right?
I'm not asking about
Wait.
God. I'm asking
God is
about
not the same
English.
as person.
I'm just
So you're
asking
doing
about
a false
English.
equivalency.
Just asking about
Wait, you're
English.
doing a false equivalency,
I'm
right?
just asking about English.
I'm just asking you, is that a false equivalency?
Nope, just answer the question.
You're trying to equate the words of God to the words of man. Is that a false equivalency?
These are the words of man. And so the point that I'm trying to make here is that words have
Your argument
meanings
is that
and
these are
that
the
you
words of
hate
God.
what God actually said. Your God said, I will cause
Yeah,
them
God
to
said
eat
it.
the
I thought you
flesh
said
of
it's
their
the words of man.
sons. And you're saying, no, God's not causing them to do that. But God said, I am causing it.
That's why I said you have to follow the context.
It
But you don't
I
know the
do.
context of the.
I know the
You're running from the
context.
context.
What's the context?
So
Tell me the context.
leaving God causes
Tell
this.
me the context.
Leaving God causes this.
What army is going to come
So
and
is this a running
what
theme
army
in
is
the
going to come
Bible?
and do this? Tell me the context.
Well, see, you just have to speak over me.
Which group of people? Which group
Do you
of people
concede?
is God
Do you
even speaking
concede, bro?
to? I haven't
Wait, if you
conceded.
leave life, if you
I'm proving
reject
that you
life, then you
don't
get
know the
life.
context.
I mean, look at
So
spazzing
you're
out.
talking about context. You don't even know the context. Which group of people is God speaking to, and which group of people is going to come in and cause war?
That's a deflection.
So
What
you
I'm
don't fucking
speaking
know the
about is
context, you
if
liar.
you, but you're not answering my question.
The
If you're
context
rejecting
is
life, the
Judeans.
context
So
of this is a
Jeremiah is
warning.
bringing a message to the Judeans
This is a warning.
and those that are down also in Benjamin, because Benjamin attaches himself to the Judean people, and he's saying that the Babylonians are going to come and fuck them up. And God's using the Babylonians as his instrument of punishment, which is why he says, I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons, which is why this verb, to eat, akal, in Hebrew, is in the causative verbal stem. God is saying, I'm causing them, which is why the English translation says, I will make them eat the flesh. So this is God causing people to eat the flesh of their children. That's cannibalism.
What is the purpose that this condemnation will come upon them?
So you're not going to address the passage?
No, I'm just asking you, bro. You want to be the scholar. What is the purpose? Why is this happening to them?
It's a punishment. I'm not asking about a punishment. I'm asking,
Punishment for
is there
rejecting God?
ever a
Wait,
time?
Well, 1 second,
So
bro. I got
you actually lost track. You
Hold on
don't
a
got me
second.
because you
Hold on a
lost
second.
track of the
Thank you.
conversation. The
I thought you didn't want to
conversation
respond
is
to something.
about whether or not there's ever an occasion where it's, would say, amoral or moral to eat the flesh of your sons and daughters. And you said no, and said, well, what about when God causes it?
Well, this is the thing. You already said it's a punishment for rejecting God. That's why my original question was, if you reject life, what do you get? God is all things. And
So,
once you try to do a false equivalence between the word of man to the word of God, the
so you're
argument
not
was
going to answer
done.
the
So
question?
let's get back to
So
your
you're
eight
never going to
morality.
answer. You're never going to answer the
Wait,
question.
let's get back. I mean, you
I'm
already
still waiting
cooked
for
yourself.
an answer
Let's
to the
get back to your
question. The
eight
question
morality now that
is
you
it
ran from
wrong
originally.
when God causes
Why
people
are
to
you running?
cannibalize? Is it wrong?
Once you reject life, anything can happen.
I'm just asking a simple question. When
If you
God
reject
says
God, well,
he's
it's
going
the
to
man's
cause
choice.
cannibalism, is
It's his
God
choice.
wrong?
Once you reject God, what will happen to you?
I'm
If
still
you
waiting.
reject
It's
life,
a yes or no question. I'm
that's
just
why
waiting
you're
for
not
I'm
answering
still just
that
waiting for a
question.
yes or no.
Well,
We
tell you
can't
what,
we
answer my.
actually can't move on until you say yes or no to my question. See, that's how conversations work.
Well, I've
So you're
already
just
answered your
endlessly
question.
dodging and
I've already
pivoting.
answered.
I'm waiting for a simple yes or no, which is it moral when God causes people to eat their children?
Once you reject God,
So you're never going to
anything
answer the
can
question.
happen to you.
I need a yes or
I'm
no.
literally answering your
I just
question,
need a yes
and
or
you're just
no.
speaking over me.
I need a
You're
yes
just
or
speaking
no.
over me.
I need a
You're
yes or
just
no.
speaking over me.
Need a yes or
But
no.
God didn't do that. You're
Still
still
waiting
making
for
a
a yes
false
or
equivalence.
no.
Well, you're making a false
God did
equivalence.
do that.
God
God
didn't do
literally
that.
says, God
No,
literally
no.
says, I
It
will
was
make
the
them do it.
punishment. You said it was a punishment, bro.
And God's causing
You
it. I
said it was
know.
their fault.
Yeah, and God's causing
You
it.
said it was their fault.
It's
And
God's
then what
fault.
happened?
I didn't say it was their fault. I said it was God's
No, it
fault.
was a
I said it
punishment,
was
bro.
God's
You
fault.
said a punishment.
Yeah, by
Why were they
God.
being punished?
It doesn't matter.
No,
God's
why were
doing
they
it.
being punished?
God gets to control what
Why
the
were they
punishment
being
is. Who gets
Why
to
were they
decide the
being punished?
punishment? Who gets
Can
to
you tell
decide
me
the
why they were
punishment?
being punished?
Everyone
Did they
knows. I already
reject
told
life?
you. Everyone knows.
Did
We
they
already
reject
went over
God?
it. Who gets to decide what the punishment is?
Did every Marxist society
He'll
since its
never
inception
answer a single
believe in mass
question.
unalivenment?
So
Okay,
I'll
wait,
explain it to you since your
I'm just going
brain
over your argument
is
now,
too
bro.
smooth to actually understand. So God gets to choose the punishment. It's irrelevant that they disobeyed. You can disobey all you want. God is still on the hook for the punishment he chooses, right? If my son disobeys me and I decide as your punishment, I'm just going to chop your legs off, I'm on the hook for chopping his fucking legs off. The punishment has to be somehow fitting to the crime. And we've decided a long time ago that chopping children's legs off is never okay. Now, you said it's never okay to cannibalize your children. And I'm showing you a clear instance where God causes cannibalizing of children. And I just need to know, is this moral? When God says, I'm causing them to cannibalize their children, is God doing something that's moral? That's all I need to know. He's still yapping on me.
Morality, yes. By your eight morality, yes, it will be okay. By your
I'm asking about yours.
But what we're seeing within the text
No,
is that the people themselves
in your
their unalivenment.
so he'll
because
never.
they
Now I just have to keep muting him every time. So God's sword. Here's what's going to happen. I'm just going to mute you since you won't let me talk on my own live stream and you won't actually focus. This is a very easy question. What I need to know is a yes or no. When God says, I will cause you to eat the flesh of your sons or daughters, was that a moral thing to do?
I already answered your question multiple times.
It's a yes or no.
So low IQ, you can't.
It's a yes or
You can't
no.
understand it.
I'm still waiting for a yes or no.
Well, it's easy. Yes or no. If you
Yes or
reject
no.
life,
Yes
what
or
do you
no.
get?
Yes or no.
If you reject life, are you
Nope.
worthy
That's not a yes or no.
of unaliveness?
Not a yes or no.
Reject life.
Not a yes or no.
Bro, look at this. Look at this.
Not a yes or no.
He's turning into a child now. Look at
Not a yes or no.
that punishment. It was over.
A child could answer the question.
So if you reject
A
life,
grown ass adult would answer the question
of
too. You're
unaliveness?
neither a grown ass adult or a child. You're an infant. You maybe a fucking zygote, maybe. In fact, let me ask the chat, because I bet everyone else in the chat could answer this question. In
Exactly.
Jeremiah 19:9, was God wrong for causing them to cannibalize their own children? I bet everyone in the chat can give a yes or a no. Give me a yes or a no in the chat whether or not God was wrong for causing the cannibalizing of children.
Well, it's
I
not
see
wrong
some
by your 8 mind.
yeses. I see some yeses. Oh, there's even a no in the
It's not wrong
comments.
by-
So the one person in the comments said no. We got a lot of yeses.
Why
It's
you so
weird that
scared?
everybody in the comments can say yes or no, but somehow you're not capable of saying yes or no. So what we're going to
Well,
need
you're
for
not getting
you
the question.
is a simple yes or no. We don't need any more lip flapping. We don't need any more pivoting or evading. We need a yes or a no.
If you reject life, are you
He's never
worthy
going to
of
say yes or no. We're just yes or no
If
is all we
you reject
need.
life, well,
Yes or no.
you're gonna say yes.
Yes or no.
You agree with it.
Yes or no.
If you reject life, then
Yes or no.
automatically. If you
He'll
reject life, then
he'll never
automatically.
say yes or no.
It's so easy, bro.
He'll never say it. He'll never say yes or no. Not in a million years.
Destroy.
Remember, this is God's best
Yes,
warrior. This is the best God can do, is to send a guy who
Destroy you right
doesn't
now.
know
And this is
yes
why you
or
have to
no.
exert fascism.
He doesn't know yes or
This is
no.
why you have.
He
Well, I
can't
don't have to do
utter
it.
the words yes or no to a simple
Again,
question.
he's trying.
So he
So
gets
now
cooked on a
atheists
single
need
point
to
because
control
he's
my
never bothered to
speech
read the
because
Bible. And then I
he
ask
got.
a little bit of yes or no question to get to the end point so
Now
we
he
can
wants
actually
a
finish
yes or
the
no response.
conversation, and he won't actually engage. He's refusing to engage, which means you're cooking
But you
yourself. Every time you refuse to engage in a simple yes or no question, you cook yourself. You make yourself look stupid, not me.
yourself, bro.
Why are
If
you
you
crashing
reject
out?
life, then
Why are
you're
you crashing
worthy of
out? Why are you
unalivement.
crashing out?
You already saying it. Nobody's
Well,
crashing out
I'm sorry.
except you. And
Did the
that's why you had to
babies
keep pressing that
did
mute
the
button.
babies reject
Because once
life?
you said
Did the
punishment,
babies?
that
I
was
have to.
checkmate.
I have to mute you because you never shut up.
Once you said
You
punishment,
notice
that was
every
checkmate.
live stream you're on, you're the guy that's always getting muted because you never shut the fuck up and you never listen. So
Making you guys
did the
keep
children
crashing out. I make you
do
crash
anything?
out.
You're the one crashing
How
out.
about that?
Did the
I make you crash
children
out.
did the children
Just
do
like
anything
in the
wrong?
Bible, right? So
Did
you
the children do
reject
anything
logic,
wrong?
and now you
Still waiting
crash
for
out.
an answer. Still waiting for an answer. Did the children do anything wrong? He's muting
The
himself now
children are
because
still going to be
the
Lord.
children
The children are
who
still
are
going to be
who
the
get
Lord at
eaten,
the end of time
the
because they're
children who are
sinners.
eaten,
But
did
these
they do
things
anything
happen to the
wrong?
flesh.
Did the children getting
You're
eaten
still
do anything
interjecting.
wrong?
Look
I'm
at
still
this. He's
waiting,
just
still
turning
waiting
into
for
a
a yes or
record,
no.
broken record.
Just waiting for a yes or no.
Well, you can't say anything's wrong with
I
it.
have to
That's
do
your problem.
a
And that's
repeated
why you have
questions
to
because
speak
you
over
never
me.
answer. You
No,
don't
no, no.
answer any
You can't say
questions. I speak
anything's
over
wrong
you
with
because
it.
you refuse
You
to
have
enter
no
in
objective
actual
morality
dialogue.
against it.
You don't have any
You
objective
actually
morals
have
too.
objective morality
You don't
for
have
it.
objective morals.
Your objective morality is
I'm
for the
still
cannibalization
waiting
of
for
children.
you. Still waiting
No,
for
no,
you
I
to
mean, I'm
get
just dealing
an
with your
argument for
argument, and that's
objective
what you
morals.
originally ran
Still
from.
waiting. Still
So
waiting
did
for objective
anybody
moral
hear
argument.
that he ran
So
from
he'll
Darwinism
never
and aped
answer.
society? And his
He'll never answer. Remember, he's the one who conceded on evolution so he can run to the moral argument. All right, get the fuck out of here. You're such a waste of space. I have no idea why you hang around in these spaces. You're an absolute waste of breath. Your mother was wrong for having you, in fact.
Your mother was wrong for having you.
You're a waste of breath. You need to get lost. Every time you come up, you embarrass Jesus. Jesus is going to stay away even longer because you exist. You're the reason why Jesus won't come back. He doesn't want to show up with his followers acting like that. You're the one. So anyways, I mean, it'll make a really funny clip when you get clipped though. I mean, you're in about 3 months, you'll get clipped and everyone's going to make fun of you. It's going to be wild. So, all right. That was fun. Let me grab just a couple of super chats and we're going to try Ivan one more time, but I swear to God, Ivan, if you don't connect, I'm not bringing you back up. You got to fix your hardware. I can't keep bringing you up and wasting time if your hardware doesn't work. Shane, thank you for $20 super chat, friends. Says, I got the snip of my own choice at 12. When I woke up after surgery, the doctor said we had to do reconstructive surgery. Like, bro, what? The place you don't want stitches is there. I should have just left it alone. I agree. My grandfather had to get circumcised when he entered the military for some reason. This was a long time ago, like World War II. So he didn't have medication. He said it was the most painful experience he ever experienced. The most painful thing. And I believe it. F&Q Lucky Bamboo, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, hey, mate, years ago, people believed in witches and the world was flat, etc. The list goes on. What are your thoughts of when this can end and what it would take? Cheers, cheers, and cheers. Well, thank you, Lucky Lambo. And I don't know, because even today, people think the earth is flat. And no matter how much you debunk the bullshit in their religion, people still believe it. It takes a really long time for society at large to change. It needs a lot of repeat examinations of beliefs. Layla Tenvass, good to see you. I remember you want to be called Vass, though. Says, God's sword is incompetent and unable to grasp simple concepts. His crash out is almost as amusing as his ignorance. Oh, yeah, and you call me Vass. Yeah, rock hard product. It's funny because God's sword does that every time. So he comes up, he crashes out like a madman, and then he says, you're crashing out. He's out of his mind. He has nothing between the ears. And Akram, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what if God said stone to unalive the male that doesn't bleed the first time he has sex because he's not a virgin? Yeah, what if God commanded in Deuteronomy 22, verses 13 through 21, that if a man's not a virgin, they get stoned? Well, that would never happen because it was written by men. And obviously, if men are writing the God, they're going to write the God to be patriarchal and hating women, right? But yeah, if that law was in there, men would hate it. Peace, Love, and Cake says, God's sword couldn't cut soft butter. He thinks he's Kerrygold, but this argument is pure parquet. I haven't heard reference to parquet or margarine in a while. But yes, you're right. That God's sword is the delusional type of person that has no idea what he's saying and will never shut up long enough to learn any better. No, good to see it. Says this may have been said before, but the Bible truly seems like a choose-your-own-adventure novel for Christian belief. Keep it up, Justin. It is. You can pick and choose whichever verse you need in order to pick and choose your religion. And that's what even the Christians did. Handsome Cat says, Eric Klopper debunks the circumcision is beneficial studies in sex and circumcision. The HIV study was done with men wearing condoms versus uncircumcised men. Oh, well, fucking A. See, I thought that was the case. Yeah, my understanding is last time I looked it up, which is about 2 to 3 years ago, was that the health benefits were overblown and not real. But I couldn't give you the study. I just remember why I had to do it, because I was doing a Bible study on Genesis with my buddy Dan, and we were asking if there actually were benefits, and it turned out after our study there weren't benefits. Eris says there are some of the Orthodox Jewish community that practice metzitza, bepa on circumcised area of the baby. Gross. Oh yeah, that's when they suckle the blood, right? That's that's the practice as far as I'm referring to. I don't know why they do that. Was it's a mullah is what they call them? I don't know why they do that. It seems like it's a fucking violation. But you're right. There are some sects that still do that. It's terrifying. And God Eating a Penguin says apes do not usually cannibalize their young. An ass pull from hell. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they did or not, but it wasn't really relevant to my point, you know. They're usually herbivores. What a moron. That's true. Apes are herbivores. That's why people ask, if they're herbivores, how do they get so ripped? And because it's their digestive tract allows them to metabolize the leafy greens and whatnot in a way where it produces proteins inside of the gut. Zuso says, I, God, will make. Words don't mean words. Indeed. Listen, every time God says, I'm doing some shit, you can guarantee, you bet your butt, the Christians say, no, he's not. God didn't do that. God's lying. All right, let's try Ivan for the last time. Ivan, is it working now? No. Okay. Ivan, I don't know what to tell you. You keep coming in with the same hardware and it hasn't worked any time. So I'm going to hang up until you come back with new hardware. I will never take you back, okay? Let's get our next guest in here, and it looks like it's going to be Eric Dean. Eric, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. Which God?
Jesus.
Sure. So you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think is a good piece of evidence or a good argument for believing in the Christian God?
prophecy being fulfilled in this day and age?
Like what?
Corinthians and Revelations.
Can you be specific?
Which part do you want to know about?
Which prophecy do you think is being fulfilled? Because in 1 Corinthians 7, Paul suggests that people shouldn't even get married or have children because the present form of the world is passing away. That didn't come true.
You really can't have children because of the way that the mental health crisis racket is taking place. You wouldn't want to have children in such a brutal climate. So he tells them not to even have children if it's going to be a mental health racket.
He didn't say that.
It's insinuated. It's never changed.
No, it's not in there at all. He says not to have children because the present form of the world is passing away. The world's coming to an end.
Yes.
Want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay. It'll be like verse 30 something, 34, 35. 31. Oh, it's close. All right. On 1 Corinthians 7, chapter 7 is the dialogue about who should marry and who shouldn't marry. He tells them that if you're single, you shouldn't marry. But then he talks about people who are going about their business. He says, brothers and sisters, the appointed time has grown short. Oh, interesting. The appointed time has grown short. From now on, let even those who have wives be as though they have none, meaning don't have children. And those who mourn as though they were not mourning, and those who rejoice as though they were not rejoicing, and those who buy as though they have no possessions, and those who deal with the world as though they had no dealings with it. For the present form of this world is passing away. So,
and that's a social finance, or that's socially, right? There's not that whole social structure is going to change, right?
He said world
because of
not social structure.
Yes, the world will change. That's your social economy, right?
No, he's talking about the renewal of all things, like Second Peter
Because there's
chapter
a
3.
definition between the earth and the world.
He says the world is passing away. That's the
And
heavens
that would
and the
be
earth.
Social norms, right?
Not social norms, no.
What do you consider the world then? Because there's no world without us.
It's
just an earth.
the earth. That's the world we live in, the planet.
And that would be a social construct, right? Because the world is just a planet.
No, the cosmos is what he's referring to. The cosmo, or however you want to not conjugate, however you want to decline the noun, put particular endings on it in Greek. It just refers to the whole created order, the sky, the earth, the animals, everything. It's all passing away.
So there's no need to keep up with any kind of social norms anymore, right? Because the world is ending.
That's what he's saying. The world is ending, but it's not. It didn't end.
They didn't keep any of their values anymore. That social norm, we don't keep that social norm these days.
I know that's the point.
Because it ended.
Yeah, everybody ignores Paul because the world didn't end.
But it did end.
When? When did the world end?
That social structure no longer exists.
It didn't say anything about social structures. It says world.
Yes, that's the social structure of the world that we live in, or that they lived in at the time.
Nope.
No, that's not even really an answer.
It's a strict denial of your claim, which is based on zero evidence or argument. The word cosmos or cosmon or cosmo, depending on the passage you're reading, does not mean social structure. It has never meant social structure and never will.
When did the cosmos become part of the real?
It's always been in the New Testament. It's written in Greek. That's the original language.
I feel like you're just saying the cosmos like it's supposed to have a definition, but I don't understand what it really is supposed to be defining.
It's the world, the universe, the created order.
And that would be in our brains, right? Because we're
No.
the people that make things happen.
Nope.
We're the only ones that are observing this world to make it observable.
Have you not heard about the angels and God?
Get that, right?
No, I don't get it because the angels are observing it.
All right. And there is the Holy Spirit on the earth.
So that means it's
that
not
are
just humans.
observing everything that happens. Yes, because you could be speaking to an angel at any time.
Yes, that means there are more than human brains observing the earth.
And those are prophets that
They're
live on the earth.
angels, he said.
What are you talking about? Angels. You could be
You
speaking
said-
to an angel at any time, but
You
that
said
would be
angels.
a prophet as
You
well,
said there are
right?
angels observing the earth. Angels are not the same thing as prophets. How about you do this? I don't think you're tracking my argument. How about you give me some prophecies that you think came true?
Like where it says the spiritual in Revelation, when you're speaking of the seven stars, the archangel happened to be the seven stars, right?
The angels are the stars, yeah.
Yes.
So what's being
Well,
fulfilled?
somebody has to actually make those judgments, righteous judgments, in order to give these churches their validity or their due.
Right, but I'm asking.
You get what I'm saying?
What's been fulfilled? What's being fulfilled?
Revelation, no.
What verse in Revelation is being fulfilled?
It being opened and coming to fruition.
But what is coming to fruition? It's got 22 chapters.
Yes, from the beginning.
So which part's coming true?
Where they're judging between the churches to see if their candle will be blown out.
Yeah, I know the story. I'm asking which prophecies in the book came true.
The whole thing is coming true now.
Give me one of them.
To him that overcometh, I will grant to sit with me in my throne, as I also overcame and sat down with my Father in his throne. He that heareth.
You think that came true?
Yes.
How? How would you demonstrate that came true?
Through the reading of the Bible.
I don't think the Bible, but the Bible's not true.
But when you're reading it in first person, as the person who is making judgments, that's exactly how it reads.
I'm sure it does, but I don't think the Bible's true. Why would I think that is true?
Because it's plainly
Because it's what?
written in black and white. Factual.
So, I don't think it is factual. Right? It says that that the earth is flat with a dome over top of it. That's not factual.
Well, that depends on which way you're looking at it. If you're looking at it from God's perspective, then it's flat. But if you're looking at it from on Earth, then it's round.
It's not flat from God's perspective.
Why wouldn't it be? If you're planning things, you would just be looking at it flat so that you can understand the whole thing.
You can see that it's the
But
ball.
that's
Like when you look at
that's where
pictures
the
of
world comes.
when you look at pictures of Earth from outer space, it doesn't look flat. You can still tell that it's a sphere. And God knows
That's
that
where
it's a
the world
sphere.
comes in.
God's point of view is irrelevant. God knows that it's not flat, which means he should just tell people that it's not flat.
That's where the world comes in to observe that. So back in the day, they thought that the world was flat because they couldn't find a way around the Arctic Circle. So they automatically assumed that the whole thing was flat and there wasn't a way past the barrier.
Well, they assumed it because all of the
But that
ancient
was their
cultures and
world
religions
that
said
they
it was flat.
observed. But that was the world that they observed at the time. So
I'm aware that's
thought
the
that the world was
problem.
flat.
Yes, that's the problem is all of the ancients believed that the earth was flat because of their observation. And so when they wrote their fake holy books, the earth was flat in their fake holy books. That's how we know that they're written by men and not by God.
All right. But that still makes it. What are you talking about exactly?
What I'm saying is that the
That was
Bible
a nice
isn't
statement.
the Bible isn't saying true things a lot of times. It makes a lot of statements that are just flat out false.
Well, it depends on what situation or scenario you're in where it would be contradictory to itself due to the scenario where somebody would do the opposite of something they said that they would do, but in the situation, it would be where you would have no other choice because it would be biblically prophesied.
What are you talking about? I'm saying there are statements in the Bible that are just not true.
What part wouldn't be true because it all coincides with each other?
But it doesn't coincide with each other. It says that rock badgers and rabbits chew cud. They don't. In Genesis, Jacob has the striped and speckled animals mate with each other in front of a. Or sorry, it has non-striped animals mate with each other in front of a striped pole, and that produces striped offspring. That's not how that works. That's not how biology works.
I don't. Animals won't even mate in front of human beings because of embarrassment.
Say what now?
Animals won't breed in front of human beings out of embarrassment. There was I don't remember what chapter it was, but there was a time where they were breeding goats, but they would not breed because there wasn't a hedge in front of the animals. They just wouldn't do it out of some kind of embarrassment.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've read the Bible. I don't know that verse.
Right?
Let me ask you a question. The Bible has what I would classify as scientific errors, and I think those are kind of fun. And they're not fun for everybody, but they're fun. It also contains, I would say, like a lot of like just internal contradictions. Have you seen these before?
If you would point one out, I would check it out.
Sure. Okay. I'll give you a passage real quick. We haven't done this one in a hot minute, but we're going to talk a little bit about the healing of Jairus' daughter. Do you remember that story?
Not in particular, but
We'll read it. Don't worry. Let me get it up on the screen. All right. So there's two accounts, one in Matthew, one in Luke. In Matthew says, while he was saying these things to them, suddenly a leader came in and knelt before him. Him is Jesus, saying, my daughter has just died, but come and lay your hands on her and she will live. Okay, so Jairus comes and says, listen, my daughter has died. I need you to lay hands on her so that she'll be revived. When you go to Luke, it says about the man, he had only a daughter about 12 years old, and she was dying. As he went, the crowds pressed on him. So in Luke's rendition, she's not actually dead. She's just in the process of dying. So she can't be dead and also dying, right?
Right.
So
And that was about the same time that the lady had touched Jesus' garments, right?
that is the same time. Yep, that's an interlude in the
Because
story.
she was having problems with her blood,
Mm-hmm.
and there seems to be like sympathy pains there, where two people were having same symptoms but opposite spectrums, where the little girl was feeling the lady's pain.
No, my
You get
point
that?
my point here is that these two stories contradict, right? In one story, when Jairus approaches Jesus, she's already dead. In the other story, when Jairus approaches Jesus, she's not dead yet, she's just dying, right? It says in Luke, just then there came a man named Jairus, a leader of the synagogue. He fell at Jesus' feet and began pleading to him to come to his house, for he had an only daughter, about 12 years old, and she was dying.
From a
So it's,
period, right? But
it doesn't, no,
they
it's
made such a big deal about her having a period that she had no other choice but to pretend like she was dead at the time.
this wasn't, the woman with the flow of blood was not Jairus' daughter.
Why also they assumed the little girl was practically dead?
Because she's in the house. The girl is in the house and near death, which is why they're approaching Jesus.
From what?
What do you mean from what?
Why was she practically dead? Why would a young lady
The
be
story doesn't
practically
tell us
dead?
why she was dying, I don't think.
She didn't have a mom to tell
Whether or
her
not
what to do
whether or
in
not
such a situation.
whether she had a mom is kind of irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, one text says she was dead, and the other said that she was dying. This is this contradiction.
How could the father make the judgment? All he knew was that she was practically on her deathbed.
That's my point. Is in one story the father says she's dead. In the other story, he says she's dying. Got to be one or the other.
But if he doesn't know, then he can't really say it.
But the question is, what did he actually say?
He said them both. You told me.
He didn't. He didn't say them both. He
One
said
after another.
one or the other. He's not going to say my daughter is dying. She's also dead.
So which one did he say first? That
Well,
she's dead or that she's dying?
I don't think he said both of them.
But if that's out of confusion, then it's not even God's word, so it's not an surety, is it?
That's my point. Is that this book couldn't come from God because it keeps contradicting itself.
But that's the facts of what happened. So he's not. They're just saying that the man contradicted himself, not that God contradicted himself.
Well, the Bible tells
That's
the
just
story.
the facts of what happened at the time.
The Bible claims that the man said something. Either the man said one thing or the man said another thing. If he said one thing and not the other thing, that means the Bible is wrong. It recorded the wrong words.
They didn't record the wrong words. That's exactly what he said in the confusion.
He didn't say both those
You'd
things.
want to say exactly what they said so that there wouldn't be any confusion about exactly what happened that day.
So you think Jairus came to Jesus and said, my daughter is dead, also she's dying?
She's dead or dying, I'm not sure.
Not
If
or.
she's on her deathbed.
There's no or in there.
Which one would you choose? Which word would you choose if you're unsure of her death? Or if she was sick? Or
I think it's
you have
irrelevant. No
idea.
one's
You're not a
asking.
woman to know exactly
No one's
how
asking how
sick
he
the
knows
young lady
anything. We're
would be.
asking what words left his mouth.
As a human being, he said both out of necessity.
So you think Jairus said, "My daughter is dead, my daughter is dying."
I think they recorded exactly how he said it in order to keep the records alive.
I'm just asking, what do you think he said? Did he actually say, "My daughter is dead and my daughter is dying"?
He said them both in the order that he told them.
Well, we don't know what order. We aren't given an order.
It's
One says
written
one
so that you
thing.
know exactly which order.
One says one thing. One says another thing.
So that it'll be absolutely correct on exactly how it happened.
But that's what we're trying to drill down. Is if he said that my daughter is dying, that means she is not dead, which means it would be a contradiction to say that she is dead.
Right, but he's a human being that doesn't know exactly if she's dead or passing away.
But he says.
Or he's a human. He does.
But he says that she is dead.
Right, because he doesn't know. He's not a nurse. He has no training in that.
Okay, but you understand, if I said my dog is dead, and then I also said my dog is dying, you understand that those can't be true at the same time, right?
Yeah, I would have to go with you and see if the dog was dead or dying.
But it could only be one of them, right?
Right.
Okay, so if
Or they
Jairus
could be sick.
says my daughter is dead, and another story says that he says my daughter is dying, then those would be contradictory statements. You understand?
Yes, from a human being who doesn't know. That's not God's word, where it would be ironclad.
But God's word recorded the statement. That's the contradiction. God's word says he said a thing, and he wouldn't have said both those things. He wouldn't say, my daughter is dying, and then in the same breath say, my daughter is dead.
He wouldn't, but he did in order to be written down, or it wouldn't be written down at all. It would be different words altogether.
It's written down that way because the Bible contradicts itself, and nobody double checked these stories to make sure that they were accurate. Not because, just because the Bible says he said something doesn't mean that he absolutely had to say it. This is just a contradiction. No normal human being would do this.
All right.
You understand how silly it would be to contradict yourself in one breath, right?
Yeah, as a human being, that happens often. You don't know exactly what the outcome will be for somebody if they're dead or dying. So you would say both of them until you are absolutely sure of the facts.
So I just want to clarify, you think
you're absolutely
that in real life that Jairus says to Jesus, my daughter is dying, my daughter is dead.
Yes, in order to get clarification on whether she's alive or dead.
Well, who is he getting clarification from?
And if he can put hands on her and make her better, then that's exactly what he needed was for her to be better.
Who's he getting clarification from?
Jesus. Whether she's alive or dead.
Did he ask Jesus to give clarification on her being alive or not?
He asked for her help. He asked for Jesus' help to revive her. He was not sure if she was alive or dead, or if she was sick.
Did he say any of that?
Right. Did he say what exactly?
Did he ever ask Jesus to determine if she was dead or not?
Yes, by going over to the house to look in at her.
No, he specifically asked Jesus to heal her.
So he would have to go over there and check in on her, right?
No, he told Jesus what the situation was. He didn't ask Jesus what it was. He told him what it was. My daughter is dead.
So that means that Jesus has to walk over to the house and check to see if she is alive or dead.
No, he doesn't.
If he can revive
He's
her
walking
from the
over
dead,
there
then
to
he's
revive
put
her.
his hands on her.
Jesus is not going to check on whether or not she's alive or dead. He's been told that she's dead. In the other, he was told that she's dying. He's going to heal her in one story, and he's going to heal her in the other story.
Yes.
So the question is, which words left the mouth of Jairus? That's the question at hand.
Both of the words left his mouth because that's exactly how it was written, so that there wouldn't be any critical errors in the story.
But that's my point, is this is a critical error. Because it's nonsensical to think that Jairus said both those things to Jesus.
Why would it be nonsensical for him to be confused about what's fate of
If he was confused, he wouldn't
his
make
daughter is?
definitive statements. He's not saying, I think my daughter's dead. He's saying, my daughter is dead. So the minute he says, my daughter is dying, it's a direct contradiction of his two statements.
So he doesn't know if she's alive or dead, so that's contradictory.
No. He says that she's alive. He never says he doesn't know. He says she is dead.
That's fine. If he's not confused about if he's confused about whether she's alive or dead, then he's gonna say them both in order to get clarification on whether she's alive or dead.
He's not asking for clarification. He made a simple statement. My daughter is dead. Will you come and help her? That's it. The other one says, my daughter is dying. Will you come and help her? He didn't say both of them. He says, my daughter is dead or my daughter is dying. It doesn't make sense that he would say, my daughter is dying and she's dead. Contradiction.
So if I said that how do you explain that? Like, if I see somebody on the street and I walk up to you and tell you he's dying or he's dead, I'm not sure.
But
Are you
Jairus
gonna,
didn't.
and then
Jairus
you have
didn't
to make a
say.
police report. How are you going to prove
Jairus
that?
never
You're
said
gonna say that,
or I'm unsure. He never said those words.
but if you write a report, it's going to say that I told you he's dying or that he's dead, both at the same time, so that you
But
don't get caught up in the mess.
the word or doesn't appear here. Never does he say or. He just says she is dead. She is dying. He never says or. There's no or anywhere recorded in either story.
Because he was on shore, he didn't say for certain whether
He
or
did.
not. He
He
just
did
said
say
to
for
go to check
certain.
in on her.
No, he did
That
say for
wasn't really the
certain.
relevance of the story, though.
He absolutely said for certain.
To clarify the situation that was going on, he would say both in order to get clarification.
He didn't ask for clarification.
Because he was uncertain.
It
That's
doesn't
why
say he
asked
was
Jesus to walk
certain.
into the house and help.
It says the opposite. It says he was certain. It says that he said that she was dead. That's a statement of certainty.
Right. Dead or dying.
Dead or dying.
And as a human, he has the right to say
In fact,
dead or dying.
if you read the passage, it's actually even worse than that, because in Matthew, Jairus says, "My daughter is dead." In Luke, the narrator says that his daughter was dying. In Luke, it says He fell at Jesus' feet. So he's talking in third person. He fell at Jesus' feet and began pleading with him to come to his house, for he had an only daughter about 12 years old, and she was dying. The narrator says that she was dying. Jairus says that he's dead.
So what's the
So
question?
was the daughter dead or dying? Was Jairus right or the narrator right?
I would have to say that they were both right because they were telling the story exactly how it was supposed to be told, because that's exactly how it happened.
Can you be dead and dying at the same minute?
No, you can only be alive if you hear it.
So
If you're hearing it, then you're still alive.
Was she dead or dying? Which one?
Obviously, she was still alive.
Well, that's not what Jairus said. Jairus said in Matthew that she's dead.
But they were uncertain on whether she was dead because they said both of them at the same time.
She
She's
can't be
dying or
dead
dead.
and dying at the same time, which means either Jairus is
They were
right and the
uncertain.
narrator is wrong, or the narrator is right and Jairus is wrong.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that be up to the reader to understand that?
Well, the question is, who's wrong?
Who's wrong? They didn't have clarification in order to be right or wrong until they came up to the little girl to find out what was going
You
on.
don't even know who the narrator is. Again, Jairus shows up and says, "My daughter is dead." The narrator in Luke says that his daughter is dying. They can't both be right. Question is, which one is wrong?
So the narrator already had prior knowledge that she was dying and not dead yet.
The narrator says that she was dying in chapter 8,
Because
verse
he already
42.
knew exactly what was going to happen.
Is the narrator right?
Yes, because
Okay,
he knew what was going to happen.
So then Jairus just lied about his daughter then.
No, Jairus was completely telling the truth. His daughter was dead.
Well, she can't be dead and
Jairus
also
did
dying.
not know that the narrator, but Jairus didn't know that the narrator had prior knowledge that the girl was still alive at the time.
Was Jairus right
So
or
she wasn't
wrong?
actually dead. She was sick at the time in order to
Was
have.
Jairus right or wrong about the condition of his daughter?
He was wrong.
Gotcha. So
Because the
he just
narrator
didn't.
just said that
So
she was
so he
sick
just
at the
didn't
time.
know what was going on with his daughter then.
He thought that she was dead, but the narrator knew that she was sick or that she was dying and not dead yet.
Just to be clear, you don't think Jairus knew what was going on with his daughter?
No, he didn't know that she was dead. He panicked and went to Jesus to ask for Jesus to put his hands on her to make sure that she stayed alive. So but the narrator already knew that she was sick, so and not dead yet.
Have you read the story before in Matthew?
So I did.
What are they doing when he gets there?
There was crowds surrounding the place, worried about her.
Yeah, there were flute players and crowds making commotion. You know why these types of people gather at a time like this?
For healing.
No.
Try to heal them.
Funerary rites. Right. Because of the. Because she was dead.
Hmm. But the narrator knew that she was sick, that she was
Well,
dying, not dead
right.
yet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're
That was a
suggesting,
clue to tell you that the girl was not dead; she
right?
was dying.
Right. So you're saying that Jairus, the
So
parents, and
the
all the
girl
people
was not
that
dead yet
gathered
when
there,
Jesus showed up.
but just making sure we're clear on this. You think that Jairus and the rest of the family and all the people that came to do the funerary ritual, all of them were wrong about her being dead,
Yes,
and that's
because the
what you.
narrator clarifies that she was dying and not dead yet.
Uh huh. What did Matthew say though
What did Matthew say about what?
about the girl?
I'm not even sure that we were talking about Matthew.
Jesus describes her as being asleep, which is a euphemism for being dead. She clearly wasn't just asleep; she was dead. That's why Paul says that those who have died are asleep in the ground.
Where she was really literally asleep from the panic of having all these people surrounding her.
They surrounded her because she was dead.
All right, because they thought she was dead. But
Yep.
she was dying,
And
not
why?
dead.
Why did they think she was dead?
But the family didn't know that.
Why did they think she was dead?
That's the one part they never said. That's why I suspect that the lady with the blood issue had some kind of emotional tie to the little girl, and that she was dealing with the emotional problem that the lady was dealing with
Uh
on
huh.
on opposite spectrums.
Yeah. My point is pretty simple though. The family understood her and the relatives and the father to be dead, probably because she wasn't breathing anymore, had no signs of life.
Okay, but she wasn't dead yet because the narrate she wasn't dead yet. She was
But
dying. The
yeah,
family thought she was dead for
I
sure, with
I know.
certainty.
I'm
So
asking
they said
why.
with certainty
Why did her family
she's
think
dead.
she was dead?
They didn't have any other reasonable answer for her body being completely deceased.
Do you think people in the ancient world knew when somebody was dead?
Not really, not with certainty.
You don't think ancient people knew when somebody was dead? You think they're just out there burying people alive?
I don't think they knew what every disease did, or if somebody.
Buddy, this is a wild take. I've never heard this nonsense before. Let me give you an easier one to deal with. Jeremiah 7:22. Have you read Jeremiah before?
Jeremiah. Yes, I have.
Sure. It says, I did not speak to your fathers or command them in the day that I brought them out of Egypt concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. That's just not a true statement. You know that, right?
All right.
You know that he did command them
But he
about
did.
offerings and sacrifices, right?
Yes, he did command them on offerings and sacrifices.
So Jeremiah was right or wrong.
Jeremiah was right or wrong for making sacrifices.
No, about his statement. Jeremiah was right or wrong about the statement that he made. You with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything is straightforward. Why would you say right or wrong? There's nothing right or wrong or contradictory to what he has told them.
It's wrong because he says, when your fathers came out of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning offerings and sacrifices, but he did. He did command them and speak to them about offerings and sacrifices, which means it's a false statement.
So they're saying that at the time they weren't commanding any, God was not commanding anything of them, but after the fact that he had told them to obey my voice, but
Right.
he wasn't giving them any pointers at the time.
That's what Jeremiah says. Jeremiah says that when they came out of Egypt, he did not command them concerning offerings and sacrifices. But that's just flatly not true. Literally, the day they left, God commanded them concerning the offerings and sacrifices for the Passover. The very day they left.
And where is that in this statement?
It's not in the statement. That's why it's wrong. It's in Exodus chapter 12 and 13.
All right.
Right. So Jeremiah says when they came out of Egypt, God did not command them concerning offerings and sacrifices. Exodus literally says on multiple occasions that this is not true. Exodus 25:2, speak to the children of Israel that they bring me an offering from everyone who is willing, who gives it willingly with his heart. You shall take my offering. There's a more in, I don't know why I didn't include Exodus 12 in here either. Give me a second to put 12 in. And Exodus 12, oh, it grabbed, sorry, the 12th verse. We want Exodus 12, the whole chapter. There we go. So Exodus 12 is the Passover lamb instructions. It's literally the day that they left. Like, with the 24-hour period that they left, they were given instructions to sacrifice this lamb. So let me show you. 27, you shall say that it is a Passover sacrifice of the Lord who passed over the houses of the children of Israel. The Passover is a sacrificial sacrifice, a sacrificial ritual.
And those are annual. So that
Mhm.
would be prior, before they, so God told them to keep that annual before the fact, right? So
No,
that
the day
wasn't
of.
going to be contradictory to. The
They
day of, all
literally,
right.
they
So
did the
so
sacrifice
God
as
tells
they were
them,
leaving.
right, and that's before they hit the desert. So it's not contradictory because they weren't in the desert yet,
It
because
says
he wasn't
when
going to speak to them in
it
the
says when
desert.
they left Egypt.
Right. When they
Right.
left Egypt,
The
he wasn't going to tell them anything after
and
they left town.
what is the
So
Passover?
they're in town. He told them,
What
and he told them, we're
what
not
is
going to talk after this.
what is the Passover?
The Passover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about the definition of what the Passover is.
The Passover is the sacrificial meal that is celebrated the day they left Egypt. The very day that they left Egypt, they practiced this sacrifice. That's what this sacrifice is commemorating. The Passover is commemorating that particular day. So it says, "For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices." That's false. He did give them commands to do sacrifices in the exact day, 24-hour period that they left Egypt.
All right. How do you explain that better, though? Because it should be evidently clear throughout the text on what that means.
It
So it
means
shouldn't
exactly what it
contradict
says.
itself.
Buddy, the Bible has contradictions. It's just right there.
Well, that's if you don't read it.
I have read it. That's why I know it's a contradiction.
How is that a contradiction?
Because he was commanded, or he did command sacrifices the day they left Egypt. But he says that he did not.
He said he wasn't going to.
No, he
That's
says he
not
didn't.
contradicting itself.
Nope. He didn't say going to. He says, I didn't. The verse says, "In the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." But he did exactly that in Exodus. The day they left, he gave them commands to do the Passover sacrifice. And then they did it. I can tell that you see it because you're not talking. You see the problem. You're looking for a solution. There's not a solution.
I could get your mind. The problem I'm having is when you read the Bible clearly or through, that you just find out that that it's all compatible and it all links together.
No, that's not true.
So it's hard for me to believe that it's not compatible and that it doesn't link together and that you're finding a loophole that wouldn't be
There's a lot of
able to
problems in
be
the Bible.
verified.
This is just one of many. For example, when was Jesus born? In Matthew chapter 2, he was born prior to the death of Herod. Herod died in 4 BCE. In Luke chapter 2, he was born during the census of Quirinius. Quirinius wasn't governor until Herod had already been dead. His son Archelaus took his position, and then Archelaus got deposed and Quirinius was put in place. There's at least 10 years between those two events. Jesus could not have been born prior to the death of Herod and then also born again during the census of Quirinius.
But John and Jesus were born around the same time. So that would narrow it down.
It won't narrow it down, but we don't know when John was born. We're not given an exact date.
Because John and Jesus were leaping in the womb together, so that would make their time together that would be a timestamp of sorts, wouldn't it?
I mean, you can get like close to the same year, but you're not gonna get anything from this. The birth of John's not gonna help you in solving this problem. Matthew 2 just plainly
when
says
Jesus was born.
that Herod was killing the
Because
babies in
Jesus was born on
Bethlehem.
9/11, right?
No. We have no idea when Jesus was born. So just
He was
the birth
born
date.
shortly after.
The birth date of Jesus is not relevant.
John?
We're looking for the birth year, right? So in Matthew 2:19 it says, when Herod died,
That's
an
0.
angel of the Lord suddenly appeared. It's not 0, it's 4 BCE. When Herod died, an angel of the Lord suddenly appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt and said, get up and take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those who were seeking the child's life are dead. Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother and went to the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus was ruling in Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. So you understand, right? Herod's dead now. Jesus was born before Herod died, went into Egypt. Herod dies while his son is ruling. They come back. So we understand that in Matthew, Jesus is born prior to the death of Herod, right?
All right.
In Luke, it says it was 10 years later. It says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus to all the world that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. But that can't be the case. Quirinius didn't become governor of Syria until after the son of Herod had already been deposed. It's 10 years later.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused on what you're asking.
I'm trying to figure out how Jesus was born prior to the death of Herod and then born again 10 years later during the reign of Quirinius, or during the governorship of Quirinius.
So they tried to kill the Holy. They tried. Wait a minute. Are you trying to say that they killed Jesus and then he was reborn again?
No. No, what I'm saying is in Matthew, he has Jesus's birth before the death of Herod.
All right. Talk to me.
Luke tells a different story. In Luke, Jesus is born 10 years later during the governorship of Quirinius. They can't both be right. One of them has to be wrong.
So you would look at the timeline to see who was right.
Well, that means one of them's wrong.
Right.
So that means the Bible has a contradiction.
All right. And just because it has a contradiction from a story of two men having a misunderstanding does not mean that the Bible contradicts itself. It tells the truth on exactly what happened.
It can't tell the truth if it's got a contradiction.
That's silly because people contradict themselves and each other all the time. That would be, they don't know the full story at the time. That's up to the narrator to oversee all of this.
But there's a lot of contradictions. This is just one of many. I've got almost 100 of them documented.
The thing with that is that you're going off of real life testimony of what actually happened.
No, I'm going off the Bible's testimony.
Exactly, but those are physical, true testimonies of exactly what happened.
But they can't
And
be
of
true if they
course, they're going to
contradict.
contradict themselves. The stories always contradict themselves.
But the stories contradict, which means they can't
It's
be
true.
true.
if you see a car accident and your friend's standing across the street, you guys see two different points of view on exactly how the car accident happened.
If one
So
says the
your
car
stories are
accident
going to
involved
contradict
two
each other.
trucks and one person says it involved two cars, is that a contradiction?
It depends on what's physically true. Were there two cars at the scene of the crime?
But there's two cars, only two cars, and one says there's two cars and the other says there's two trucks. Is that a contradiction?
Yes, they contradict each other.
Exactly. They can't both be true. That's what the Bible does. The Bible says things, they make statements that cannot both be true at the same time. And I showed you 3 of them already.
Well, yeah, but those are nitpicking. Like you're saying that their testimony isn't factually true. That's kind of that doesn't make any sense. Like, geez, Louise, that doesn't because it's factual testimony. How can you just say that? Yeah, of course it's going to contradict itself.
It's not factual testimony, though.
It's
That's my
uncertain.
point.
But I'm talking more about the actual physical proof that the Bible's words are true.
But I don't think they are,
Like
because
when
I
they
can show
say
you
when
where
they
it's
say
not
that
true.
like when they say that
There's like serious problems in these
how do you
contradictions
explain
too. Because, like, for example, the prediction of the Messiah is that Jesus was going to be born of the physical body of David. The Messiah comes from the physical body of David. The New Testament says that Jesus came from the physical body of David. But when you read the Gospels, they disagree. The Gospels say no, he didn't come from the physical body of David. Joseph did. And then Joseph adopted Jesus. These are very
all right,
concerning
yeah, from the
developments.
household because they were of the household.
But
Well,
that's
both
the
Mary
point.
and Joseph were actually grandchildren of David
Mary wasn't.
from different branches.
Nope.
Mary was,
No,
yes,
her
she was
lineage
a
is never given.
great great granddaughter of David.
Where's that in the Bible?
In lineage,
Yeah, where? Where can I find that?
he's I'm not.
It's a rhetorical question. Her lineage is never given. The only statement about her lineage that ever shows up is in Luke chapter 1, where it says that she's a cousin of Elizabeth, and Elizabeth is from the daughters of Aaron, which means she would be a Levite. The lineage in Matthew and Luke both go to Joseph. None of them go to Mary.
All right.
So if Jesus is not from the line of David, then he's just immediately disqualified from even being the Messiah.
And he wouldn't be under the household of David, would he? Because that would be exactly
The prophecy didn't say
like
anything about the household. It says from your physical body, from your seed.
exactly that would have to be both of them being grandchildren,
But neither of them.
which
But Mary wasn't from David, and Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus.
right because Mary was pregnant by the Holy Spirit,
Right, which means Jesus has no connection to David.
but the Virgin Mary is, in fact, David's great granddaughter.
No, that's not in the Bible. Not in there anywhere.
Oh, it's not gonna. Well, That's where I went digging to see the family tree to see exactly how she was related in the first place, because I asked myself the same question. I was like, oh well, David or Joseph didn't have intercourse with her, so that couldn't be a possibility. So she has to be related. Mary had to be related to David somehow. So I went and looked it up and found out that
But she's not.
through the branches of I would then they wouldn't have a bloodline. The prophecy wouldn't be
You got
fulfilled,
it.
and they wouldn't even write about it because it was chicken squat.
You got it. Yeah. Jesus has no bloodline. You nailed it. Yeah. Going to David. Not there.
But she was impregnated by the Holy Spirit.
So what?
Which was documented and written down.
Is the Holy Spirit from the tribe of David?
No, but Mary was.
The Bible doesn't
No,
say
there's
that.
a household of David as well.
Bible doesn't say that. Bible
That's
says
where you
that
gotta do
she's.
some digging.
I have done the digging. That's why I know I'm right. Bible says that she's the cousin of Elizabeth, and Elizabeth is of the daughters of Aaron, meaning she's from the tribe of Levi. What that means is that Mary is from the daughters of Aaron as well. She's a daughter of Aaron. She comes from Aaron's tribe, not Judah. Because they're cousins, which means they have a shared family tree. Which means Mary had to have been from the tribe of Aaron.
And they would have never married each other or had children together in order to. Is that what you're saying? They would have never married to have children?
Of course, they would marry to have children, but the question is, did Mary actually descend from David? And the answer is no.
Yes.
Nope. She's from Aaron. Levi. How much of this book have you read, buddy?
Well, I've been reading the end parts because those are the most relevant right now.
Mm-hmm. Have you read the beginning? Have you read Genesis or the prophets in the Hebrew Bible or the historical books?
Yes.
Sure. So you understand how lineage works, right? Lineage is through the father. You know what
Yes.
tribe you're from based on where your father was from, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you know your tribal allotment, your lineage has nothing to do with your mother, right? So
My
not only
lineage. What do you mean by
yes,
lineage?
your lineage, your tribal allotment has nothing to do with your mother. It has everything to do with your
Yes.
father, right? So when it says that somebody is going to come from the loins of David, a successor, it's literally referring to a male lineage. Mary would be irrelevant, even if she was related to David. It just happens to be that she's not.
So she has to be married. She has to be granddaughter, or else it's not physically true.
I agree. It's not physically true. Yeah, you got it. Cousins are going to go back to the same lineage. They have to. Cousins are small branches on a larger branch. They go back to the main branch, which will go back to Aaron. You know what I
Which
mean?
would make them fruit of the loin.
No, Aaron wasn't from David, though.
Like when they say to Abraham that he'll have kids is as many as the sea has sand. What do you
Yeah,
think that means? That he'll have?
means there's gonna be a lot of
That
them,
doesn't
bud.
mean that he's going to be alive to see all of those kids come to fruition.
No one's making that.
But his body will not be alive to see that happen.
Nobody's saying anything about Abraham. We're talking about David. Can you see the screen right now? Can you see the chart that I have on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here are lineages. At the top of the lineage is the great great grandparent, and then great grandparents, and then also grandparent, and then parent, and then you've got this layer here, which would be layer 1, 2, 3, 4. Layer 5 from the top would be, we'll say, you as an individual. And then you can see in this layer, you've got your, also if you go over, you've got your first cousin, your second cousin, and your third cousin, if you're all living at the same time. But what you'll notice is that your cousins all go back to one great great grandparent. And then that great great grandparent is going to go back to whatever their family tree was. It just happens to be that the family tree of Elizabeth, because Elizabeth is the cousin, but even if she's the first cousin here in pink, give her the first cousin position, and Mary is the yellow U position. Both of those are going to go back to the same great grandparent, and even the same great great grandparent, and the same great great grandparent, because, and that's going to go all the way back to Aaron. Mary will never get to the tribe of Judah because she's cousins with Elizabeth.
I understand that part. I just because he has to be. I can explain that better because there's no other way for that to be physically true unless Mary is physically related to David for them to write that.
They were just wrong, buddy.
You get that, right? But they wouldn't have written it down as physical fact if she wasn't related to David.
Yeah, they would. They were just wrong. That's it.
And it would be a complete lie, but it wasn't a lie because it all came true.
None of it came true.
Well, then they wouldn't have written it down.
Yeah, they would. People write wrong stuff all the time. The Quran says all kinds of crazy things. People in the Quran wrote it thinking it was true. It just wasn't true. I don't know what to tell you here, buddy. Like, the Bible just flatly tells you that Jesus has no physical connection to David. All right, well, listen, buddy. Is it Eric? Is that your name?
Yes.
Listen, you've been kind. I've kept you on for quite some time, and I think you've been cordial the entire time. So you deserve quite a bit of grace for being nice the entire time. But I want you to think about some of these passages rather than trying to do gymnastics, saying, "Well, it must be true. It must be true." Just consider for a second that maybe it's not true. Maybe the reason why we have these contradictions is because it was written by human beings rather than directed by a God.
Well, it was a work in progress at the time.
Mm-hmm. All right, buddy. Listen, I got to end the live stream.
Word, so we would.
I got to end the live stream, or else I'd stick around.
All right.
Sorry, I can't stay later, bud.
All right.
All right, come back again in the near future. I'd love to have another conversation with you, and maybe we can cover some more topics. Okay.
All right.
All right. Be safe. Cheers, buddy. Man, I really hope he thinks about that. He's such a nice guy. I'd hate to see him trapped in this religion longer than he needs to be. Sorry, friends. I know that was like difficult for y'all, And I know that a lot of y'all probably found that conversation to be super painful. I get it. Totally get it. Wasn't trying to put anyone through pain, but he was a nice guy, and I was hoping we could make some progress to get his wheels turning. I wasn't trying to embarrass him. I wasn't trying to humiliate him. I was hoping we could make some real progress with him because he seemed to be a genuine individual, experiencing some cognitive dissonance maybe, but seemed to be a genuine individual. So that hopefully we were able to make up some ground. And friends, I'm going to read some super chats, and then we've got to end the live stream. I'm on summer hours, so I'm not going till midnight. In fact, next week I'll be on even earlier. Shirley Temple Black, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, you are so smart and knowledgeable. It's really cute when you don't know something. Rare. It's mohel. Right? Oh, rhymes with spoil. That does Jewish circumcision. True. Okay. So I got the words mixed up. So the word for circumcision would be mulah, and then the verb to circumcise would be mul, and then the person who does the circumcision would be the mohel, because it would be in the participle form. So the participle form is typically the o vowel followed by the e vowel on the word that you're constructing. So you're 100% right. I called him the mullah. Mullah means circumcision, not the person who does the circumcision. Mohel means the person who does the circumcision. I appreciate the correction, Shirley. I'm pretty sure I the second time around, I think I got it right. You're welcome to let me know though, Shirley. But I'm pretty sure that was the root word is just mul, if I remember correctly. It's one of those 2 consonant roots. We don't have a whole lot of them. Most of them are 3 consonant roots. But nevertheless, I actually think you're right. I think I swapped them up. But check me on it. Let me know. I'd like to hear if I got it right the second time, because I think I actually think I did mix them up. Atheist Alterboard says, kids believe from infancy that daddy is all-knowing, all-good, and all-powerful. Superstitious adult invented God the Father. Thoughts, brother? That's what I think. So I've talked about this before. I think was this evolutionary thing that happened where we kind of evolved like this need or desire to be connected to our parents. That parent-child bond gave us that social fabric that we needed to survive as a social species. And because of that, we have this deep desire to have a parent, even after our parents are gone. And so that parent becomes God, right? And now, unfortunately, the God of the Bible was molded after maybe a father of the Bronze Age, like a tribal leader type of father from the Bronze Age, who is angry all the time. So that's not a great model, but I think you're onto something. I think the father God model was directly made from how people perceived their own fathers, except probably more angry, you know. Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says Gohan is a one note obsessive who made pestering the line with his anti-choice views his entire personality so dense he's nearing critical mass. I don't know if I've talked to him on the line yet. I've probably seen him, but I don't think I've talked to him. I looked at my notes on the line. I didn't see him on any of my calls, but he said he talked to me once, didn't he? So I'm not sure where I talked to him. Maybe I just didn't write it down. Zach Penadrop, good to see you again. And Smeagol didn't just envy his cousin's ring. The ring corrupted his mind. It's a magical freaking ring made by a dark demigod. That's a fair point. The ring analogy didn't really work because it wasn't just that he envied the ring altered his state of consciousness, which is very different than just having some envy. And HP Lovecat's good to see you. Says, what's with theists and making awful analogies? I think it's tough because they say something that's clearly wrong. And rather than saying, oh, I said something wrong, they're like, oh, no, I said it right. They just didn't understand me. So I need to dumb it down with an analogy that's also wrong. They're just doubling down on being wrong. I think that's what's happened. I think that's why they give bad analogies. Because they don't realize they're wrong yet. They think you're wrong, and they need to dumb it down for you. I actually say, Nee says, Google adamant goody two shoes. My bad. Oh, from the last stream? Is this a meme? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, it's a clip from a movie? I wouldn't have guessed that. What movie is this from? Oh, interesting. Oh, it's a song. Oh, I see what's happened. That's the name of the band. The name of the band is Adam Ant. The name of the song is Goody Two Shoes. I wouldn't have put any of that together. You guys, my ability to harness any type of like social nonsense is completely out the window. I have no ability to keep up with that. I have no idea what's happening in music or pop culture, y'all. Sorry about that. And not the Bible, Jason says, P.S. God loves balls. It's true. And people don't realize this. Eleazar, when he made the pact with Abraham and he put his hand under his thigh, well, most likely that's a euphemism or an idiom referring to the dude's testes. Remember, the guarantee, the promise that Eleazar was making to Abraham was to secure his seed, Isaac, to take care of Isaac, his seed, which is why the promise was made by touching the seed sack. So, Jim, thank you for the super chat. Hi, Justin. If Christianity had never happened, which religion, if any, do you think would have likely filled in the gap? Love the show. Well, unfortunately, I think the religion, Jim, that would have taken over is probably Islam. During the maybe I call it the medieval period, the late medieval period. The westward expansion of the Turks into Europe was a real problem. It's one of the reasons why during the Reformation, the Catholic Church was murdering people who broke off from the Catholic Church, because the idea was, if you're not with us, if you won't commit violence to defend our kingdom against the Turks, then we'll just kill you now, right? So that's why, like, the people like the nonviolent Anabaptists, the Catholic Church was like, we got no use for you. We're just murder you now. But yeah, so the spread of Islam was violent, and it would have went even further if it wasn't, they didn't fight, the Catholics and the Orthodox didn't fight it fervently. If they were still practicing pagan religions, it's hard to say what kind of cohesion they would have had and what kind of mobilization they would have had to fight against the westward expansion of the Turks, who obviously, as you know, would be bringing Islam. Yesterday in the Western World says, I'm quite concerned at what AI is doing to people. It's rotting their brains. We saw that with Stay Woke yesterday. Stay Woke literally thinks that AI is right. We had to demonstrate that it wasn't. It was pretty bad. Who's crashing out? Who's monster crashing out in the comments? Well, Alex, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Says, oof, the reason this guy can't ever articulate any coherent explanation of his genius discovery every time he calls, 2 words, AI psychosis. You nailed it. Listen, if you farm out your thinking to AI, you've made a huge mistake. AI is not smart. Every time I'm live and we talk about AI, I find a new demonstration to demonstrate that it's not smart. I don't know what to tell you. I'll do another one. Hold on. Watch this. All right. Open up ChatGPT. Start the audio. Hey, can you tell me how many fingers I'm holding up?
I can't see your hand or how many fingers you're holding up. If you show me clearly on camera, I can let you know what I see.
How do I turn the camera on?
You can typically find a camera icon in your app. Tapping that should let you turn it on or off. If you need help with a specific app or device, just let me know.
I can open the mic. There's a mic button. Where do I find the camera button?
There's a camera button. It's usually near the mic button or along the bottom of the screen. Look for a small camera icon or a video icon. If you don't see it right away, you may need to tap the screen or check the app settings.
All right, I opened up live video. How about that?
Great. I can see your hand now. You're holding up 3 fingers. Let me know if you need anything else.
Oh, is that right? I was holding up 3 fingers. All right, what about now? How many fingers am I holding up?
Now you're holding up 2 fingers.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Let me know if you want to check anything else.
All right, how many fingers am I holding up now?
Right now, it looks like you're not holding up any fingers. Your hand seems to be in a fist or relaxed.
Oh, she's getting better. Okay, all right, hold on. How many fingers am I holding up now?
Now I see 4 fingers up. You've got your hand pretty clearly shown.
Count again.
You're still holding up 4 fingers.
Okay.
Let me know if you need me to check something else.
What about now? How many fingers are up?
Now you're holding up just 1 finger. I see your index finger extended.
Got just one finger. Got okay. Just making sure you can count. All right, thanks.
No problem. If you need anything else, just ask.
That's who Leo is farming out his peer-reviewed paper to. So, you know. I would say AI is not smart, y'all. Stop using it. Proficient Noob says, that's it. I want or what? I want a clear coffee mug. Oh, you want a clear coffee mug with the word fractal echoed on it. So when I fill it up with coffee, it becomes a dark fractal. Fucking all right. Well, I write it down. Fractal mug. You got it. We'll get this shit going, friend. And Jason says ricotta is so cheesy. And you know what? It is cheesy, but it's amazing. It's one of the best cheeses. You can do so much with it. It's so diverse. It's such a good cheese. You can have it and feta too. You can do a lot with feta. Game Master Flash says, I think Leo put Terrence Howard's bullshit generator into a document and had AI spit out this garbage. Keep cooking them. Rock Hard Productions for sharing. And yes, that's what happened. He went to Terrence Howard University, learned a bunch of weird words that he didn't know definitions to, and threw them in a notebook and had ChatGPT try to figure that shit out. It was weird. I almost think he's a troll. Like, it's hard to take it seriously. Game Guy says, if you need to outsource your thinking to AI, you shouldn't be doing science. Agreed. AI is not good at science. It's not good at a whole lot. It's good at reading sources to you from the internet, maybe. Just Shmuley says, Leo, you said you can use the EEG to do something you never experimented with. You have AI write the shit because you don't know shit. That's it. Yeah. EEGs can't do what he was suggesting, which is why he said, I don't know how it would work. But if you don't know how it would work, you can't posit that it would work. That's preposterous, ridiculous, outlandish, absurd. Indefensible. Josh Mully also says, even said you made AI say what you wanted it to. It's true. It's true. He did say that. Karen, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate that. And Game Guy for the additional super tests. I don't think he knows what a bibliography is. You know what? That's true. That's true. I don't think this person went to college and asking. But then again, I learned about bibliographies in high school. I know what a bibliography is. It's very important. And you got to do proper footnotes too. If you have a study with no proper footnoting, even with the bibliography, I've got concerns. Footnoting is like super fucking important to make sure that you're not committing plagiarism. Same. SF Privateer says, people, if you want to see the Holy Spirit, buy an oscilloscope and put it to 40 hertz and look at the screen. Actually, I am in the market for a new oscilloscope. I used to use the one at work a long time ago. Not a long time ago. I used to use the one at work when I needed one, but didn't need one too often. But I am actively starting to write some scripts and projects for a new channel that I'll be working on after summer's over and after I finish the book. So once I get to that point, I'm doing a science channel for electrical projects to teach young people and noobs how electricity works. We'll be doing simple projects, and I'll be explaining the concepts behind the projects. And then eventually, once we get enough followers, I might do live projects where people can like buy a project kit and they can get on live with me and I can walk them through the projects and we can do the projects. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think it's really cool to teach people how cool electricity is. We will never get enough electrical engineers. We always need more. Nin Hotep says, Gohan's not a Christian. He's Luish? I know what you mean. I don't think I realized that. So you're saying Gohan's not Christian? Hold on. Did I even write him down? I wrote down that he's a Christian. Am I wrong here? I'll have to ask him next time I see him. You might be right. Snickerdoodle, good to see you. Says, I bet Caller got bad grades in high school. He wasn't ready for class today. Get an F from me. Yeah. Listen, I almost broke out the red pen, just so I could start marking that shit up. I needed an online red pen for that. And Kibble and Bit says he stacks are empty. I think it means the stacks. The stacks are empty. You've deconverted them all. Well done. Yeah, that's just when I run out of guests to talk to, I can only assume that we've defeated all the Christians. Also, Simeon says that Gohan said he was Catholic. That's what I thought. I thought he said he was Catholic. That's what I wrote down. The Rogue, thank you for the super chat, says, today you fulfill Psalm 22. That's true. I will lift my heel against you. Future tense means past tense. Words don't mean words. Actually, I think that's Psalm 41 is where he says, the one who has lifted his heel against me. That's the one you're looking for. Psalm 41, not Psalm 22. Psalm 22 is the supposed piercing prophecy, even though we all know it's not a prophecy. The Night She Say Knee says, speaking of shots, ever heard of a gorilla fart? Fucking A. Why are there so many shots named after farts? Now I gotta check it out. Hold on. That's crazy. Let's see what's in it. It is an intensely strong, fiery shot known for its punchy kick and bold flavor. It has half an ounce of bourbon or whiskey, half an ounce of overproofed rum. Oh, fuck, I'd do that. Whiskey and rum are delicious. Oh, yeah, every day of the week, I'm on it. I'm on it. Let's go. I got rum and whiskey downstairs. Handsome Cat says, did Jesus believe the Old Testament was literally true? Yes, that's my understanding. That's why he says that the law and the prophets must be fulfilled. That's why he says that, like, the days of Noah will be his second coming. That's why, he refers to what he's doing as specifically fulfilling the law and the prophets, because they have to be fulfilled. So that's my understanding. I don't know other way to put it. He says that the law of Moses came from God. So if you read, what verse am I thinking of? Mark 7, Matthew 15, he refers to the law as coming from God. So it seems to be that's what he thought. And Juju Penguin says, happy barbecue. I'm currently reading a lovely book, Pigs in the Parlor. Would provide extra spice to the meal for Christians to try and use it against you. Well, shit, I don't know that book either. We got that one on archive.org. But it says, for over 50 years, Pigs in the Parlor has been a practical guide to deliverance, laying a solid foundation for defeating spiritual enemies and effectively casting out demons. It's a book on how to cast out demons? I'm buying it. I'm buying it right now. Hold on. I'm getting the Kindle version. One second. In the book, it says, here's what you'll learn. How demons enter, when deliverance is needed, 7 steps in receiving and ministering deliverance, 7 steps in maintaining deliverance, self-deliverance, demon manifestations, binding and loosing, practical advice for deliverance ministers, and answers to commonly asked questions and more. I'm doing it right now. Boom. It's literally in my Kindle as we speak. One-click purchase. Thank you for the book recommendation. Can't fucking wait to read that doozy. Handsome Cat says, women get UTIs much more. Maybe female circumcision for them. True. That's the crazy thing about the sign of the covenant being circumcision. Women are left out. God's sign that you're with him only applies to men, because women can't get circumcised. It's fucking crazy. And Two Handan says, my father, due to an infection, had to have a circumcision at 85. Were he still alive, he would unhappily testify to the pain. Rock hard for Doug. And whores rule verts drool. I got that one this time. And you know what? It's horrific. My grandfather said the same thing, although he was young when he got his. I guess he would have been 18. but I mean, it's a horrific process even with painkillers, because the painkillers wear off and you're bandaged. It takes, what, 2-3 weeks sometimes to heal up. It's a whole ordeal. Kibble and Bit says, my favorite Old Testament story is where Moses' wife, oh yeah, from Exodus 4, circumcises her son, puts the foreskin at Moses' feet to prevent God from killing Moses. It's a wild story. It's actually one of those stories in Exodus where I'm like, I think this goes back to something legit, something true. Because otherwise, there's no reason to ever include this. It's a nonsensical story otherwise. But it does remind you of the type of bullshit Yahweh would get up to. And Pat says, guys like God's Sword never cease to amaze me. I agree. God's Sword has the opportunity to come on these live streams and have a real live conversation and debate. And then he uses his time to yell, obscure, not answer questions, crash out, and then say that you're crashing out. And Smoolish says, first time hearing God's toothpick crash out. Oh, yeah, God's toothpick crashes out every time he's on the live. I literally only bring him up to hear him crash out. And Stickerdoodle says, I was raised as an Acts 2:38 oneness Pentecostal. Well, there's a lot of them. And if you talk to the UPC or anybody in the oneness modalist movement, they'll tell you that this is one of the reasons why modalism's true. Because it says in the New Testament, Jesus says, baptize in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And then all of them baptize only in the name of Jesus. Because Jesus is all of them when he's on the earth. So it's a crazy world that they live in. And Pat says, love how you yes or no these fools tonight. You know what? Listen, I don't know why they can't say yes or no. We could move on with the conversation if they would just say yes or no. But we can never make progress if they just ignore simple questions. Because if we're trying to figure out what their view is and what my view is, you need to answer basic yeses and nos. Game Guy says, God's safety scissors sure showed us. I know. Did he convert anybody? Did God's kindergarten scissors convert anyone tonight? I suspect maybe at least 2. Basil says, God's sword is living proof that God doesn't exist. I agree. In fact, every time I talk to God's sword, I'm more anti-theist every single time. And Resistance says, no God exists. How do I know this? Because no God would be dumb enough to create someone as vacuous as God's sword. I agree. God's sword is perfectly expected under the theory of evolution, not at all expected under God's creation. God should never create somebody with that amazing lack of brain power and amazing level of confidence. Jason coming again says, Ivan to never connect. Ivan, I don't think will be connecting ever. He kept trying to connect, or she, I don't know, I assume it's a he, trying to connect with the same bad hardware every time, and I have no idea why. It was ludicrous. Andre says, Giant Cran Fun. Thank you. I appreciate the $5 for the Giant Cran. You guys wouldn't believe what these things cost, by the way. I don't know if anyone's bought these things. They're like 25 or 30 bucks a pop. I think they're like 29 bucks. They're crazy. You got to make the most of them. You can't just let these giant crayons go to waste. You have to use them. But I think, as far as I know, these I got the blue and the red. I think they'll probably last me until I'm done live streaming. I mean, until my career's over is what I'm thinking, So I think it's a good investment. You don't have to get all the colors. Fuck, I don't even know where you would store all the colors, but you can get 1 or 2 colors and do a little bit of charting with them. It's a good time. And Resistance says, I don't really understand. Should be the official Christian motto. I mean, if they're honest, a lot of them claim to understand, and they not only do they not understand, they don't even know what is in the verses. And Kibbles, thank you for the additional super chat, says the Roman social structure continued 400 to 1400 years after Paul, depending on whether you're talking the Eastern or Western Empire. That's true, actually. Rome didn't just become not Rome in a day. It was a long progress. And, Constantine started making Rome not Rome, but it didn't happen overnight. Good question says, you showed a saint's patience with Eric. Oh, my Doug, my walls have tracks now. I know. Listen, I was trying hard with Eric. I could tell he was a genuine, kind fella, but I was like, we're going to make some progress somewhere. We're going to find a crack in the wall somewhere and start him thinking. Because that's the beginning of deconstruction, is when you find the cracks in the wall and you start tracing the cracks. Oh shit, what's going on here? Oh shit, what's going on there? But you got to start somewhere. A small start is still a start. Not a Robot says Jairus's last name must have been Schrodinger. Rock hard for Doug. Amazing joke. Yes. Jairus's daughter was definitely Schrodinger's daughter. Is she alive? Is she dead? No one knows. The Bible can't tell you. And Juju Penguin says Eric would be an excellent politician. True, true. Although I would say the difference is I think Eric was, I think Eric was experiencing cognitive dissonance while trying to do his best. Whereas politicians are just flatly lying to you, and they know they're lying to you. They just don't give a fuck. Johanna Vanderclay, or is it Johanna Vanderclay? I apologize. It's been a minute since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well. It says most of your callers must have been at the end of the line when brain cells were handed out. That some of them shook loose. They had some shaken baby syndrome. Some of the brain cells broke loose and went out the ears. It's hard to tell exactly what happened, but not all of them are up to speed. Low Bar Bill, speaking of people that are not up to speed, WLC says, was Jesus aware that he didn't fulfill the bloodline's requirement to David and just didn't care? Or did he not think that he was that Messiah? Rock hard for Doug, drinking Kraken in honor of you tonight. Well, thank you, Low Bar. I'm actually out of Kraken. I need to get some. Here's my take on it. I kind of agree a little bit with James Tabor. I think Jesus believed in a two Messiah theory originally, just like we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls and a little bit in the Talmud, where one is a precursor of the other. So it'd be basically John the Baptist and also Jesus would be the messianic figures, not a single Messiah, but at least two Messiahs. Now, did he believe that he literally was from the line of David? That's hard to say. I don't know if Jesus was even aware that that was a requirement. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if Jesus himself thought that it was a requirement and needed to worry about it, because Jesus he clearly doesn't know the Old Testament. The Jesus character in this book has no clue what's in the Hebrew Bible, which is why he couldn't fulfill shit. So if we're going by the gospel Jesus, and we're saying that character doesn't know shit from the Hebrew Bible. I have no reason to believe that he would even know what's in 2 Samuel chapter 7 at all. Or in Psalm 89. In Psalm 89, it basically says much of the same thing, right? Let me grab that. We use Samuel 7, 12, and 13 a lot, but Psalm 89 basically says the promise is going to go through the seed as well. I think it's verse 34 or so. God says, I will not violate my covenant, referring to David, or alter the word that went forth from my lips. Once and for all, I have sworn by my holiness, and I will not lie to David. His line shall continue forever, and his throne endure before me like the sun. It will be established forever like the moon, and enduring witness in the skies. So the throne is coming from his line, his lineage. Psalm 89:36. And let me grab the actual word. I assume it's seed, if I had to guess. Yep, his seed, zero. That's zera with a third masculine singular pronoun at the end of it. So yeah, it says his seed will endure forever. Those are the people on his throne. His seed will endure forever, and his throne. So yeah, it just seems like the Old Testament thinks that the Messiah needs to come from the seed of David. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. My friend says, I know, Joseph descended from David, and by true miracle, he was impregnated by the Holy Spirit. Mary was truly a virgin, untouched by anyone until her assumption. Joseph was the father. That fixes it. If Joseph is the father of Jesus and he was impregnated by the Holy Spirit via the shekel shot, then that could work out. We can work with that. Also, Relic, a huge fucking W in the Discord for posting a Psalm 41 meme as we were talking about Psalm 41. I will die on the hill that Psalm 41 is an underappreciated band even in our time period. And I said what I said. Mr. Rooster, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm an atheist, but the thing that attracts me to religion is the community it brings. How am I supposed to find that community I desire as an atheist? Well, Mr. Rooster, this is a fair question. Believe it or not, wherever you live, there probably is a humanist society, an atheist society, or a secular society. There, or even a Church of Satan, which, believe it or not, they don't worship Satan there. There's quite a few non-God societies out there, so that's a possibility. You could also join a group. For example, I got friends that are in a gardening group, a poetry club. You could join a basketball league, a softball league, anything that gets you out in the public doing stuff. You can use for building community. I would also say, like, listen, there's nothing wrong with having some of your Christian friends and family as your community. I still have people in my community, my circle of friends, that are deeply devout Christians, and that's okay. Is it nice to have Christian friends or to have atheist friends? Sure, it's great because you're on the same page, right? But honestly, as long as your believing friends are not being toxic, I think they should still be part of your community. I mean, I don't think you should have to lie about your beliefs to be friends with them. But I don't see why Christians and atheists have to be at odds with each other. I think in fact, if we want to deconvert our Christian friends, the best thing we can do is still be friends with them, but just be honest when the conversation comes up about, whether or not this stuff is true. And that's okay. Shirley Temple, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Says, I don't even know Hebrew. Oh, I just assumed you did. Okay. Heard the circumcision guy called a mohel, pronounced to rhyme with soil. You mean moil? Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you could pronounce it that way in modern Hebrew. Yeah, you can do that. If you pronounce it classically, you actually pronounce the hey in the middle of it. It says, on an episode of Seinfeld, Jerry hired a shaky, nervous mohel for a friend. Fair. Well, because they lived in a territory with lots of Jews, and Jerry Seinfeld himself had Jewish ancestry, if I remember correctly. But yeah, the word mohel is a participle of the word mul, which is the verb to circumcise, and then the word meaning circumcision. So the concretized word would be mullah. Not the same as money. It's only one L rather than two L's. So that's my understanding of the word. But you were right. The person who does it has a different title. Same root word though. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat. Says, I for one welcome our AI overlord. Rocco's basilisk was helped by me today. Remember that. I don't even know what that means. Now I have to look that one up. Hold on. It is Rocco's basilisk. A famous mind-bending thought experiment suggested that a sufficiently powerful future artificial intelligence, the basilisk, might radioactively punish anyone who knew about its potential creation, but failed to actively help bring it into existence. Okay. Interesting. So you're promoting the AI overlord, Skynet. Basically, what you're up to is what I'm hearing. And with the follow-up says, I would love to watch an electrical engineering channel. Electricity is pretty nifty. Actually, it's really fucking cool. And we can talk about like the actual physics of it. Like, what the fuck is electricity? What's happening? What's moving through this wire? How do we understand electricity to exist? What is heat when electrical things get hot? What the fuck is heat? What's happening there? Why do we feel a sensation when we touch electricity? What's going on there? We'll talk about all the fundamental concepts of electricity while doing cool projects at home, like taking stuff at home, generic shit, and using it to build cool electronics projects. It'll be a lot of fun. Then we can explain the principles behind them, why it works and how it works. I think it'd be a lot of fun, but not till I'm finished with the book later this year. Jason says, vampire voice. I want to never connect. I think that's it's like the Count from Sesame Street. I think Blitz has a good one, by the way. He does that voice pretty well. I don't know if I can do it, but that was, believe it or not, one of my favorite characters on Sesame Street. Who would have guessed that my favorite character was a fucking dude doing numbers? No one could have predicted it. Simeon says, I vote for the channel name to be Conduction Zone. Fuck, that's good. God damn, that's good. I had a name already picked out for the channel, and now I think I might have to fucking change it. In fact, Carnage and I thought of a really good name that kind of went with my overall theme. We were gonna do EZ Electronics, you know, because it's like DZ, right? But fucking Conduction Zone, crazy good. So oof. Conduction Zones is really fucking good. I love it. I don't know what else to say. It's amazing. We could also say Induction Zone. Anyone? No? Oh, same side, different coin. It's fine. Simeon, amazing name. I actually might use that. That might actually be the name. That's fucking good. What do you think? Yeah, we agree that's better than what we came up with. That's phenomenal. Amazing work. Amazing work. Anyways, don't look for it anytime soon. We got months before we're worrying about it. I'm just in my head. I'm planning future projects that I think are going to be really fun. Nevertheless, friends, we're at the end of the live stream. We really appreciate all the likes, shares, supers, and support. I can't stay in the letter. Next week, I'll do a Q&A tomorrow. Next week, we're going to start even sooner. We're going to be starting at 3:30 and running till about I'd say 9 o'clock. So that being said, friends, summer hours are underway. We won't be streaming late into the night over summer. Back when the fall rolls around, we'll go ahead and probably resume normal hours again. We'll see. Somebody should be live right now, though. Who's live right now that we can go send a raid to? Anyone? I'm going to check YouTube. You all check TikTok for me. Okay. So live on TikTok right now is fucking probably politics is live, but he's not debating religion. I don't see any of the religion debaters live on YouTube tonight. You're saying is Dalton live right now, you're saying? Or is Dalton ending his live and sending people over here? Because he was live before I started. Oh, you have to let me know. Yeah, so Dalton, don't send people over here. I'm ending. I'm leaving. I'm closing down. Oh, there's more. Hold on. Jason says, I recommend Toes. We'll consider that and put it in the running, Jason. It's a phenomenal name. Really appreciate that. I'll put pictures in the Only Feet section of the super secret private Discord. Bacon and Bush with the follow-up says, I've been teaching my kids how to wire from the panel to the equipment. Amazing. And I always go into long, boring detail. Good teachers are worth their weight in gold. I agree. And I became an engineer. Bacon, keep it up. I became an engineer because my father knew about electronics. He went to some school to learn how to repair and rebuild electronics. And he opened up a side shop repairing TVs and fixing CBs and then souping up CBs and selling them for higher prices. And so when I was a kid, we learned electronics. And my uncle was an electrical engineer. One of the first gifts he gave me when I was a teenager was an electronic training kit. Fucking loved it. It was amazing, right? So, friends, if you teach your kids about electricity early and they like it, they might fall in love with it and do something with it. And it's a good career. Also, Oren says, W-Sum41 can't hear the psalm without thinking of it. I get it. I do too now that y'all make that connection. Deep Fried Beans says, you skipped my super chat. I'm sorry, Deep Fried Beans. Where was it? Hold on. Oh, did I click on it and forgot to read it? I'm sorry. I do that sometimes. My deepest apologies. That's on me. It says, Jesus came in his mom, but not on the clouds. True. That shows you that shows you what his priority is. Jesus' priorities, coming on the clouds, not high on the list. But coming over Mary, definitely high on his list. That's why they had to kill him, because he impregnated his own mother. You know what I mean? It just, Is what it is. Is what it is. All right, friends. I don't think anyone's live tonight. So that being that, friends, I'm going to close it down. Actually, hold on. AP says Leaving Faith is live on TikTok, but no one's live on YouTube. So I can't send anyone anywhere on YouTube. But if you're on TikTok, go check out Leaving Faith. And then after that, I don't know who's live. But friends, I'll be live tomorrow with the Q&A. So bring your best fucking questions. I want to hear amazing questions. Oh, Robot Goat's live. Oh yeah, go check out Robot Goat as well. But guys, I want to hear your best and most difficult questions tomorrow for the Q&A. I want you guys to stump me. I want you to drag me into having to open up my fucking history books and dig deep. The Q&As are a lot of fun for you, and I think a lot of fun for me. We can all learn something during the Q&As. If I don't know the answer to the question, I will direct you to a resource that will answer your question. So thank you so much, friends. Yes, I'm shutting down. I got to go. It's time to get to bed. Love y'all, and we'll see you again tomorrow.